Chapter 636. The autumn had passed, and the weather had turned cold in the 8th month of the lunar calendar. Yushu generously asked Pei Jing to find a few capable tailors to buy a set of autumn clothes for the servants who had been bought in. She did not skimp on the material, and all the clothes were made of sturdy silk. She also gave each of them a pair of thick-soled shoes. And Baekue wore a clean shirt with a small sleeve, and her hair was neatly combed into a pair of hair that hung behind her ears. She half knelt in front of Yushu with her hands clasped on her knees, so that Yushu could only see her bangs. With such an obedient and pleasant behavior, it was hard to imagine that she was a foreigner from Japan. Not long ago, Yushu brought her back from the concubine and asked about her background. After the incident, Baekue fell seriously ill. Taking into account that Baekue had been tortured in the prison, she was placed in the backyard by Yushu and asked someone to take care of her. As for Baekue's talent, Yushu wasn't in a hurry to use her. This servant greets master, and thanks you for saving my life. This servant has no way to repay you, and is willing to work like an ox or a horse for you. Baekue ate, drank, and slept well at Yushu's place for a period of time. She didn't have to deal with the dead anymore, and Exi and Lin, who took care of her, were gentle and kind. She was secretly glad that she had escaped from the abyss of suffering, and her gratitude towards Yushu increased day by day. Yushu heard her say the word servant so smoothly. She didn't know how many times she had rehearsed these two sentences in her mind, but she just wanted her to know how to repay her kindness. Get up. Your injuries haven't healed yet, so there's no need to bow. I heard that you have something to tell me. Yushu naturally wouldn't ignore this weirdo who could see people's souls. She had the two maidservants take turns to take care of her, and they would ask about her every day when they came back. Today, when she asked about her, Exi told her that this child wanted to see her. Yushu was curious about what Baekue wanted to tell her. It shouldn't be just to show her loyalty. Yes, this servant doesn't dare to hide something from master. Baekue shrunk her shoulders and secretly raised her head to look at the maidservant beside Yushu. She was hesitant about whether she should say it directly. Yushu saw her strange expression and had Exi and the others leave. She thought that Baekue couldn't possibly have anything important to say. She must have seen someone's soul come out of their body. It was either someone who was already dead or someone who was about to die. Seeing her hesitant appearance, could it be that it was because of these maidservants by her side? Alright, if you have something to say, just say it. Yushu knew what was going on, and waited for Nbiki to continue. Yes. Nbiki lowered her head and said softly, I saw a ball of light above master's head. Yushu was stunned for a moment, and then her expression turned ugly. The Japanese girl in front of her had yin-yang eyes, and she could see the ghosts on the bodies of the dead. She could also see the omen of death, which was the ball of light she was talking about. If that was the case, wouldn't she be at death's door? Are you sure you didn't see wrong? She couldn't believe it. Yesterday, she had burned a pill of mahu incense to make a divination for herself. She had been very lucky recently. How could there be a death calamity? Look up at me. Don't lower your head. What light are you talking about? Do I have it on my body right now? Baekue obediently looked up at her and answered, Yes. It's the same as the first time I saw master in the palace. There's a red light on both of you. Hearing this, Yushu's expression turned cold. She sat up straight and stared at Baekue. You saw me when you saw me in the palace. Why did you only tell me now? I've brought you back for some time. Aren't you afraid that I'll suddenly die one day? Ha! Seeing Yushu's unfriendly expression, Baekue realized that she hadn't made herself clear. She immediately blushed, afraid that Yushu would misunderstand. She shook her head like a rattledrum. No. That's not what Koezi meant. She looked like she was about to cry. Her knees went soft and she knelt down. She stuttered again. Koezi, I saw a spiritual light on master's forehead. No, it wasn't on the top of your head. It was right here. On the dead, it's a ghost light. On the living, there's a spiritual light. There's such a big ball. Master's spiritual light isn't on the top of your head, but on your forehead. There's only a tiny bit of it, and it's red. It's the first time Koezi has seen such a spiritual light. I don't know why, But when I saw Master again after the Water and Continent Conference, you were alive and well. No, so you wouldn't die. Kwezi isn't what you think. She gestured a bunch of things on her forehead. Yushu barely understood what she meant. After sorting it out, Mbekwe called the out-of-body soul of the dead ghost light, and the out-of-body soul of the living spiritual light. Normally, when she saw a spiritual light, she would die within a few days. However, from the end of the Water and Continent Conference to when Mbekwe saw her again in the Residential Institute, it had already been 10 days to half a month. She had exceeded the time limit of death, but she was still safe and sound. Therefore, Mbekwe didn't think that the spiritual light she saw on her body was a sign that she was about to die. More importantly, Mbekwe had seen people who were about to die in the past. The spiritual light was on the top of their heads, but hers was on their forehead. Looking at Mbekwe pointing at her forehead, Yushu couldn't help but reach out and touch her forehead. It was just between her eyebrows, half an inch above. She gestured. Was there a red spiritual light the size of a copper coin? She picked up the cup on the coffee table and looked down at her forehead with the reflection of the tea. There was nothing. Yushu was deep in thought. If Mbiki wasn't lying, then what she saw was undoubtedly her soul. Since it wasn't a sign that a person was about to die, then why did her soul leave her body? Thinking of a possibility, Yushu's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Heaven and earth knew that this body wasn't hers. The original owner had died 800 years ago. Could it be that Abe could see the light on her forehead because she wasn't the original one? Is this the first time you've seen me like this? Yushu choked. He unconsciously lowered his voice and questioned Mbiki. Mbiki nodded hurriedly. Have you told anyone else about me? Yushu was a little worried. She finally knew why Mbekwe stared at her like that when she first saw her in the palace. She was afraid that Mbekwe would report everything to the two Donging people with her, and cause more trouble. Mbiki quickly shook his head again. No, Kwezi didn't tell anyone. Yushu only felt that she had guessed the truth. Her mood was inevitably messed up. Her tone wasn't very good. Watch your mouth. Don't mention this to anyone again. Do you understand? Yes, I won't tell anyone. Master, don't worry. Mbiki answered carefully. She didn't dare to ask more. She was afraid that if Yushu was unhappy, she would drive her away. Yushu was lost in thought for a while. Her eyes moved and she saw Mbekwe was still kneeling there. She was trembling and her face was pale. It was unbearable to look at. All right, get up. Don't lie on the ground so easily. Yushu's expression softened. Mbekwe told her everything because she was honest. If she deliberately hid it, how would she know that she had already been exposed? She called Exianer in and pointed at Mbekwe. Let her rest for a few more days. Bring her here when she's better. Take care of her for now and teach her the rules. Mbekwe understood Chinese very well. She knew that this meant that she was fine. Yushu didn't blame her and even allowed her to stay. She was so happy that she squeezed out 2 drops of tears and hurriedly followed behind Exianer. Exianer could tell that her mistress treated this girl with a strange background very differently. She was willing to spend money to treat people's illnesses and medicines. She didn't work for free. Perhaps she had other uses for her, so she didn't dare to slight her. She agreed readily and took Mbiki's hand to leave. When they reached the courtyard, she didn't let go. Instead, she asked in a low voice, "Why is your hand so cold? Are you okay?" "Sister Exine, I'm fine." Ever since Mbekwe was given as a gift to the great General Ashikaga and separated from her mother, she had never been cared for like this. Her nose turned sour and she wanted to cry again, but she held it back. "Sai, it's good that you're fine." Exine walked with her to the corner door. Seeing that there was no one around, she whispered to her, "I don't know what you did in the past, where you came from, or what crime you committed to be sold into the penitentiary. But since you're out, don't always think about the past. To tell you the truth, it's our good fortune to be able to follow a mistress like Mistress. Mistress is capable and kind-hearted. She's willing to treat us well. If we serve her wholeheartedly and listen to her, we won't have to worry about not having a good life in the future. Don't you think so?" Exine thought that Mbekwe was being stubborn in front of Yushu, so she comforted her out of goodwill. She didn't know that Mbekue's awareness was even higher than hers. Sister is right. Mbekue nodded and said with a serious face, "Whatever mistress tells me to do, I'll do it. I won't go wrong." The whole family had dinner together in old Madame He's courtyard, except for Aunt Chui, who said that she had a headache and didn't come. She asked someone to send the food over. After dinner, Yu Xiaoxiu went to see his mother. Yu Shu was too lazy to put on a show at home, so she didn't go. She took Yundo back to her room, and the maidservants poured tea for her to rinse her mouth and wash her hands. She sat on the recliner absent-mindedly and tossed and turned, thinking about what Mbekue had said. The more she thought about it, the more certain she was that the thing that came out of her forehead was all because she was wearing it. This was thought-provoking. Mbekue's seemingly useless yin-yang eye not only could see living souls and the undead, but it could also tell that someone wasn't original. Yushu's thoughts wandered. She couldn't help but wonder if there was someone like her in this world who had transmigrated from hundreds of years in the future. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about this before, but she hadn't thought about it carefully. However, Mbekue's appearance forced her to face this matter. What if she had someone else like her? Could it be that they weren't far away and were in the capital? Was that person a mediocre person? Or was he hiding this secret just like her, and was doing well in this blind dynasty? Chapter 637. After the Water and Land Conference, the Japanese envoy had been ordered to occupy the islands of the East Sea. Once it was verified, the court debated whether to send troops to attack the Japanese as a punishment. The opinions were mainly divided into two groups. One group thought that the Japanese island nation was unfavorable in crossing the sea, and that it was best to send envoys to the Japanese first to denounce and question them. If the other side apologized sincerely, there was no need to mobilize troops. The other group thought that the Japanese great general Ashikaga was ambitious and dared to covet the territory of the court. If they didn't send troops to attack, it wouldn't be enough to deter Zhou. Both sides stuck to their own opinions and refused to give in. Emperor Zhaoqing was hesitant. Half a month after the Water and Land Conference ended, there was still no plan for this matter. With such a hot topic of discussion, few people paid attention to the murder case of the Taisher Library, which had also happened during the Water and Land Conference. Xue Rui had been investigating silently for the past few days. Nobody urged him to hurry up, and the entire case seemed to be making no progress, but in reality, only Xue Rui himself knew exactly what he had found out. That day, there were still two groups of people arguing endlessly. Xue Rui was a fifth-rank Xiaoqing of the Supreme Court. He was young and inexperienced. Although he had handled a few major cases, he didn't have much to say in the court. He didn't join in the fun. He stood among the civil officials on the left and watched the two sides argue coldly. As the princes came of age and moved out of the palace, the factions in the court became increasingly distinct. The 6 ministries were one. Although Yin Tianhou and Xue Lingnan, the 2 ministers, were jointly in charge, they were also clearly divided. Yin Tianhou had been the chief examiner of the imperial examinations 3 times in the dozen years of Zhaoqing. During the reign of the previous emperor, he had come from the Ministry of Appointments and held the position of Minister of Appointments. As a result, the current Minister of Appointments, Minister of Revenue, and Minister of Works were all his students. The Right Minister Xue Lingnan had come from leading troops. In the first year of Zhaoqing, he had already made great contributions and held the position of Minister of War for 10 years. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice all followed his lead, and the Ministry of Rights, because of its authority, was always controlled by the Celestial Commissioner. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Appointments and the Ministry of War were at the forefront, followed by the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Rights were both government offices with little power. The Ministry of Works was a fertile land, but it didn't have much real power. Of Emperor Zhaoqing's few remaining sons, the 4th Prince Li Si had been stripped of his title and banished from the capital. The 8th Prince Lu Du was incompetent and mediocre, and the 11th Prince had been banished to Ascending Cloud Monastery a while ago. The remaining 12, 15, and 16 princes were either without support or too young. Empress Rui was childless. Without a legitimate eldest son, The seventh prince Liu Hao, who was greatly favored by Emperor Zhaoqing and had the backing of the Yin family, was tacitly accepted as the first candidate for the Eastern Palace. In comparison, the ninth prince, who had been sent to Mount Longhu since he was a child to cultivate his moral character, was much weaker. However, he had Xue Lingnan as his grandfather, so it was not impossible that he would not be able to fight for the throne in the future. The Celestial Commissioner was firmly appointed by Zhu Muzhao. It was not an exaggeration to say that his words were the law. Zhu Muzhao was deeply trusted by Emperor Zhaoqing. In recent years, the Zhu family had not had a woman enter the palace as a concubine, so they could be considered to be in the middle. Count Zhongyong's residence had not been as glorious as it had been in recent years, but the Rui family's connections in the capital could not be underestimated. This kind of connections was not built on scholarly honors. To put it bluntly, it was based on nepotism. The Emperor of Qing had taken back his military power, but he had not been idle. The current empress was his biological sister, and the matriarch of Duke Jing was his aunt. His eldest daughter was married to junior supervisor Run of the imperial astronomer. His second daughter was the daughter-in-law of Guo Huaiyan, an official of the Supreme Court. His third daughter was betrothed to the heir of the Marquis of Jinan, who guarded Yunnan. His youngest daughter was unmarried, and it was Rui Zizhu, who was supposed to marry the Xue family. These were only the direct descendants. The rest of the girls were too many to count. It was hard for Rui Subaru to manage like this. Empress Rui could only blame her bad luck. She did not give birth to a single child, so she could not protect her first wife's son. The count's residents had gathered a network of connections, but had no place to place them. Therefore, no matter whether it was Xue Lingnan or Yin Tianhou, they appeared to be amiable on the surface, but no matter how dirty they were in private, no one would take the initiative to find trouble with Rui Subaru. They were afraid that the count would take things too hard and stand on the other side. That was no laughing matter. For example, it was Prime Minister Xue's faction who insisted on directly sending troops to attack Wei country. Those who thought that envoys should be sent to denounce Wei country first were mostly Prime Minister Yin's people. Those who supported the two sides were all Rui Subaru's relatives and friends. Zhu Muzhao did not say anything, so no one in the Celestial Commissioner said anything. Several princes and dukes stood in front of the civil and military officials. Prince Xiang, who was dressed in an official robe, lazily lowered his eyelids, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. In the corner, Emperor Zhaoqing rubbed the bridge of his nose. Tiredness appeared on his face. With one sentence, he ended the debate for the day. Everyone's words are reasonable. Let me think about it and make a decision tomorrow. Court is dismissed. After this year's ancestral worship, Emperor Zhaoqing fell ill. After he recovered, he was not as energetic as before. The court officials all knew that, so it would be strange if they did not have any opinions. Dismissed. The eunuch in charge of etiquette shouted, and the civil and military officials bowed. The first one said, "Long live your majesty." Then, after waiting for the corner of Emperor Zhaoqing's robe to disappear from sight, the officials waited for a while before they left. It was not the day of the Lunar New Year, so there were only about 100 people in the court. Those who left first were the nobles and powerful officials. Xue Rui did not follow closely behind Prime Minister Yin like Yin Yuanrong, but waited for most of the people to leave before he walked out. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked down the 9 dragon steps, he was stopped by someone. "Vice Minister Xue, please wait." Xue Rui turned his head and saw Ren Qiming dismissing a subordinate who was talking to him and walking towards him. His heart skipped a beat, and he guessed what was going on. "Vice Supervisor Ren." Xue Rui cupped his hands and bowed slightly. "How is the investigation of the murder case in Taisher Library last month? Is there any progress?" Ren Qiming asked. Xue Rui sighed softly. "I am ashamed that I have not been able to find out the murderer's background." Ren Qiming said, "There have been a series of deaths in the library, causing the students there to panic. I will have to trouble Sir Xue to spend more effort on this matter. It is better to find the murderer as soon as possible." Hearing his words, if Xue Rui did not know about the case of the murderer, he would think that Ren Qiming was simply concerned about the safety of the students in Taisher Library. "Sir Ren, don't worry. I will not slack off." Ren Qiming nodded, turned around and left. Shui Rui stood on the spot for a while, until someone came up to strike up a conversation. Only then did he leave with that person. According to the schedule, it was Imperial Consort Shui's turn to attend to him today. After the court was dismissed, Emperor Zhaoqing did not even change out of his court attire. He strolled around the imperial garden for a while, and before the sky turned dark, he immediately set off for Zhongcue Palace. Along the way, he did not send the eunuchs to inform Emperor Zhaoqing, so when Emperor Zhaoqing stepped into the palace, Imperial Consort Shui was still sitting by the window, cutting flower branches. There was a pot of hibiscus that had just bloomed, and the pink flower leaves were glistening with silvery dew. However, it was not as beautiful as half of her face. Hearing the sound of footsteps, she turned her head and was startled. Immediately, she smiled like a flower, and did not even bother to put on her shoes. Putting down her pliers, she got off the bed, and was about to kneel down to pay her respects. However, her words were a little coquettish. "Your Majesty, why didn't you inform me that you are coming? I haven't even changed my clothes." If these two sentences were spoken by any other concubine in the palace, Emperor Zhaoqing would have fallen out with her, thought that the other party was being disrespectful, and walked away on the spot. However, facing the woman in front of him, he always had some tenderness and guilt that could not be dissolved. How could he not be happy? "Beloved, quickly get up." Emperor Zhaoqing did not wait for others to help him. He went forward to help Imperial Consort Shui up, and pulled her to sit on the bed. With a pleasant expression he said, "I walked over to your side unintentionally." He then looked up and down at the peach-colored unlined garment on her body. Her skin and bones that were exposed through the collar and cuffs were as white as crystal. He frowned and said to the palace maids kneeling below, "It's getting cold. Why don't you put on a few more clothes for your mistress? You are just sitting by the window to enjoy the wind. If she falls ill, I will not spare you." The palace maids serving in front of her were so frightened that they lowered their heads and apologized. Imperial Consort Shui gently shook Emperor Zhaoqing's arm and said in a gentle voice, "It's my fault for being afraid of the heat. Seeing that the sun is out today, I am too lazy to wear anything. They didn't listen to my advice. Now that you have come, you must stay and eat with me. In the morning, I ordered the kitchen to stew fresh deer tendons. This kind of weather is just right to eat." With just 2 sentences, the matter was over. Emperor Zhaoqing's attention was diverted. Imperial Consort Shui gave a look. Song Lan, the senior palace maid, hurriedly took a few servants and quietly left. She secretly broke out in a cold sweat, and then rejoiced. For the next few months, the Book of Heaven had been arranged according to Phoenix Perching Palace's wishes. Although the number of days that the mistress served in bed was not less, it was either next to the lovely new nobles, or next to the Empress and fair Consort Shu, the 2 big heads. Running over to eat with the mistress in broad daylight almost no longer happened. Fortunately, the newly appointed imperial lady favored our mistress. Otherwise, as the days passed, there would be less and less hope. Imperial Consort Shui chatted with Emperor Zhaoqing for a while. She didn't talk about court politics or ask about his worries. She only picked out a few interesting things that had happened in Zhongchui's palace and told him. In the end, she even had someone bring out a large orange-red camellia to play with Emperor Zhaoqing. Emperor Zhaoqing saw that the flowers were well taken care of. After asking in detail, he discovered that this rare-colored camellia had been cultivated by Imperial Consort Shui herself last year. Only when it had taken a good shape did she present it in front of him. Emperor Zhaoqing appreciated this interest and asked her, "Everything was fine. Why are you in the mood to take care of these flowers and plants?" Imperial Consort Shui's smile froze. She lowered her head and gently plucked at the green leaves. With some reminiscence in her eyes, she chuckled lightly and said, "Your Majesty, do you still remember that when I was still in my boudoir, you once asked my eldest brother to give me a pot of flowers? It was a camellia. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed, but I still remember the blooming of the flower, just like the sunset glow of the setting sun." Then her beautiful eyes turned to look at Emperor Zhaoqing. Pointing at the camellia between the 2 of them, she asked, "Look, does the color of this flower look like the one you gave me back then?" Emperor Zhaoqing was a bit dazed. He vaguely remembered such an incident, but he had long forgotten what color the flower was. Seeing that she was reminiscing about the past, he couldn't help but think of when he was young and spirited. He felt guilty and couldn't bear to ruin her mood. He only nodded and said, "That's the color. It's good that you didn't forget." He then lovingly held it up and said, "Since I gave you one back then, why don't you return it to me now? I like it and will take it back to look at." How could noble consort Shui not agree? She happily gave it to him and said with a bit of heartache, "Then your majesty will definitely have people look after it. If it can bloom one more night, it will be one more night." Emperor Zhaoqing reached out to wipe her face and teased, "You still don't want to part with it? How about this? The flower was raised with great care by you, so I can't take it for free. If you have any wishes, why don't you bring them up now? We will agree to them and treat it as an exchange." Noble consort Shui shook her head and said, "Your majesty has treated me well. I have nothing to ask for." However, Emperor Zhaoqing didn't agree. He insisted on her saying a wish and fulfilling it for her. The two of them pushed back and forth. Seeing that Emperor Zhaoqing was about to lose his patience, noble consort Shui timely relented. She rubbed her forehead and thought for a while before saying to him, "My son's wedding date is approaching, but your majesty knows that my nephew Chengbai is already in his 20s. His marriage has been delayed until now and his brother and sister-in-law died early. As his aunt, I can't just ignore it. So, I want to ask for your grace. Allow me to pick a good one for him. In the future, when I choose a good family's young lady, I ask that your majesty personally appoint the marriage." Emperor Zhaoqing hadn't thought that she would bring this up. It wasn't for herself or for Lu Tan, but for Shui Rui. There was some thought in his eyes, but it only lasted for a moment. Seeing the anticipation on noble consort Shui's face, he slowly agreed. "We will do as you say. This concubine thanks your majesty." Noble consort Shui immediately stood up in joy to give her thanks. She silently let out a breath. This matter had made her stifled for 3 years. Now the emperor had let it go. She didn't have to let the empress disgust her for the 10th princess death. Chapter 638. On the 6th day of the 8th month, Yushu's big house on Baochang Street officially hung a plaque on the door and opened the door to greet guests. This signified that she, the recently popular female disguise master, had finally established her own house, from a female fortune teller to a female imperial official, and then to meowing messenger. In fact, before she hung it on the door, Yushu had hesitated about what words to inscribe on the plaque. She wanted to use her surname to establish a foothold, or she could use a fashionable and elegant name for her residence, such as Prince Xiang's Dingbo residence. However, after she consulted Shui Rui's opinion, she still honestly chose the 2 words "Yu residence." She forced Shui Rui to write the words, so she didn't waste any effort to ask for any famous calligraphy. On the day of hanging it on the door, people lit firecrackers, burned incense, and prayed to the door god. There were many onlookers on the street, and they surrounded a section of the gate. They all saw an offering table on the doorstep. The table was full of offerings, incense, and candles. A young man wearing a bright green robe with big sleeves was facing the north, and his back was facing the crowd. He was holding 3 sticks of incense and kowtowing. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Some passers-by murmured, "How old is he to become the head of a household, and by such a big house? I really don't know which family spoils him." This remark was heard by the people next to him, and they laughed. A quick-witted person patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, don't talk nonsense. The owner of the house who is burning incense is not someone you can casually make up. Have you heard of the meowing messenger personally appointed by the emperor? Don't be fooled by her young age. She is a disciple of an immortal family. She can call the wind and rain, and turn beans into soldiers." The person said in surprise, "Isn't the meowing messenger a woman?" Looking at the person burning incense in front of the door, he could see that the person's figure was more slender than that of a man. It was indeed a woman. Yushu opened the red carpet in front of the main gate and gave some instructions. Zhou Hu brought a few servants with him to distribute the wedding cakes to the neighbors who were watching the bustle. The fist-sized cakes were filled with bean paste and peanut stuffing, filling up 2 large baskets. Every bite of the cakes added liveliness to the new house. On the day of hanging the door, Yushu did not intend to invite outsiders. She only sent someone to the minister's mansion to inform them. On this day, Shuirui still came. It was bustling at the front. The main door was wide open, and the voices of people could be heard. The womenfolk stayed in the backyard and did not come out, but Hifangji and Pei Jing stayed in the living room at the front to keep them company and talk to Shuirui. Yushu was now a 5th-rank official, and her rank was not lower than Shuirui's. So Hifangji, a common doctor, and Pei Jing, a businessman, did not have to be reserved when they sat in front of the minister's mansion's eldest son. In addition, Shuirui deliberately lowered his position and regarded himself as a junior, so the three of them had a lot to talk about. At first, when I met little Yu, I thought that she would be a successful person. Later, when I found out that she was a girl, I felt that it was a pity more than once. Who would have thought that she would be able to live up to expectations? Now she has a scholarly title and an official position. Even as her uncle, thanks to her, my life has been getting smoother and smoother. Pei Jing felt honored when he mentioned Yushu, and he wasn't stingy in the slightest to fiercely praise this niece of his that he'd picked up for free in front of Hifangji and Shuirui. Indeed, because Yushu got rid of Bai Qing and replaced him as the chief manager of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce, and because Yushu provided the unique crystal business, he not only earned a lot of money, but also gained a foothold in the capital's Chamber of Commerce overnight. Even the chief manager of the Tongji Chamber of Commerce, which was known as the capital's first, had to smile and call him Mr. Pei. When Shuirui heard this, he smiled and turned to look at the figure walking over from the direction of the main door. Seeing that Yushu had arrived, Hifangji asked her to entertain Shuirui and led his brother-in-law to the back to see their son. Earlier he had asked Zhao Hui to remind Yushu about the misunderstandings between men and women. Now that she was an official, she could go in and out of the court, so these small matters were no longer restricted. After Yushu's mansion was completed, this was the first time Shuirui returned home. The two of them got busy. After not seeing each other for some time, the first thing she did was to take him to the garden. It took a lot of effort to merge the two gardens into one and make it look like I wanted. Because of this, it took half a month, otherwise I would have moved here long ago. Last month, I wanted to invite you over to take a look, but I couldn't find you. Let's go, I'll take you to see the scenery. Shuirui listened to her boasting, as if her garden was not worse than the Dingbo Hall that the emperor gave to the Prince of Xiang. He secretly laughed at her exaggeration, but didn't say it out loud. As soon as he stepped into the garden, he didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Instead, the air seemed to be exceptionally fresh. However, after following her for half a circle in the garden, he heard a clear cry. Turning his head, he saw a pair of red-crowned cranes with white feathers standing by a small pond not far away, foraging for food. Finally, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. How can you raise something like this? Cranes were mascots. Not to mention that these things were not easy to get. Many rich and powerful people in the capital tried to raise them in captivity. But after the summer, these birds had to migrate for the winter. If they were kept in a cage, they wouldn't eat or drink until they starved to death. If they were released to wander around, they would fly away. But Yushu's pair of birds were left outside, letting them wander around. Their feathers were bright and clean, and they looked like they were in good spirits. Yushu looked at him with a puzzled expression. Why can't I raise them? Although this pair of white cranes are a bit expensive, they are very docile. When Shuirui heard this, his expression became strange. You just let them outside like this. You don't even lock them in the cage at night? Why would I lock them up? They won't fly around. Shuirui asked a few more questions, and then he learned that since she put the birds in the garden half a month ago, they have never been locked up. As long as the keepers put fresh fish and shrimps into the pond every day, they will only walk around in the garden. Occasionally, they will fly over the house and come back to eat. They don't go far at all. Shuirui was surprised, but when he saw Yushu's expression of this bird is very easy to raise, what's so strange about it? He swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Then he began to pay attention to the layout of the garden. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he always felt that the trees in her garden were too green. The flowers were too blooming, and everywhere was fresh. It was obviously autumn, but there was no sign of them withering. It felt like there was a wall between them. No matter whether it was winter or summer outside, when they entered the garden, it was spring. When he thought up to here, Shuirui couldn't help but smile, and then he looked at Yushu, who led the way excitedly in front of him. And he said in his heart, "I'm thinking too much. How could there possibly be such a miraculous place? Let me tell you, I arranged this garden according to the Chiman magic circle taught by my master. I buried several magic circle eyes under the ground, and every flower and tree here is very particular. I dare not say anything else, but the feng shui of this piece of land can't be better than it in the whole Anling city." Yushu was inspired by the feng shui pond that raised crystals, and she applied the 8 gates life and death tactics taught by Qingzheng to this chain garden. Only a master like her who became a monk halfway dared to be so bold. Was she not afraid of accidentally destroying the feng shui and killing people? The two walked around the garden, and chose to sit in a small hall near the pond. Hearing Yushu's order, the maid quickly ran to serve tea and snacks. "What do you think of my garden?" The two sat next to the window railing. Not far away, they saw the pair of red-crowned cranes and a few mandarin ducks swimming in the pond. "Excellent." Shuirui could have a lot of praise, but when he said it, he felt that her garden was vulgar. There are a lot of empty places, and it lacks a good name. He was in the birds and the fragrance of flowers, and he felt refreshed. He was in a good mood, so he recommended a few names for the scenery in her garden. Not only was Yushu happy, she seized the opportunity when the maidservant came to deliver tea and snacks to ask someone to bring a brush and ink for the study room, and she asked Shuirui to write quite a few words while he was in high spirits. Shuirui's calligraphy was taught by the previous great scholar of the Tao Wen Guan, Song Shaoxian. He was a famous calligrapher of the present age, but he was not bound by fame. He retired in the 9th year of Zhao Qing. "I see that your small pond has running water, and there is a square stone by the pond. Later, find a craftsman to chisel the words." Shuirui picked up the pen and wrote down the 2 words Jiugao. Cranes cry and Jiugao, sound heard in the wild. I just passed by a corridor, and the sound of birds under the corridor filled my ears. There was a pair of canaries, very beautiful. Shuirui picked up the pen again and wrote down the 2 words Shirwan. In the green forest and wild house, the setting sun is clear. When you take off your scarf and walk alone, you can hear the birds. Then in one breath, Shuirui named the attic in the garden, the pavilion, the cave door, the mountain rock, and the small hall they were sitting in. Yushu, who was illiterate, couldn't tell good from bad, but she knew that the names were very meaningful. "Thank you, eldest brother." Yushu joyfully counted the stack of words that Shuirui wrote for her. Then she blew the ink dry before neatly stacking them on a wooden tray. After that, she asked Lin to take it to her study room and put it away. "Tomorrow, I will ask someone to find a craftsman. After the words are hung, I will invite you to come." Shuirui was carrying the gold-stamped invitation for her banquet. She had personally given it to him when he came today. Counting the days, there were only a few days left, so he thought for a while and said, "There will be a lot of people coming that day. In order to prevent those careless people from casually barging in and spoiling the flowers and plants in your garden, and frightening the birds and beasts, I'm afraid that you won't have enough people. How about I assign a few people to guard the garden for you?" He was very clear about the situation of the Nuyu residents. A few days ago, Lu Jiong had mentioned to him that she had generously bought people from the concubine's courtyard. It was a worry-free method. However, the people who came from the concubine's courtyard were well-behaved, but they were not powerful enough. If they met people who pestered endlessly, they might not be able to deal with them. She had already shown him the guest list for her banquet. There were all kinds of people coming. He came today to give her a reminder. Yushu, on the other hand, was worried that there were villains mixed among the guests, and if they knew some unusual tricks, they would do something to her garden and ruin her feng shui. So when she heard Shuirui was willing to help, she didn't think too much before agreeing. "That's for the best. I was worried that there would be a lack of people to order around." At this point, Yushu stopped playing around and thought about serious matters. She looked at the maidservant who was walking away and turned to ask Shuirui, "How is the investigation of the Taisher library case going?" Is there any news? Chao Yuling died and Zhang Shuiyuan died. The murderer was suspected to be the same person, but he was hiding it well. Shui Rui had a smile on his face just now, but now he restrained the corners of his mouth. He looked at her and said quietly. Chapter 639. Emperor Zhaoqing ate lunch in noble consort Shui's palace. After resting for a while, he heard a palace servant report that the great advisor was waiting outside Tian Hall. Emperor Zhaoqing had a good nap, and had just woken up. He was lying on his side on the bed, and saw noble consort Shui sitting in front of the dressing mirror, and combing her hair. Hearing that Zhu Muzhao wanted to see him, he closed his eyes to rest for a while before sitting up. He said to noble consort Shui, "Shen will go and see. If you have nothing to do, why don't you take a walk in the imperial garden? Don't stay cooped up in the palace and wait." The women in the palace, when it was someone's turn to serve in bed, they would stay in the bedroom the whole day, not daring to take even half a step outside, for fear of delaying the emperor's arrival and losing his grace. When the emperor was coming, when he was leaving, he would not follow their wishes, so how could they dare to ask too much? Emperor Zhaoqing had spoken because he felt sorry for noble consort Shui, and didn't want her to wait. In the past, she would have said something he liked to hear, politely declined, and then obediently waited in the palace. Noble consort Shui put down her comb with a smile, and walked over to help him change. "I will listen to your majesty." But she had been well-behaved for so many years and was tired. If she continued to endure, she wouldn't be able to convince herself. After Emperor Zhaoqing left, the chief palace maid Song Lan, who served noble consort Shui, came in with a copper basin. She saw her mistress sitting alone on the soft couch and laughing. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she seemed to be in a good mood. She secretly relaxed. Just now, the emperor had left in such a hurry that she thought something had happened and wouldn't be able to come tonight. Noble consort Shui saw her come in, and returned to her senses. She gathered up the robe that Emperor Zhaoqing had put on her before he left and waved at her. "Go, bring over the newly prepared clothes for this season. Ben Gong will pick some. In a moment, we will go to the imperial garden to relax." Song Lan obediently went out to give orders. In less than 10 minutes, she had laid out all the clothes of various colors and materials in front of her mistress. After washing up and putting on makeup, noble consort Shui, who was dressed in a golden silk dress, was so beautiful that all the palace maids in the room lowered their heads and didn't dare to raise their eyes, for fear of being dazed by her beauty. Song Lan had already brought along a few competent palace maids and eunuchs. She had brought along tea, fruit, cushions, and utensils. She sent a quick-footed eunuch to clear the way, and escorted noble consort Shui out of Zhongsui Palace. There was some distance between Zhongsui Palace and the imperial garden. Imperial consort Shui rode on a palanquin carried by 4 people on the way. When she met 2 groups of young concubines who came out to visit, she leaned against the side of the road and saluted. Only when Imperial consort Shui's carriage was far away did she dare to leave. It didn't take long for the commotion to spread to all the palaces. When they reached the fork in the garden, the eunuch who led the way ran back. Song Lan saw the figure and frowned. She quickly walked up and pulled him to the side. She whispered, "Why are you so flustered? Is there anyone in the garden?" "Jie," the young eunuch panted and said. This lowly one saw the Empress Jade carriage parked outside the garden. Her complexion changed slightly as she heard her mistress asking, "What's the matter?" Song Lan walked forward and moved to the side of Imperial consort Shui's legs. She stood on her tiptoes and whispered, "The Empress is there. Mistress, should we go forward or turn back?" She had been an ignorant little maid in Zhongsui Palace for 10 years. To be able to be ordered around by Imperial consort Shui as her confidant, her eyesight must be top-notch. There was a reason for her to be so careful. Ever since that incident 3 years ago, when the 10th princess died, their mistress would always avoid the Empress. Other than going to Phoenix Perching Palace on the 1st and 15th day of the month to visit, they would avoid the Empress if they could. But it was rare for her mistress to be in such a good mood. They had already walked to the entrance of the garden. Did they have to turn back? Song Lan complained in her heart. If they really turned around and left, who knew what the rumors would be like in the palace tomorrow? They would repeat the same old story and talk about the headless case of the 10th princess falling from the building. They would say that it was the young miss of the Xue family who killed the 10th princess, so Imperial Consort Xue still didn't have the face to see the empress. Go forward. Song Lan didn't react for a moment. She raised her eyes and saw Imperial Consort Xue's beautiful face. Her long eyebrows slanted to her temples, her eyelashes reflecting the spring in her eyes, bright and dazzling. Song Lan's heart shook. She was slightly panicked but also slightly excited. She lowered her head. Yes. In the Imperial Garden, Rui Empress was looking at the red leaves near the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Sun Guiren, who had been favored recently, was sitting at the side. There were also a few beauties and Xiaochang below them. They obediently listened to their conversation, occasionally making a sound, covering their lips as they smiled. Imperial Consort Xue held Song Lan's hand as they walked into the garden. From afar, she saw the harmonious scene of the wife and Xie. A cold smile floated at the corner of her lips, and her steps didn't even pause. The palace servants guarding along the way didn't dare to stop them at first. They watched as Imperial Consort Xue's procession majestically walked towards the pavilion, until the great Taijian of Phoenix Perching Palace bowed and stood out, blocking Imperial Consort Xue not far from the pavilion. Newbie greets Imperial Consort Nyang. Did you come out to tour the garden? Imperial Consort Xue didn't even glance at him. Song Lan self-consciously said, Ning Gonggong's words are laughable. Why does our Nyang need to greet a servant like you when she comes out? Disregarding the grievances between the two mistresses, Song Lan also hated this eunuch Ning. When she had been a little palace maid, she had worked in Fengqing Palace. Once, a palace maid of the same rank had broken a vase. Because she had recognized this eunuch Ning as her adoptive father, she had found eunuch Ning to make the decision. In the end, the fault had been placed on her head. If it wasn't for Tao Momo, who was passing by, interceding for her, she might have been buried somewhere. This lowly one wouldn't dare. Eunuch Ning complained, but inside he didn't care. Who didn't know that Imperial Consort Xue was like a cat when she saw the Empress? It's just that the Empress is currently admiring the scenery in front. Afraid that random people would come in and disturb her, she told Nubi to stand guard here. If Imperial Consort Nyang wants to go over, please wait here for a moment. Allow Nubi to go and inform her. Song Lan heard the phrase random people in his words and her face flushed in anger. A lowly eunuch dared to beat around the bush and insult their mistress. She really wanted to give him 2 slaps. Before she could shout, Imperial Consort Xue spoke first. No need. Since the Empress is also here, Ben Gong will personally go and greet her. Finishing, she waved her hand for eunuch Ning to leave. Eunuch Ning didn't dare to listen to her. Half a minute ago, when Imperial Consort Xue's sedan had arrived outside the Imperial Garden, someone had come to report. He had been careful and secretly sent a palace maid to report to Rui Empress. But Rui Empress only replied, I understand, and didn't give any clear orders. Her meaning was for him to think of a way to stop her and not let her go over. Eunuch Ning had served the Empress for many years and always had this thought. Kunling Bureau had changed too. Darren. When the 8th month's book of Kun came down, the hearts of the people in the Hogong were wavering. The palace maids without any support were like headless flies, not knowing where they should go to try their luck. Today, the Empress wanted to embarrass Imperial Consort Xue to appease those Feipin, and make them understand one thing. No matter how Kunling Bureau recruited, the one whose words counted the most in the Hogong was still her, the mistress of the 6 palaces. Nyang, don't make it difficult for this lowly one. Eunuch Ning didn't move. It wasn't that there wasn't a path on the side. It was fine to go around, but as an honored imperial consort, why would she go around the path of a eunuch like him? But he hadn't expected that in the next moment, Imperial Consort Xue would actually move a step to the side and go around him. Eunuch Ning stilled. His mind was filled with the thought that he couldn't ruin the Empress' plans. He brainlessly turned around, knelt down and pulled on the hem of Imperial Consort Xue's robe. Imperial Consort Xue stumbled from being pulled by him. Song Lan hurriedly grabbed her arm to steady her. But seeing that he dared to pull on their mistress, she angrily kicked his shoulder and scolded harshly. You dog! This shout wasn't not loud. It caused all the Feipines sitting in the pavilion to jump in fright. It wasn't that no one had seen Imperial Consort Shui and her entourage walk over, but the Empress hadn't made a sound, so they had pretended to be deaf and dumb, waiting to see a good show. Who would have thought that it would be such an opening? Ah, what is this? Sun Guiren first gave a small exclamation, her large and watery eyes staring towards the south. Empress Rui's smile darkened. She gazed at the bright gold in the distance before standing and saying, "Go, follow Ben Gong to see." The group followed. When they arrived, they saw Imperial Consort Shui, who usually liked to smile, had a cold expression as she called for someone to support her. The head Taijian of Perching Tree Palace was trembling as he knelt on the ground. The people of Zhongchui Palace were all furious. It was possible to guess what had happened. Empress Rui frowned. She looked at eunuch Ning, who was kneeling on the ground, and had an idea. She then raised her head to meet Imperial Consort Shui. The two's gazes met in the air, and the former asked first, "Who was the one making a racket just now?" Hearing Empress Rui's question, Song Lan voluntarily admitted. Replying to Empress, it was Nubi. Empress Rui was displeased. "In the Imperial Garden, it isn't a place for you to shout." Song Lan was sullen, but she still knelt down. Nubi knows she was wrong. Empress Rui ignored her and said directly to Imperial Consort Shui, "Mimi, this palace servant has neglected discipline. Today Ben Gong is a small one. What will happen if she shocks the holy self in the future?" Imperial Consort Shui thought inside. Empress Rui's habit of striking first hadn't changed at all. Just like in the past, when her eldest brother's only son was in his prime. Before they could discuss marriage, the Empress pushed out the 10th princess at the Lotus Banquet, causing a group of youths in Jing to admire her. Just like in the past, when the 10th princess was critically ill, the Emperor was furious. Before she could plead for the child in her womb, the Empress cried in front of the Emperor, forcing her to kneel in front of the hall to beg for forgiveness. The child died in her womb. The Emperor didn't demote her, but made the 9th prince, who should have returned to Jing that year, stay in the mountain for 2 more years. From then on, she silently watched as Empress Rui used all her methods to control the 6 palaces, and endured until now. Not long after her son returned to Jing, this Empress made peace with his father through the Count of Zhongyongfu, vainly attempting to marry the daughter of the Rui family into the Shui family, to make up for the unfortunate marriage of the 10th princess. The Empress had calculated every step. She had calculated well. Lu Fei was old, Xu Fei was useless. As long as she could suppress her, this Gui Fei, the Hogong would be under her control. If she continued to endure, when that little noble one became pregnant, maybe this Empress Rui really would have a way to adopt a de-imperial son, and let him succeed the throne. Shui Guifei looked at Empress Rui, who was sternly denouncing her. She lightly pushed away the support of the palace attendants and walked forward. She bowed slightly and said, "This newbie was rash. Empress, please punish." She often suffered in front of Empress Rui. Everyone was used to it. Even Empress Rui herself didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her lowering her head to her. Her expression softened and she looked at Song Lan, who was kneeling on the ground. She drawled, "Since she didn't learn the rules well, she needs to be taught from the beginning. Seeing that this newbie has served Mimi, Ben Gong will not punish her heavily. Someone, send her to Clear Du Workshop to learn the rules." Song Lan's face instantly paled. Clear Du Lane. It had a nice name, but anyone who had been in the palace for a few years knew that it was the most filthy place. Palace maids who made mistakes were sent there not to learn the rules, but to be abused by the old eunuchs who were in charge. Song Lan didn't dare to turn her head. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist begging for mercy from her mistress. That would make her soft-hearted, and she would lower her head and apologize to the Empress in front of all these palace consorts. This was probably the Empress' original intention. Song Lan bit her lip and lowered her head deeply. She didn't make a sound. There was only one thought in her mind. She couldn't beg for mercy. She couldn't let the Empress have her wish. Just at this time, she heard a gasp. "Nyang nyang." Immediately after, there was a commotion beside her. Everyone squeezed behind her. Song Lan dazedly turned her head to look. and saw Shui Guifei being propped up by a crowd of palace servants. Her head drooped to the side and she had fainted. Nyang Nyang. Seeing this scene, Rui Empress paused for a moment. Then she thought that Shui Guifei was pretending. She wouldn't have fainted so easily. She couldn't help but laugh in anger. She thought that the once proud Shui Liangdi would use such an unconventional tactic. Rui Empress felt indescribably proud. After calming down, Rui Empress methodically started to order the palace servants around her. She pretended to be anxious and said, "Quick, send Shui Guifei back to Zhongcui Palace, and then call for the Tai." She hadn't expected that Shui Guifei's fainting in the Imperial Garden wasn't a defense, but a counterattack. A counterattack that had been silent for 3 years. Emperor Zhao Qing of the Hall of Tai, and was discussing the matter of the Lifebreaker with the head supervisor. They had just talked about the continuous murders in Taisher Library. "Have you found the culprit?" Emperor Zhao Qing wasn't looking for Shui Rui, who was in charge of the case, but the person in charge of the Celestial Commissioner's office. If someone who didn't know the truth was here, they would find it strange. But there was only the ruler and the official in the room. There wasn't even a Taijian to serve tea and grind ink. "There is some progress," Zhu Muzhao said. According to the reports of the 2 spies that this official left in Taisher Library, the culprit must be hiding in the library. The most suspicious person is an old servant that does odd jobs in the library. This official has already sent people to keep an eye on him. When we find out who is the mastermind, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. When Emperor Zhao Qing heard the news, he wasn't happy. "Can't we capture the culprit and interrogate him? Quickly kill those traitors so that the troublemaker dies and the Xian Nu Lu Ren book can see the light of day again." "Your Majesty, do not be impatient," Zhu Muzhao urged. "This matter cannot be rushed." Emperor Zhao Qing became silent. He looked at the official who had advanced and retreated with him in the past, the official who had helped him ascend to the throne. Thinking of the future, his emotions wavered. The atmosphere in the room had just become quiet when a report came from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, there is an emergency." Emperor Zhao Qing frowned and summoned the person in. He didn't avoid Zhu Muzhao. The eunuch who came to deliver the message kowtowed and entered the room. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, Imperial Consort Nyang Nyang has fainted in the Imperial Garden. The Imperial physician diagnosed that Imperial Consort Nyang Nyang is pregnant and is suffering from anxiety. I'm afraid that the dragon seed will be lost." The eunuch said the last few words with a trembling voice. He was afraid that if he said a word too much, it would be the same as losing his life. Emperor Zhao Qing sat there in a daze. He suddenly stood up and walked out anxiously. In the blink of an eye, he was out the door. Chapter 640. The news that noble consort Shui had been contradicted by the Empress Taijian and fainted in the Imperial Garden quickly spread through the palace. When Emperor Zhao Qing hurried to Zhongcui Palace, there was a crowd of consorts and noble women in the outer hall. Not a single one of the women that had been in the Imperial Garden 2 hours ago was missing. They had all been kept here by the Empress. It had to be said that the worst person right now was Rui Empress. Originally, she had planned on destroying noble consort Shui's reputation in front of others to cover the momentum of Kunling Bureau replacing her. Who would have thought that noble consort Shui had come prepared and purposefully ran into her gun? Great, noble consort Shui had miscarried. After the Tai had examined her, they all had bitter expressions and said that the breathing was unstable. If noble consort Shui really miscarried, she wouldn't be able to escape the blame. She wouldn't be able to explain herself. At this critical moment, she really didn't know if she should hope that the dragon seed in noble consort Shui's belly would be preserved or not. Seeing Emperor Zhao Qing stride in, Rui Empress shook and brought a room full of women to greet him. "Your Majesty." Before they could finish, Emperor Zhao Qing raised a hand to interrupt them. Ignoring them, he walked straight into the inner hall. Emperor Zhao Qing saw the unconscious noble consort Shui on the bed, and called over the Tai and palace maids to ask what had happened. His face was so black it could wipe shoes. When Rui Empress saw him come out with a cold expression, she knew it wasn't good. Before Emperor Zhao Qing could question her, she blamed herself. "Your Majesty, please don't be angry. That chamberlain that rudely offended Guifei's chamberlain. Chunxia already had people drag her away to be flogged. Speaking of this, Chunxia is to blame. At the time, I was happily chatting with my Mimi in the garden, and didn't notice Guifei had come. The people below didn't know that Guifei was delicate and stupidly blocked her path. That's why she was so angry, sigh. Rui Empress sighed as she spoke. Sun Guirun, who was standing behind her, softly followed up. Yes, Your Majesty. How could we have known that Guifei Nyang was pregnant? Normally, Rui Empress knew Emperor Zhaoqing's temper. 1. He liked the new and hated the old. 2. He hated people hiding things. With her explanation, it was more like noble consort Xue knew she was pregnant but hid it and purposefully ran to the imperial garden to cause trouble. With Sun Guirun's support, even if Emperor Zhaoqing blamed her, he wouldn't reprimand her in public. Who knew that after Emperor Zhaoqing finished listening to the two, his anger didn't subside but rose. With a wave of his sleeve he brushed off the porcelain cup on the tea table. He said angrily to Rui Empress. She is a Guifei, and her rank is just below you in the Hogong. Yet she can't even stroll in the flower garden, and has to endure the harassment of your servants. How absurd. Men, tie up all the evil servants of the Empress. Every one of them shall be flogged 20 times, no less. Rui Empress would never have thought that noble consort Xue hadn't run to the imperial garden on her own, but Emperor Zhaoqing had said it first. Now Rui Empress was going to say that something had happened to noble consort Xue, because she had run to the imperial garden on her own. Wasn't that slapping Emperor Zhaoqing's face? Emperor Zhaoqing hadn't finished venting his anger when he turned his head to see Sun Guiren's aggrieved state. He didn't feel pity, but felt that she and Rui Empress were birds of the same feather. Just now they had been trying to fool him. You are just a little noble person. Even if noble consort is pregnant, do I have to send someone to notify you beforehand? You really don't know etiquette, don't know what it means. From today onwards, Zhen will move out of Xixia Palace. That is the place of Defei's palace. How can it be sullied by an immoral woman like you? Sun Guirun was completely dumbstruck. Move out of Xixia Palace? The emperor wanted to remove her position? Rui Empress was also frightened by Emperor Zhaoqing's outburst. Before she could react to save her, she had someone invite her out of Zhongcui Palace. Sun Guirun, who had knelt on the ground and cried for forgiveness, was forcefully dragged away by 2 strong palace maids. Zhongcui Palace was noisy for a while before quickly returning to silence. Emperor Zhaoqing returned to the room, and sat down in front of noble consort Xue's couch. He held the soft hair hanging by her side, and lowered his head to look at her bloodless face. He was dazed. This situation seemed familiar. 3 years ago she had also been like this. She had mysteriously lost the child in her womb. He knew that the fault wasn't on her, but he couldn't even help her vent. He could only secretly visit her in the dead of night. As the emperor, sitting on the dragon throne, there were times when he had no other choice. Back then, when the 10th princess fell off a building and died unexpectedly, he had investigated clearly who had done this behind the scenes and framed the Xue family. His 7th prince, Lu Hao, had been so audacious as to scheme against his royal sister and murder his own kin. But he couldn't punish this bastard. Instead, he had to cover up his crimes and make the Xue family the scapegoat. This wasn't because he loved Lu Hao so much that he couldn't tell right from wrong, but because he couldn't go against the teachings of his ancestors. Other than the successive celestial commissioner's advice, few people knew that every new emperor would go to the imperial ancestral temple to listen to the teachings of the holy ancestor on the day he ascended the throne. He clearly remembered the most glorious day of his life more than 10 years ago. Wearing a dragon robe and imperial canopy, the officials bowed to him. He held a heart full of ambition and stepped into the imperial ancestral temple, and knelt in front of the ancestral tablets. Emperor Zhaoqing's thoughts couldn't help but drift away. The storm in the palace wasn't deliberately suppressed. That night, the news leaked out of the palace. When they heard the news, the most worried was Empress Rui's family, the Zhongyong Count. Count Rui couldn't sit still. He immediately used the excuse that the countess wasn't feeling well to send someone to the junior supervisor Fu to find his eldest daughter, the wife of the junior supervisor, Ren Rui Shi. As the eldest daughter, Rui Hongxia was more than 10 years older than her youngest sister, Rui Zizhu. She was twice her age. She wasn't as beautiful as her sisters. When she was middle-aged, she looked like a dignified woman. Her features were similar to Empress Rui in the palace. "Father, why are you in such a hurry to find me?" Ren Ruisher walked into the dining hall. Seeing her father's frown, she guessed. Did something happen to the Empress in the palace? Count Rui gave her a summary of what had happened in the palace this afternoon. Ren Ruisher finally knew the severity of the situation. Not only was noble consort Shui pregnant, she took the opportunity to attack her aunt, the Empress. The emperor was so angry that he punished the Empress's palace servants and even punished Sun Guoran, who had finally gained favor. Now their plan to have the Empress raise a stepson was ruined. Emperor Zhaoqing had been ill in recent years, and the Empress was childless. Her authority in the palace was declining day by day. Missing this opportunity, how could they find another? I've long said that the Shui family has evil intentions. That noble consort Shui has endured until now. Father doesn't think so and even planned to marry Zizhu Mimi to their family. Fortunately, this didn't happen. Ren Ruisher couldn't help but say. Seeing Count Rui's expression wasn't good. She changed the topic and urged, "Father, don't panic. It's true that we should quickly think of a countermeasure. If this continued, no matter which Prince Emperor Zhaoqing appointed as the heir apparent, as long as Ruisher still sat on the position of Empress, the Count Fu would be a thorn in the other's side. Most likely, after the new emperor ascended the throne, the first thing he would do would be to attack the Count Fu. After that, there would be no place for the Rui family in the capital." Count Rui said, "Your aunt sent someone to send a letter. She has an idea to deal with the urgent matter, and wants me to make a decision. I just can't decide whether it's good or bad, so I asked you to participate." "Then what does Auntie mean?" Count Rui raised his head to look at his eldest daughter and said, "Today, it seems that the emperor is biased towards noble consort Shui. It's hard to guarantee that there won't be some fence-sitters in court that will fall to the ninth prince's side tomorrow. Moreover, the ninth prince is about to get married. Among the princes, only Ning Wang has more prestige than him. However, Ning Wang is grounded in his mansion, allowing the ninth prince to outshine him. Your aunt wants us to think of a way to make Ning Wang leave the mansion early to suppress the ninth prince's power." Ren Ruisher immediately understood. It wasn't just the Rui family that couldn't tolerate the Shui family's rise in power. There was also Ning Wang Fu. "Go back and mention this to your son-in-law. Tell him about noble consort Shui's pregnancy. The Empress has been implicated because of this and your mother is ill. Ask him if he has any way to smooth things over." Count Rui instructed his eldest daughter. Even though his eldest son-in-law was inflexible, he was still a smart person. It might not be easy for him to abuse his power for personal gain, but in this situation, if he was asked for help, he definitely wouldn't refuse his father-in-law. As the adjutant of the Celestial Commissioner, Ren Qiming had the right to ask about the rewards and punishments of the imperial family. It wouldn't be difficult for him to have Ning Wang release his house arrest early. Ren Ruisher thought about her husband's cold face, and then looked at her father's confident face. She hesitated for a moment before agreeing. After they were done talking about business, Count Rui asked his eldest daughter to visit his youngest daughter's room. He said with some hatred, "This girl, your mother slightly revealed that she was going to marry into the Shui clan, and she's already taken a liking to that brat Shui Rui. Now that the marriage has failed, she's actually hiding in her room without eating or drinking. What a good-for-nothing. Go teach her a lesson on my behalf. Turn her around as soon as possible, lest she embarrasses me when she goes out in the future." Ren Ruisher went to the rear courtyard to talk to Rui Zizhu. The sisters hadn't seen each other for a long time. When Ren Ruisher saw Rui Zizhu, she could see that she had lost a lot of weight. Her eyes were dark and she looked listless. She was shocked. "What's going on? How did you end up like this?" When she married out, her younger sister was still a baby. They didn't spend much time together, but the elder sister was like a mother. Every time Ren Ruisher obtained something good, she would never forget to send a portion to the Fu. When they saw each other, they would talk to each other gently. So when Rui Zizhu saw her, she couldn't help but cry. "Jiejie, Help me ask father why the marriage with the Shui family couldn't go through. What is wrong with me that he dislikes me? The little girl was stubborn. Ren Ruisher had been young and could understand her feelings. Moreover, she had seen the Dalong of the Shui family before. He was a handsome scholar that could make girls fall head over heels for him. Ren Ruisher gave a look and asked all the servant girls in the room to leave. She closed the door and coaxed her. Silly girl, you are beautiful and have been sensible since you were young. How could you be disliked by others? In my opinion, it is the Dalong of the Shui family who doesn't deserve you. Don't cry. Your little face is all wrinkled from crying. Madame Ren quickly appeased Rue Zijou and called her personal servant girl to fetch water. She personally helped Rue Zijou wash her face and said jokingly, "You've only seen that Shui Rue a few times and talked to him a few times. How would you know what kind of person he is? It's not to the point where you have to be a ruler. Believe it or not, if you don't think about him for a while and stop crying, it won't be long before you even remember what he looks like." Rue Zijou's mind became clearer after crying. Hearing her elder sister's words, she didn't refute. She just said sadly, "You don't have to say nice words to coax me. I know it's my own wishful thinking. Eldest brother of the Shui family already has someone else in his heart. I just don't feel reconciled. How can I be inferior to him?" Chapter 641. The dragon fetus in noble consort Shui's belly was saved. Emperor Zhaoqing was overjoyed and sent a large pile of rewards to Zhongcui Palace. No matter how many women in the palace were jealous, Empress Rue was completely quiet. Emperor Zhaoqing forbade the people in the palace from talking too much about the shocking fetus in the imperial garden, but allowed her to summon her family members into the palace to talk. However, old Madame Shui had passed away and Prime Minister Shui's family was small in population. They didn't have many women. In the end, only Xiang Wangfei and Shui's second Taitai, Xian Shi, were summoned into the palace. Prime Minister Shui lost his wife in his middle years and did not remarry. He had 2 sons and 2 daughters. In the eyes of others, the 2 daughters were good fortune. One was honored as a noble consort, the other as a Wangfei. Madame Xian was summoned to the palace in a daze. When she heard the good news, her head felt heavy and her feet felt light as she walked out of the palace. When she got home, she repeated what the imperial consort had said to Second Master Shui. Nyang didn't mention anything else. She only said that we don't have to worry about the marriage of the eldest young master of the Fu. I didn't dare to ask. I thought, could it be that Nyang already has a candidate in mind and is just waiting for His Majesty to appoint the marriage? Second Master Shui was an assistant minister of the Ministry of War. He was about 40 this year. His face was pale and beardless, his body slightly plump. At first glance, he didn't look like someone who would lead troops, but more like a country gentleman. No one could tell that he had followed Prime Minister Shui to the southwest when he was 14 or 15. When Nyang said this, was Wang Fei present? Second Master Shui asked out of the blue. Yes. Xian Shi looked at her master's expression and couldn't help but ask. Didn't Taegui have intentions of marrying a girl from the Rue family to the eldest young master? Second Master Shui smiled indifferently. Where did you hear that? Why would our family have a marriage alliance with the Count Fu? Xian Shi stilled. Didn't Taegui want me to investigate the character of Miss Zijou and the Count Fu? A few months ago, during a family banquet, Prime Minister Shui called the 2 members of the second branch to him and mentioned that there was a young lady in the Earl's mansion who was yet to be betrothed. The implication was that he wanted Xians to pay a visit and find out what was going on. Prime Minister Shui's Fu was very different from other families. The main residence was managed by a few housekeepers. The second branch had moved out early to start their own business. So the Shui family only had women who could go out to socialize. Xian Shi was the only one left. Even though the assistant minister's wife's status wasn't very high, Xian Shi still went to the countess's mansion twice. She didn't see Rue Zijou in person, which meant that she had brought Rue Zijou with her. The countess didn't seem to be unhappy about it. But who would have thought that before the marriage could even be properly brought up, it would go down the drain for no reason? Second Master Shui glanced at her and said, Who said that it must be done after you inquired? Didn't you find a few girls for Kwang-su? Do you want your son to marry all of them? Madame Xian's face reddened. She said defiantly, "What are you talking about, master? How can Su'er be compared to his eldest cousin brother? Eldest young master is the eldest grandson who will inherit the family business in the future. How can we allow the marriage to be so casual? If the bride's family misunderstands, wouldn't they complain? Other families in the capital might fight over the family business, but the Xue family didn't have to worry about this. Old Master Xue had always been a man of his word. When his two sons started their own families, he kicked the younger one out and divided the family property. It was obvious that he wanted the eldest son to inherit the family business. Later, when the eldest son died, he didn't even mention the matter of bringing the younger son back to the Fu. Instead, he focused on cultivating the eldest grandson, and didn't even give the second branch a chance to have other thoughts. Such a simple and crude way of managing the family had once attracted the attention of all the rich families in Anling City. Of course, there were different opinions. Hehe. Second Master Xue just laughed this time. He looked at his shrewd wife and didn't say anything. He was afraid that his extremely clever eldest nephew would mistakenly think that the old master really wanted him to marry the daughter of the Rue family, so that he could marry into the Earl's mansion, settle the unjust case of the 10th princess falling off the building, and get along well with the Empress. But he had always known that this was impossible. Just because of this, his Gui Fei Mimi in the palace would never agree to this marriage. For their eldest brother's only son to marry the Empress niece, it was a fantasy. How could he not know how stubborn his eldest sister was? Many years ago, there was an accident. His second sister was confused and caused it. Old Master. Madame Xian called back Second Master Xue, who was reminiscing about the past. We don't have to worry about young Master Xue. Father and her ladyship are looking at him. It's our Su'er who should be worried, Madame Xian said with a worried face. Our child will be 17 in 2 months. Cheng Bai's marriage will be delayed. As the younger brother, how can he be one step ahead of us? Even if I want to look for a girl, I have to do it secretly. I'm afraid that father will be unhappy if he finds out. If I wait for another year or two, I'm afraid that the girls I like will all be chosen. Second Master Xue also had a headache when he thought of his son. But it wasn't his son's marriage that he was worried about. Let's put it this way. The more successful his eldest brother's Cheng Bai was, the more disappointing his son was. At such a young age, Xue Rue was already a 5th-rank official with 2 ranks of Jinshi. He could enter and leave the imperial court and had a reputation. Xue Guangxi was neither good at literature nor martial arts. He couldn't bear the hardships of learning martial arts. He was not suited for studying. He only knew how to get into trouble all day long. The young master of my Xue family doesn't have to worry about marriage. There were countless families in Anling who wanted to be related to the Xue family. It was others who were worried. Second Master Xue felt that Madame Xian was worrying for nothing. If you have time to ask about this nonsense, why don't you discipline your precious son? He runs around all day long. Even I, as his father, don't know what he is busy with. Madame Xian didn't want to listen to him scolding her son. She stood up and glared at him. She said, I don't know what you're doing. Every time you see him, you scold him with a straight face. He was so scared that he didn't dare to come close to you. All right, I will send someone to find him. Master, please take an afternoon nap. I scolded him for his own good, Second Master Xue muttered. Seeing Madame Xian lift the curtain and leave, he sighed inwardly. He thought that he only had one son in his life. If he could be half as smart as Xue Rue, how could he bear to scold him? In the early years, the princes were young and the situation was unclear. The old master was happy to see that Cheng Bai and Ning Wang were on good terms, so he had tacitly allowed Su'er to run behind them. Who would have thought that Cheng Bai and Ning Wang would turn against each other? That silly boy couldn't even tell. The 9th prince had already returned to Jing, but he was still trying to get closer to Ning Wang. How could he not be angry? Yushu heard the good news of imperial consort Xue the next day. It wasn't that someone specially came to inform her. The news came from Su Qing when she was strolling in the Celestial Commissioner's office. Since Yushu had 2 more bodyguards by her side, They went to the Celestial Commissioner's office during the day. She didn't order them to guard the door, but sent them to walk around the office as eyes and ears. Lu Hong and Su Qing relied on their famous names. Other than some places, the Celestial Commissioner was unimpeded and could go anywhere. After a few days, they became familiar with each other and gradually brought back some useful or useless news for Yushu. I heard from a Changji in the Imperial Secretariat that the palace sent out an edict last night. They were to choose 1,000 virgin jade coins and use pearl silk to weave a picture of the moon on the sea and send it to the palace. It was said that the emperor was preparing it for the imperial consort during the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. Su Qing repeated what she said. Yushu pondered for a while and felt that it was strange. Virgin jade coins and pearl silk were both auspicious items. They were recorded in the half of the list of strange and rare objects that the Xian family gave her. The former was a fine jade the size of a copper coin and hung on the neck of a baby boy who was less than 100 days old. It absorbed the red yang qi and took 81 days to form one. The latter was a rare pearl silk spit out by a pearl silkworm. It looked like a silver thread and was extremely flexible. It was a tribute to the emperor. Pearl silk was fine. The emperor was happy to use the precious silk, made of one tail of gold, to weave a flower pattern for his favorite concubine. At most, she would sigh with emotion that imperial consort Shue's favor never waned. However, it was thought-provoking to use virgin jade coins. If she remembered correctly, this thing was always worn by the concubines who were pregnant in the palace to comfort the fetus. In other words, noble consort Shue was pregnant. After Yushu concluded, she immediately felt that this was good news. In order to confirm this matter, she approved a few marriage invitations in the afternoon and left them for Jingchen to stamp tomorrow morning. Without waiting for the sunset bell to ring, she ran to the Supreme Court to find Xue Rui to verify. They were both government offices. The Supreme Court was not far away. When Yushu walked past the bell tower, Lu Hong led her horse over. He bowed his arm and helped her, who was wearing a loose robe, onto the saddle. He then turned around and mounted his own official horse. He and Su Qing followed closely on her left and right, unimpeded out of the main gate of the Celestial Commissioner's office. Su Qing rode on the back of a tall horse, turning his head to look at the gradually diminishing figures of the guards on duty under the huge wooden gate. Just 2 months ago, he was like these ordinary people, standing guard day and night, being transferred from one gate to another. His eyes were blocked by the high walls of the city gate, as if he would never be able to see the day when he would be able to get out of the city. Su Qing ran for a while, and found that he was lagging behind Lu Hong. He quickly followed. Yushu hadn't arrived at the Supreme Court when she saw Xue Rui's official sedan on the way. It seemed like he had just come out from the government office and was about to go somewhere else. Lu Hong stepped forward and stopped her. Xue Rui pushed aside the cloth curtain and looked outside. Seeing it was Yushu, he had the sedan bearers put down the sedan and stopped by the roadside to talk to her. "Where are you going?" "I was just about to make a trip home." Xue Rui leaned half of his arm against the window of the sedan chair. His docile mare named Little Red lowered its head and sniffed at him fawningly. He reached out to block its huge head and rubbed its cheek. Little Red shyly turned its head away. A moment ago, someone from the Fu had come to the yamen. Grandfather had told him to go back. He didn't know what had happened. Yushu leaned down and asked in a small voice, "I heard that the Guifei is pregnant." Xue Rui was surprised for a moment. "What? You didn't know?" Yushu was a little disappointed, thinking that she had misheard. Chapter 642. Yushu came to Wangji Tower and asked what Xian Lishan was doing as usual. "Mr. Xian has been in the furnace room for a day. Do you want to go and have a look?" Xian Lishan promised to make tissue incense for Yushu. Because the tedious refining process couldn't be done by others, all the spices and herbs were semi-finished. Yushu simply asked people to clean up an empty room on the first floor of the backyard and added all the tools according to Xian Lishan's requirements. Since then, he stayed in the room for half a month, and she didn't see him every time she came. Yushu waved her hand and went upstairs. The private room on the second floor had prepared her clothes, shoes, and socks for the season. She changed out of her official robe, washed her face, and lay on the bed in the middle of the hall. She asked Xiaoqing to make a pot of frozen spring marrow. This was a treasure that only Wangji Tower had. The tea was cold but not greasy. The green liquid was like wine and had a faint sweetness, just like wine. After drinking a cup of tea, Yushu felt much more relaxed. These 2 days, she had been dealing with the Kuanling Bureau's stacks of marriage documents. In order to figure out who the girl was, she had been researching the marriage relationships of the rich families in Enling City. She felt dizzy. "Miss, you must be tired. Why don't you take a nap? I'll wake you up when it's time for dinner." Xiao Dai squatted and massaged Yushu's legs. Seeing that Yushu's eyes were half closed and opened them from time to time, Xiao Dai persuaded her. Yushu thought about how Xue Rui had to return to the Prime Minister's residence, and it would take at least night for him to return. Thus she answered with an N and closed her eyes. Little Qing quickly went into the room to get a soft blanket, and came out to cover Yushu with it. Xue Rui changed his clothes and hastily entered the study room. Only then did he realize that Xue Lingnan wasn't the only one waiting for him. Lu Tan was sitting beside the tea table by the window, and he raised his head and smiled at Xue Rui. Xue Rui stood in front of the door and raised his hand to salute. When he was about to greet him, he heard him say, "Cousin is finally back. Come in, no need to be so polite in your own home." "I didn't know Wang Ye was coming. Sorry for not going out to greet you," Xue Rui said with a smile. He saw that the teacup in front of Lu Tan was no longer smoking. Obviously, he had been here for a long time and the gatekeeper did not greet him. It seemed that he had come in from the side door. After being conferred the title of Wang Ye Lu Tan as a prince, he could not casually visit other people's mansions. Even his maternal grandfather's house, he could not come as he pleased. This was a matter of manners. "Sit down and talk." Xue Lingnan pointed at the chair opposite Lu Tan, and asked Xue Rui to sit down. He said to Xue Rui, "You didn't return home yesterday." Today, there was good news from the palace that the imperial consort is pregnant. "Sit down and talk." Xue Lingnan pointed to the chair opposite to Lu Tan, and asked Xue Rui to sit. He said, "You didn't come home yesterday. Today there is good news from the palace. Imperial consort Nyang Nyang is pregnant." He looked at Lu Tan, who was sitting next to him, with a smile on his face. "Congratulations, Wang Ye." Xue Rui congratulated him. Imperial consort Xue's pregnancy was a happy event for the entire Xue family. It was even more beneficial to Lu Tan. Regardless of whether the child was a boy or a girl, Imperial consort Xue's position in the inner palace would be even more stable. Now the child depended on the mother. The empress had no children. Consort De died early. Consort Xu was not favored. Consort Xian was demoted. No matter how glorious Imperial consort Xue was in her early years, she was no longer as delicate and favored as the young palace maids. Who would have thought that after more than 10 years, she would be pregnant again? It was really unexpected. For the Xue family and the 9th prince, this was great news. For others, it was bad news. Xue Lingnan continued. "This morning, your second aunt went to the palace to visit her ladyship. I heard from her ladyship that the pregnancy was diagnosed yesterday. The emperor did not mention it in court. It seemed that he was waiting for the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet to announce the good news. It's fine if you know about this. Don't go out and announce it to others." "Ai. Why is grandfather sighing?" Xue Rui asked despite knowing the answer. Xue Lingnan only shook his head. Lu Tan continued. "It's like this. I heard that news leaked from the palace. Mu Fei encountered the empress in the imperial garden yesterday and fainted from anger. This alerted Fu Huang, and was diagnosed to be pregnant. Because of this, the emperor punished all the servants in the empress palace, harshly shaming the central palace. He also punished a few nobles, causing people to harbor resentment. I don't know when there will be more trouble. Right now Mu Fei's pregnancy is not stable. I'm afraid she has been plotted against." Xue Rui heard his worry and did not think much. He thought that Gui Fei had really fainted in front of the empress. It was 80% intentional. With his aunt scheming, if she could not protect the child in her belly, she would not act rashly. But he did not hide his words from Lu Tan. He followed along and said, Wang Ye's worry is reasonable. It's just that her ladyship is in the palace. We are not at ease but have no way to do anything. Lu Tan had made a special trip here. How could he be done with just a few words of complaint? He had said things so clearly in front of his grandfather. It was clear that he had something he needed his help with. What do you mean by having no way to do anything? Has cousin forgotten Lianfeng, miss? She is currently working in the Kuanling Bureau, and is related to the inner palace. Why not ask her to help Mufei predict fortune and misfortune? Only then can grandfather and I be at ease. As expected, Lu Tan had set his sights on Yushu. Xue Rui did not need to ask in detail to know what he was planning. Originally, Lu Tan had called himself Prince Jing, and privately recruited Yushu, a 5th-level female official. Although it was not easy, it was not difficult. It just so happened that Yushu had been in the limelight at the Land and Water Conference, and received the favor of Emperor Zhao Qing. She had obtained a title bestowed by the emperor, and was praised by others. This was not something that Lu Tan could move. There was such a rare talent in front of him that he could not use. How could Lu Tan be satisfied? After going around in a circle, he could only start with Xue Rui. Chapter 643. In reality, what Lu Tan did was smart. He wanted to use Yushu, but he was selling a favor to Xue Rui. Unfortunately, the Xue family and Jing Wangfu were in the same boat. Xue Rui was selling a favor for nothing. Xue Rui understood and calmly looked at Lu Tan. He turned his head to ask Xue Lingnan, "What does grandfather think should be done?" Xue Lingnan replied, "The matters of the Hogong, us foreign officials should not interfere. But the child in your Jiumu's womb is of great importance and cannot be neglected." He didn't finish his words. Xue Rui saw a deeper meaning in his eyes. His heart jumped and he couldn't help but think. There were many Feipin in the Hogong. Above Guifei, there was only one empress. If Guifei successfully gave birth, her contributions would be even more prominent. If at this time, something happened to the empress, then the empress, who was childless and lacking in virtue, would definitely be impeached by the imperial censors. When the position of empress was empty, among the women in the Hogong, who would have the qualifications to advance further? Xue Rui lightly pursed his lips. Looking at Lu Tan's still young and inexperienced face, he guessed that he definitely hadn't thought of this layer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit still long ago and wouldn't have had the thought to use him. Grandfather, don't worry. Faced with such a situation, Xue Rui could only agree. Xue Lingnan looked at him with satisfaction. He turned his head to say to Lu Tan, "After the Mid-Autumn Festival, it will be Wang Ye's grand wedding. I only hope that it will be perfect." Lu Tan smiled and said, "At that time grandfather must drink a few more cups of grandson's wedding wine." Xue Rui watched from the side as the grandfather and grandson talked about an off-topic topic. One had a pleasant expression, the other was close. It was completely a scene of children and grandchildren being happy. But he was like an outsider, watching coldly from the side. Yushu was not in a deep sleep. She could hear some movement in the room. Even with her eyes closed, she could feel someone sitting in front of her. She was originally lying on her back, but when she opened her eyes, she saw Xue Rui sitting on a chair a foot away from her. Not far away, there was a dim gauze lamp under the window. With only a few inches of light, she could barely see him clearly. "Are you awake?" Yushu sat up slowly. She tucked her messy hair behind her ears. He reached for the teacup on the table. Xue Rui picked up the teapot before her, and refilled half of the tea in her cup. After quenching her thirst, Yushu propped her head up and looked at him. "What happened at home?" Xue Rui replied. "The imperial consort is indeed pregnant." Yushu sat up straight and her eyes widened. "Really?" Xue Rui nodded. At first, Yushu was amused. Then she found that he didn't seem to be smiling. She asked, "What, you are not happy?" Xue Rui asked her in turn, "Why are you so happy?" "This is a good thing." Yushu stated matter-of-factly to him. "First, I am a female imperial official at Kuanling Bureau. Whichever Nyang in the palace is favored will affect me. Of the empress and the other Feipin, I favor the imperial consort the most. Now that she has the grace of the emperor, Of course I am happy to see it happen. Second, I don't want to see Ningguang gain power. Of course, it's better if the ninth prince gains power. Hearing her honest words, Shui sighed. You are really honest. Yushu poked him. It's your turn to speak. Why aren't you happy? Shui could have used a roundabout way to tell her what Lu Tan had entrusted to him, and first made it clear that he was in a difficult position, and that he had no choice. He did not want her to think that he had any intention of doing anything for her, but he did not. He told her just as plainly, I want you to help divine fortune for the imperial consort, and ensure the safety of the child in her womb. The people outside all thought that she could predict life and death. Only he knew her background. What she was truly skilled at was determining fortune and misfortune. Shui was more confident than Lu Tan. As long as she was willing to put effort into this matter, then the child in the imperial consort's womb would be safe. Absolutely safe. Also, this was a shortcut. A shortcut that could free him from the heavy shackles that were the Shui family. Yushu considered for a moment before agreeing. Yes, I want to know the imperial consort's birthday. Tomorrow, I will divine for her until she gives birth. She readily agreed. Shui didn't feel relaxed. He said in a low voice, think carefully. Participating in this matter is different from you agreeing to tamper with the Book of Kuan. Yushu didn't understand the hidden meaning in his words. In her opinion, these two things were both to help imperial consort Shui. What difference could there be? Shui patiently explained to her. Once you start to divine for the imperial consort and find out that someone is plotting against her, I want you to tell me the details as soon as possible. Think about it now. Who doesn't want to see the imperial consort give birth safely? Prince Ning. The first person that Yushu thought of was the two-faced dog lord. If you can know in advance when Prince Ning will make a move, how much chance do you think you can make him go for wool and come home shorn? Yushu's eyes brightened. This was the drama where Prince Ning failed to send someone to harm the imperial consort. After the matter was exposed, he was stripped of his title and driven out of the capital by the emperor in a rage. 3 years ago, there was no evidence that Prince Ning framed the 10th princess. As time passed, it was difficult to pursue it. This time, if I can catch Prince Ning in the act, I won't let him go. Shui said in a low voice and asked her. Think again. Who else? The Empress? Yes, there's also the Empress, Shui said slowly. The Empress has been in charge of the 6 palaces for more than 10 years. She has no children. There are 7 laws. When a woman reaches 50 years of age and has no children, she can choose a concubine as the eldest. If the wife is not virtuous, she shall be abandoned. Her Majesty is 47 years old this year, a little older than the Emperor. It seems that it is difficult for her to have a child. She is nearly 50 years old. Seeing that the imperial consort is pregnant, she is more anxious than anyone else. If she harms the imperial consort and this matter is exposed, she will be impeached. Think again. If the Empress is deposed, which consort is most likely to be promoted by the Emperor? The imperial consort, Yushu swallowed. In this way, wouldn't Lu Tan directly become the first prince? Then what's the point of others fighting for? What's there to fight for? So no matter which one of them harms the imperial consort, it can shake the entire court. Now do you know what it means to be involved in this matter? It's fine if it succeeds, but if it fails, can you bear the consequences? After she heard Shui explanation, Yushu noticed that she was still thinking too simply. If she agreed to help him calculate the fortune and misfortune of the imperial consort, then she would have completely boarded the pirate ship, and it would be difficult for her to get off it. In history, there were only 2 outcomes for those who failed in the fight for the throne: death, and a life worse than death. This caused her to hesitate. Compared to Ningguang becoming the crown prince, she was more willing to see Lu Tan become the crown prince. Otherwise, she would not have been so willing to help Shui imperial consort alter the Book of Great Earth, and ignore the Empress and Xu Fei. However, she did not forget that the starting point of everything she did was to escape the death trap of the person who broke the fate, to preserve her life. But who knew how long it would take for Lu Tan to sit on the throne after he became the crown prince? It was hard to say whether or not the emperor would deal with her in this period of time. whether or not Lu Tan would become the crown prince, whether or not he would become the emperor in the future. In the end, it could not determine whether or not she could keep her little life. Was there a need for her to take such a risk for an unnecessary matter? If it was someone else, they would definitely consider this question for a few days, but for Yushu, who often toyed with probability, it was just the time it took to drink a sip of tea. Dagu, you don't have to scare me. I'll do it. Come, let's clap hands and agree. Whoever regrets is a bastard. One of her principles was, rather than waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative and attack. Furthermore, she had confidence in Shui Rui. She could divine the mastermind who wanted to harm Guifei, so Shui Rui would definitely be able to make them reveal their true colors. At this time, Yushu was still sitting on the soft couch. Her hair, which had just woken up, was loose and disheveled. A tuft of it was sticking up on the top of her head. Her serious appearance of raising her hand and swearing was very silly, but in Shui Rui's eyes, it was extremely cute. Pa. Shui Rui raised his hand and lightly patted the center of her palm, causing a clear sound to resound out. Yet he didn't retreat and instead seized the opportunity to hold her entire palm before moving it close to his face and pecking the back of her warm hand. And then he said with a chuckle. Chapter 644. On August 12th, Yu's mansion hosted a banquet. Baochang Street was crowded with people. Most of the guests had arrived at dusk. Fortunately, Shui Rui had arranged 20 diligent servants for her in advance. Otherwise, she would not have been able to receive all of them. After the Water and Land Conference, Yushu became famous. In just a month, even the common people knew that there was a messenger meowing in the court. She had learned the skills of immortals, and could summon the wind and rain to help the current sage. There were countless dignitaries in Enling City who wanted to see Yushu, but only a few actually got to see her. Therefore, when there was an opportunity like today, those who got the invitation would not be absent, and those who didn't get the invitation would think of ways to smuggle in. The number of guests was much more than what Yushu had expected. In the end, she had no choice but to add 20 tables at the last minute to accommodate all of them. He Fangji and Pei Jing were helping her to entertain the male guests in the front courtyard while Shui Rui introduced them one by one. Xian Lu came in advance with her mother, second Madame Xian. Before she got married, second Madame Xian was the daughter of the Dong family of the Imperial College. She came from a family of scholars and was very popular. Even without the title of honorary lady, it was enough for her to accompany Zhao Hui to entertain the womenfolk who came today. After all, Yushu's seniority was there. There were not many female guests today. The one with the highest status was Yushu's boss, the wife of Celestial Commissioner Ren Qiming, who had the title of honorary lady, Madame Ren Rui. The matrons of the various families had all done their homework before coming and knew a thing or two about Yushu's background. They knew that the amiable-looking and restrained madam he in front of them was the adoptive mother that Maid Yu had adopted, not her biological mother. Most of them chose to play dumb because they didn't see Yushu's mother. There were also some who were quick with their words. Why didn't I see Madame Yu on such a good day? The room, which was filled with laughter, suddenly became quiet. Zhao Hui was a little slow. When everyone was looking at her, she said with a fake smile. Xiao Yu's mother got a cold yesterday when she went out to the garden. She only took the medicine after prescribing a prescription. She's resting in her room now. Most of the people could tell that this was a perfunctory excuse. Of all times to be sick, she had to be sick at this time. However, when they thought about the identity of this Madame Yu, they realized that she seemed to be a concubine of the down-and-out Yishueji family. It was very unpresentable. After Maid Yu had a meteoric rise, it was normal for her to despise her birth mother's background and not want her to see guests. Madame Xian immediately came out to smooth things over. She got sick early in the autumn. She needs to take good care of herself. Otherwise, she won't be able to stand it when the weather turns colder. Everyone nodded in agreement. Originally, the matter was already over, but there was someone who didn't want to let it go. Speaking of Lady Yu, I met her once at Assistant Minister Yin's residence a few months ago. Zhao Hui looked at the woman sitting at the head of the table. She remembered that second Madame Xian had just introduced Madame Run to her. This Madame Run was a third-rank lady of honorary title, so she couldn't neglect her. Zhao Hui didn't know how to answer, but someone else answered for her. It was the one who had asked about Aunt Cui just now. So Lady Yu and Assistant Minister's wife are familiar with each other? Everyone pricked up their ears and heard Madame Ren say with a smile, "How would I know that they are familiar with each other? Before Lady Yu got married and had children, she used to be a maid in Madame Yin's house. The two of them were master and servant, and only reunited after more than 10 years. I heard that Madame Yin intended to marry Miss Yu to the third young master of her family. The two families almost became in-laws. At that time, Miss Yu had just taken the Dian examination and became teacher E. Who would have thought that she would have such a good fortune later?" Like everyone else, Zhao Hui heard about this for the first time. After Madame Ren finished speaking, she looked at the strange expressions on the faces of the women in the room. Only then did she realize that Madame Ren's words were wrong. What did she mean by "Yu Shu almost married someone"? Not to mention whether there was such a thing, she also mentioned that Yu Shu's future at that time was not what it was today. It made people think that the two families had originally agreed on a marriage, but later Yu Shu became successful, so she went back on her word. After hearing Madame Ren's words, Yu Shu almost became a villain who forgot her roots for power. If these words were spread out, how could she talk about marriage in the future? Zhao Hui was an emotional person. When she came to her senses, she instantly blushed with anger. She wanted to refute Madame Ren, but she didn't know where to start. She could only reply with one sentence. "I didn't know there was such a thing." Madame Ren was about to speak, but she was interrupted. "The third young master of Assistant Minister Yin's house? Did the young supervisor's wife hear it wrong?" Xian Lu was a straightforward person. She didn't see second Madame Xian winking at her. She stared at her and said, "How could the Lotus Room like him? He's just an ignorant and incompetent playboy with a bad reputation." Bah! With her interruption, everyone finally remembered who the third young master of the Yin family was, and all of them began to feel suspicious. Madame Ren was choked by a little girl and frowned at Xian Lu, who spoke. Second Madame Xian secretly scolded this wicked girl for being so troublesome. She put on a smile and said to Madame Ren, "This girl has been spoiled by the elders. She doesn't know how to control her words. Lady, please don't blame her for being a child." Since she was a child, Madame Ren didn't want to argue with Xian Lu. She turned to Zhao Hui and said with a smile, "Look, I accidentally said a few more words and made people dislike me. If Madame he doesn't know, just take it as a joke." Although Zhao Hui was angry, she remembered that it was a happy day today. She couldn't argue with a third-ranked lady. It would be worse if it got out of hand. Seeing this, the madames of the other families laughed and skipped the topic. Anyone with eyes could see that Madame Ren was deliberately finding fault. They just didn't know how Maid Messenger you had offended her to the point that she had to come all the way to expose her and embarrass her. Seeing that Zhao Hui didn't dare to argue with her, Madame Ren picked up the teacup in front of her and covered the corner of her mouth with a sneer. She thought, if it wasn't for Sister Zizhu, she wouldn't have shown up today. Who cares if she's a female fortune teller or a meowing messenger? She actually dared to criticize the young lady of the Rue family at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet and ruined her sister's marriage. She really should be taught a lesson. Xian Lu still wanted to interrupt, but second Madame Xian pressed her thigh and gave her a warning stare. Xian Lu was very depressed and found an excuse to go out for a breath of fresh air. Yu Shu was entertaining the guests in the front yard and was flattered by a group of people. Occasionally, someone would notice a maidservant behind Yu Shu who was pouring wine. But because she was fair and lovely, even if someone found her familiar, it was difficult to associate her with the young Onmyoji, who came from Dongying at the Aquatic and Land Conference. After a few rounds of wine, Yu Shu used dizziness as an excuse and left the stall to Shui Rue and the others. She retreated to the reception hall to drink a bowl of soup to sober up the hangover. She changed out of her sweaty outer cover and sat with her legs bent under the screen. She asked Mbiki, who was squatting in front of her and massaging her feet. "Queasy, you saw so many people with me just now. Did anyone show any signs of dying?" "There were many people tonight, and those who came were either rich or noble. Yushu brought Mbiki with her, intending to test her intelligence. Master, Queasy didn't find anything unusual with the guests. I didn't see anyone emitting a ghostly light. Mbiki learned the etiquette from Xian'er and Lin. She spoke the Don language fluently, and became more fluent every day. Then is there anyone like me who has a light between my eyebrows? Yushu touched her forehead subconsciously. Compared to whether there were any guests who were close to dying, she was more concerned about whether there were other people who had lived two lives like her. Mbiki shook her head and looked up at Yushu. She said respectfully with a serious face, Master, such an extraordinary person is one in a million. Seeing that she was flattering her so obediently, Yushu smiled and patted her head. At this time, Xian Lu came over. After sitting for half a cup of tea, Yushu listened to Xian Lu talk about the situation of entertaining guests in the backyard. She only raised her eyelids when he talked about Madame Ren. Madame Ren's way of talking about you is clearly to discredit you. Even I can tell what others will think of you. They will really think that you almost married that rotten persimmon in Jitsung. And now that you have a bright future, you look down on him. You should think about how to explain it later. Don't let people misunderstand. Xian Lu liked to fight for justice. Yushu heard Madame Ren's criticism of her, but she was not in a hurry to get angry. Instead, she first thought about what she had done to Madame Ren. Thinking it over, she finally remembered something that could make other people come to find her for trouble. 2 months ago at the Dingbua Hall's Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet, Miss Rue of the Countess Mansion, together with Princess Shiwen and the others, splashed dirty water on her, and in the end they were scolded by her. This young supervisor's wife came from the Countess's mansion. Before she married, she was the eldest daughter of the Rue family, which was also Rue Ziju's sister. Did the elder sister find an opportunity to help the younger sister vent her anger? Yushu thought it was ridiculous, and a smile really appeared on her face. You still laugh? Do you think it's a good thing? Xian Lu was anxious for her and reached out to hit her. Yushu said, It's not a good thing, but it's not a big deal. Don't worry about me. The innocent will be innocent. Let them talk. Madame Ren really didn't know Yushu's background. She thought that by making a few words about her marriage and making people question her character, she could make her unhappy. It wasn't that she didn't care about her reputation, but it depended on what it was related to. For example, at the Hibiscus Banquet, Commandery Princess Shiwen slandered her and accused her of being unrighteous and unfilial. If it was true that she wanted to affect her future, she would definitely not agree. As for Madame Ren implying that she was snobbish and broke the marriage, it would at most affect her finding a husband. This kind of slander was not painful to her, so she didn't care at all. This was the difference between the knowledge of a woman in the backyard and a woman who was an official in the court. It's fine if you don't worry. Just take it that I'm meddling. Xian Lu saw that she didn't take it seriously, so he couldn't force her to argue with Madame Ren. If he said more, she would be stirring up trouble. The two sat and rested for a while. Yushu took off her loose robe and put on a long satin skirt. She first told Xian Lu to go back, but she arrived a little later. The backyard was placed in the pavilion in the east corner of the garden. When Yushu walked to the door, she was hit by a mixture of various women's incense. It was so suffocating that she lowered her head and sneezed loudly. She heard that the noisy laughter inside suddenly stopped, and a group of female guests in the pavilion looked toward the door. Yushu covered her nose and raised her head with a smile. She raised her hand and bowed to the crowd. Thank you, madams, for coming to congratulate this little girl today. Please forgive me if I have not been a good host. Chapter 645. Yushu only stayed in the backyard for a short while. She greeted the womenfolk, and then went back to the front. This made Madame Ren, who wanted to quarrel with her, lose her plan. Madame Ren had long heard that this female fortune-teller was unwilling to be at a disadvantage. She even dared to scold Royal Princess Shiwen. Madame Ren thought that if someone went to learn from Yushu, she would definitely not let it go. The bigger the trouble, the worse her reputation would be. Unexpectedly, Yushu came in a hurry and left in a hurry, as if she didn't know that someone was talking behind her back. Second, Madame Xian saw that Yu Shu smiled and greeted all the high-ranking women present, and then left as if nothing had happened. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then Xian Lu came back and quickly pulled her daughter to the corridor and whispered, "Where did you go just now? Mother told you to remember that you can't repeat what Madame Ren said to Miss Yu in front of her." These words could only be told by family members. If others said half a word, it would be deliberately stirring up trouble. Xian Lu said carelessly, "Why didn't you say it earlier? I already told her." Second, Madame Xian choked and slapped her back. "Who told you to speak too fast?" Xian Lu gritted her teeth in pain, but didn't dare to make a loud noise. She looked at her mother with grievance and was unconvinced. "I'm the best friend of the Lotus Master. Why didn't I tell her when someone said bad things about her behind her back?" Second, Madame Xian couldn't do anything to her. It wasn't easy to educate her at home, so she could only wait until they went back to deal with this wicked girl. Thinking of Yu Shu's normal expression just now, she said to Xian Lu with disappointment, "Learn from others. You only know how to play all day long. You don't have a good memory." After Yu Shu held a big housewarming banquet, there were more voices in the capital talking about her, the female official. People's focus was obviously different. Some people praised official Yu for her cheerful personality and eclectic personality. Some people secretly criticized her for not being dignified enough and not having the cultivation of a woman. Some people envied Maid Yu for holding an important official position at a young age, and that women were not inferior to men. Some people ridiculed her for being too shrewd and arrogant. In short, it's a mixed bag. There was also some gossip mixed in. It was said that female envoy Yu's mother had been a maidservant in Prime Minister Yin's household, and was the mistress of the current assistant minister Yin of the Ministry of Revenue. After they reunited, Lady Yin didn't mind female envoy Yu's pitiful life and arranged a marriage for her youngest son. At first, female envoy Yu was greedy for power and had agreed. Who would have thought that in just a few months, she would enter the court and gain the favor of the emperor? She looked down on the ignorant and incompetent young master of the Yin family, and went back on her word. Before this gossip reached Yu Shu's ears, Madame Yin, who had heard the news, was furious. Assistant Minister Yin wasn't invited to Yu Shu's housewarming banquet, so Madame Yin naturally didn't attend as well. However, there was no harm in some busybodies running to her for confirmation. When Madame Yin heard that her precious son was placed together with the daughter of that lowly person, and was even said to be the daughter of her family, who refused to let go of the girl, and in the end, she was despised. Even though she knew it wasn't the truth, she was still furious and said without thinking, "That kind of lowly person who shows her face in public doesn't even have enough status to be my son's concubine." At that time, she was really muddle-headed to find her son a capable wife who could control him, and was easy to manipulate. Madame Yin was so regretful that her teeth itched. Seeing her change in attitude, the busybody quickly found an excuse to leave. However, Madame Yin's anger wasn't appeased. No matter how bad her youngest son was, he was still her biological son. How could others look down on him, especially when he was born out of wedlock by a maidservant? People's thoughts were so strange. There was a kind of preconceived notions. For example, there was a beggar on your street who had been begging for food with a broken bowl for more than 10 years. Then one day, he passed by your door on a big horse in bright clothes and said hello to you. No matter how you greeted him with a smile on your face, you must think in your heart, "Humph, he's just a stinky beggar. What's there to show off?" Aunt Chui, who used to be Madame Yin's maidservant, was this stinky beggar in Madame Yin's mind. No matter how good her daughter was, there was always a lingering sense of superiority in Madame Yin's heart. Therefore, after hearing the rumor, Madame Yin selectively ignored Madame Ren, who used her family as a scapegoat. Instead, she blamed Yu Shu and her daughter who didn't know what was good for them. Near the Mid-Autumn Festival, Assistant Minister Yin couldn't get away from the Ministry of Revenue, and didn't return home for 2 days. Madame Yin inquired about the address of the Yu's mansion. Without discussing with him, she took advantage of the evil atmosphere, and sent someone to Baochong Street to find Aunt Chui to talk about the old days. At the same time, she invited a few ladies and madams who were on good terms to her home for tea. Speaking of which, Concubine Chui wasn't able to come out on the day of the banquet at the Yu residence to show off her prestige as the mother of a high-ranking official, so she had been holding back her anger and privately complained to Yu Xiaoxiu. What's there to be afraid that I'll be shy and make a fool of myself in front of the guests? I think your sister just dislikes me as her mother and doesn't want me to come out to meet people. She told me the truth so that I can go back to my small courtyard and don't make things difficult for her. Of course, this was just a casual remark. Being able to live in this big house as a proper madam and enjoy the treatment of being surrounded by people, Aunt Chui was very unwilling to go back to the past. There was only one bad thing. Yu Xiaoxiu had to go to school every day and went to find Zhao Hui, who was always looking after the child. They didn't go out at all. She didn't even have someone to gossip with. Therefore, when Madame Yin's servant found the gatekeeper of the Yu's mansion and asked someone to go in to inform her, Aunt Chui received the invitation and almost happily asked someone to reply. Aunt Chui freshened up and sent a little servant girl, Xiang Sui, to the front to find someone. When Zhou Hu, who was the steward in the front yard, heard that Madame was going out, he didn't dare to neglect. He immediately asked someone to tie a stable mule cart and chose a clever manservant to follow. Aunt Chui sat in the cart happily and said to Xiang Sui, "You girls only think that I'm a disgrace. Even the wife of the assistant minister came to me for tea." Chapter 646. Aunt Chui was the first to arrive at the assistant minister's residence. Lady Yin was waiting for her. When she heard the report, she quickly asked someone to invite her to the inner courtyard for tea. Before Aunt Chui came, she was a little perturbed. The last time she discussed with Lady Yin about their children's marriage, Yu Shu came to make a scene. In the end, they parted on bad terms. She even stayed for a few days in Lady Yin's residence. In the end, she was chased out. She did not expect that when she saw her today, Lady Yin was much more enthusiastic than before. She treated her with good tea and water, and her words and actions were intimate. This made Concubine Chui's worried heart feel at ease. After hearing a few good words, she secretly felt proud. She did not get married to an ideal husband, but she gave birth to a good daughter. Now she was a proper wife. Yin Foreign first complimented Chui Yinyang's golden hairpin and silk dress, and then sighed with emotion that things remain the same, but people have changed. Next, she mentioned Yu Shu. "Your daughter is really not an ordinary person." Even His Majesty praised her and bestowed her with special honor. "You a girl really, even 10 sons of other people can't compare to you." That day, I had the intention to become in-laws with you. Now it seems that I really have climbed the social ladder. Your daughter is probably the son of a prince or prime minister. Only then will she be a good match. After hearing this, Aunt Chui was stunned and then happy. She was stunned because she did not expect that her unfilial daughter would think that a son of an assistant minister was too low. Happy because she could have a son of a prince as a son-in-law. Sister's words. Aunt Chui was so excited that she blushed and stuttered. "Are you trying to make fun of me?" A trace of disdain flashed across Lady Yin's eyes. She smiled and said, "Am I someone who speaks without thinking? I said it and you don't believe me. Wait, I have a few guests here to chat about tea. If you believe me, I will help you find out which noble son in Anling City is still unmarried. I will let you choose a good one." Aunt Chui looked hesitant. Madame Yin was a little displeased. "Why? Don't you trust me?" Aunt Chui hurriedly shook her head and said with some grievance, "Madame doesn't know. That girl has a big mind and doesn't like me to make decisions for her. Last time, she was angry with me. I'm afraid that if I act on my own this time, I'll make her angry again. Why don't you wait for me to go back and ask her for her opinion?" Mrs. Yin let out a laugh and said, "Look at how impatient you are. I'm only helping you to inquire, but it's as if I want you to bring a son-in-law home today. Girls are all thin-skinned. How can they find their own in-laws? Why don't you prepare for her first? It won't be too late to ask her when there's some progress." When Concubine Chui heard this, she hurriedly agreed. After dinner, Yu Shu heard that Aunt Chui had gone out during the day. She called Zhou Hu, who was in charge of the front yard, and found out that she had gone to Assistant Minister Yin's house on East Gate Street. Yu Shu frowned. She temporarily postponed checking on Yu Xiaoxiu's homework for the night and went to see Aunt Chui first. After Aunt Chui was brought here, the mother and daughter didn't see each other every day. They didn't even eat together. Even Yu Xiaoxiu abided by filial piety and came to see her every night after school or when he came back from the medical center. Aunt Chui was trying on new clothes in the room. She wasn't allowed to show up at the government banquet the day before yesterday, so Yushu gave her a box of expensive hairpins and beads. At this moment, she held a long green jade bead bracelet and gestured it on her body. Suddenly, she heard Xiang Sui call Miss behind her. She turned around and saw Yushu standing at the door looking at her. She felt guilty and almost dropped the thing in her hand. Did mother go out today? Yushu didn't question her. She wanted to maintain a peaceful relationship with her birth mother. Towards the simple-minded Aunt Chui, her minimum requirement was to not cause trouble for her. Ah yes. Aunt Chui turned her head to put the bead bracelet back into the jewelry box. She didn't want Xiang Sui to see the uncomfortable expression on her face. Where did you go? Did you buy anything on the street? If you ran out of money, I'll ask Lin, or to send it over later. Aunt Chui wasn't stupid enough to think that she could hide where she went during the day from Yushu. She squeezed a smile and said, Assistant Minister's wife invited me to have tea. I stayed at her residence for a while and hurried back. Yushu pretended to be surprised. Assistant Minister Yin's residence? I was chased out by him last time and fell out with him. Why are you still in contact with him? Aunt Chui said unhappily, I didn't ask anyone to chase me out. It's all your fault. Seeing that Yushu was frowning in displeasure, she didn't dare to continue to blame her. She didn't even dare to mention that Lady Yin had given her advice. Yushu asked a few more questions. Aunt Chui only said that Lady Yin had invited her to have tea and complimented her on her clothes and jewelry. As for how she met and spoke with the other Furins, she didn't mention a word to Yushu. Yushu could tell that Aunt Chui was hiding something and knew that she wouldn't be able to get the truth out of her. She glanced at the young maidservant who was hiding in the corner, obviously afraid of her, and left with her people. Aunt Chui thought that she had escaped her interrogation, and secretly rejoiced. Who would have thought that just as she fell asleep that night, Xiang Sui, who was guarding the door, was called away. In the east upper room, Xiang Sui trembled as she stood in front of Yushu with her head lowered. She whispered about Aunt Chui's visit to the assistant minister's residence during the day. Madame first met Lady Yin. The two of them drank tea together. This servant was asked to leave. Not long after, a few other Furins came. I don't know what they said. They stayed for about an hour until the sun set. Then Madame was sent out by Lady Yin. Yushu understood that this girl had been beaten last time and didn't dare to coax her. Seeing that she couldn't say anything, she asked someone to bring her out. She thought that she might have been overthinking this time. That Lady Yin probably wanted to repair her relationship with Aunt Chui, so she held a tea party to invite her. No matter how stupid Aunt Chui was, she wouldn't collaborate with others to harm her. Chapter 647. On the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet was held. All officials above the third rank could bring their families into the palace for the banquet. Yushu was lucky enough to be among them because of her royal title. Before the palace gate was opened, the road outside the city gate was lined with carriages, horses, and soft sedan chairs. Yushu had arrived early, but she tactfully stayed at the back and didn't squeeze with the others. The banquet could only start at 7 o'clock, so everyone waited outside the palace 2 hours in advance. They sat in the sedan chairs and waited for half a day. When they were bored, they got off and stood for a while, looking for acquaintances to chat for a while. Different from the pilgrimage, the officials who entered the palace on the Mid-Autumn Festival were all in casual clothes. Fortunately, Yushu had met this group of people at the Land and Water Conference, so she recognized their faces. Several sedan chairs passed by Yushu and stopped to greet her. If she met someone she was not familiar with, she wouldn't mistake it for an awkward silence, and could always say a few words. There was a carriage coming from the south. Along the way, people made way for it, and it caused quite a commotion. When Yushu saw Shui Rui following behind on a horse, she knew who was sitting in the carriage. Prime Minister Shui's carriage passed by Yu Shu's face without even pausing for a moment. Shui Rui stopped the horse and got down from the carriage. There were so many pairs of eyes in the surroundings, but the two of them did not get too close to each other. After exchanging a few simple words, Shui Rui led the horse and walked forward. Yu Shu stood in the same place and watched until the carriages disappeared. She estimated the position with her eyes. It was about half a street away. This was her current status, the difference between her and the first-class officials in the court. There's really nothing to look forward to, Yu Shu muttered. What hopeless? Yu Shu heard the voice and turned around. Her eyes fell on the carriage parked by the side. She faked a smile and said, I said I stood for a long time, and my legs are numb. I don't know how long I have to wait. Yes. Jing Chen's figure flashed in front of the window. Then he got down from the carriage and stood by the side of the road, seemingly planning to wait with her. Yu Shu did not chase him away. She turned around and returned to the sedan chair, leaving him there. Jing Chen did not return to the carriage. He stood beside her sedan chair with his hands behind his back. He lowered his head and said, My mother's tomb was built in County. There was no response from the sedan chair. Jing Chen continued, I intend to head there in 3 days to investigate. A moment later, the curtain was opened and Yu Shu poked half of her head out. She looked left and right to make sure that no one was paying attention to them, and asked impatiently, What do you mean? My father was an orphan. After he died, he was buried with my mother. If Yin Hua didn't die, then who would be buried with Princess Luyue in the tomb of the County princess? Or there was only the County princess in the tomb. No matter what Yin Hua's background was, he and Princess Liyue were husband and wife, and they had a son. After so many years, it was impossible for him not to go there once. Jing Chen threw another heavy blow. 20 years ago, on the 19th of August, it was their wedding day. There were 3 great joys in life, and the wedding night was one of them. No one would easily forget such a day. Unless Yin Hua was really a heartless person. Would he quietly go to the tomb of the princess to mourn? Can you go with me at that time? Yu Shu thought for a while and nodded. I will go. There were too many secrets hidden in Yin Hua's body. If she could find him and find out about the Book of Mystic Goddesses, she could find a way out as soon as possible. She would not be so passive and wait to be slaughtered by others. Yu Shu's feeling of being able to participate in the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet held by the palace was far less profound than the officials who were born and raised in the feudal imperial society. At the beginning of the banquet, Emperor Zhao Qing gave a speech of celebration, focusing on the prosperity of the De and dynasty and the strength of its people, implicitly affirming and praising himself. He also rewarded a few old ministers and encouraged the work of the various departments. The relatives of the emperor, civil and military ministers surrounding him all showed their pride, and the crowd was in high spirits. Yu Shu seemed to be an anomaly. She could only look at the emperor on the dragon throne with bright eyes to ensure that if he glanced at her corner, he would be able to meet her passionate gaze. Then, after a round of toasts, Emperor Zhao Qing announced 2 major events. One was that imperial consort Shui was diagnosed to be pregnant. The other was that he decided to send troops to conquer Dongying within 3 months. Before people could think about the former news, their minds were forcefully occupied by the latter. This made the 2 groups of people who were arguing about whether to cross the sea to attack Dongying excited. Prime Minister Shui's side was successful, but Prime Minister Yin's face was not so good. Some people could not sit still, and was about to admonish him. As soon as they stood up, they were nailed to their seats by Emperor Zhao Qing's gaze. The Dongying Island country is ambitious and covets our territory. We cannot tolerate it. The envoys of various countries saw the Dongying people fooling me at the Land and Water Conference. If we do not teach them a lesson, how will the dignity of our De and dynasty be preserved? The 2 groups had been arguing for many days. Emperor Zhao Qing did not side with either side. At this time, he firmly expressed his attitude. No one dared to question him. Your Majesty is wise. It is the blessing of our De and dynasty. I saw the golden dragon Dongfang Kong raise its head yesterday. It is obvious that this battle will be a great victory. De Tidian was the first to stand up and chimed in. With him taking the lead, more than half of the people at the banquet immediately stood up and cheered for His Majesty's wisdom. Many generals and old officials who used to lead troops immediately expressed their willingness to lead troops to battle and share the burden of His Majesty. They looked like they were willing to die 1,000 deaths. You should guess what these people were thinking. Most likely, they felt that with the strength of the Yuan dynasty, attacking a small country like Donging would be a piece of cake. This was a good opportunity to gain merit for free. They had to fight for it. Anyone who did not go would be stupid. Oh, except for those who were seasick. Emperor Zhaoqing was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He pretended not to see Prime Minister Yin's hesitant expression and announced, "Today is a festival. We will not talk about national affairs for now. After tomorrow, we will discuss the matter of sending troops." Then, the banquet quickly returned to a happy and harmonious atmosphere. Yu Shu was thinking about the trip to the princess tomb in a few days when someone sitting next to her poked her arm with a chopstick and reminded her in a low voice, "Official Yu, His Majesty is talking to you." Yu Shu turned her head and saw Emperor Zhaoqing's smiling face in the distance. She quickly stood up and didn't pay attention to what the emperor had just asked her. She showed an embarrassed expression. Emperor Zhaoqing didn't blame her for being distracted. He just thought that she was too far away and couldn't hear him clearly. He ordered the chief eunuch, "Why did you arrange a seat so far away for our meowing messenger? Someone, add a seat closer to official Yu." Yu Shu was a 5th-ranked official. It was normal for her to be seated near the door in a banquet filled with 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-ranked officials. However, Emperor Zhaoqing was happy to give her a high regard, so no one could say anything wrong. As a result, Yu Shu suddenly sat at the head of the hall from the last seat. Coincidentally, Emperor Zhaoqing casually pointed and placed her in front of Ren Qiming's seat. When she turned her head, she could see Madame Ren, who had ridiculed her behind her back. Yu Shu clearly saw a flash of displeasure on Madame Ren's face. This was the first time Yu Shu had seen the emperor since the end of the aquatic conference. 5th-ranked officials could attend court to listen to politics and admire the emperor's appearance. However, a new official like her would have a period of probation. Usually, it would be 1 or 2 months later when her boss had reviewed her overall work and found that there was no dereliction of duty or negligence before she could officially enter the court to participate in discussions. Since Emperor Zhaoqing had noticed Yu Shu, he couldn't help but say a few more words to her. In other words, he was concerned about her daily life. This was enough for everyone at the banquet to see how much he valued her. Shui Rui sat behind Shui Lingnan and watched as Yu Shu was brought out to sit in the middle of a group of old foxes. She instantly became the focus of attention. He curled the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Shui Lingnan, who was in front of him, turned his head and asked, "Do you know why Madame Wei is absent today?" Prince of Dongjing's mother, Madame Wei, had been summoned to the capital. With such a noble identity, she would definitely be on the attendance list. However, she was nowhere to be seen tonight. Shui Rui shook his head and said, "I don't know." Chapter 648. The Yuan dynasty followed the previous dynasty in some regulations. For example, when a princess marries, her coffin cannot be kept in the imperial mausoleum. Another princess tomb must be built. If the prince's son-in-law died, the couple must be buried together. Royal Princess Lu Yue and the current emperor had the same mother, so the former emperor doted on her very much. He ordered the imperial astronomer to choose a feng shui treasure cave for her, which was near Xian, 30 miles west of Anling. Emperor Zhaoqing was obviously in a good mood at the palace banquet tonight. When the moon was up, he took a group of close officials to the imperial garden to admire the moon. Emperor Zhaoqing was in a good mood and ordered people to recite poems and perform. Yu Shu was among them and was fortunate to see a rare scene of several loyal officials. Prime Minister Shui, who looked serious, actually played a lively flute. Ren Qiming, the black-faced deity, actually knew how to use 2 swords. Prince Xiang knew how to play the waist drum. Earl Rui even danced a short horse dance to Prime Minister Shui's beat. In short, all the officials that Emperor Zhaoqing cared about were picked out one by one to make him smile. No one was spared. Yu Shu quietly took 2 steps back and stood in an inconspicuous place. On one hand, she despised this group of unscrupulous officials. On the other hand, she seriously thought if she had any unique skills that could be used. What if Emperor Zhaoqing called her name? Zhongcui Palace noble consort Xue sat in the attic with a few layers of soft mattresses under her. She was dressed lazily and lightly powdered. She didn't wear the splendid clothes of the previous festivals. Because she was pregnant, Emperor Zhaoqing personally exempted her from going to Shiwu Palace to flatter the empress and celebrate the festival with the other concubines. The Zhonglong tortoiseshell table was filled with platters of fruits. Just the platters of mooncakes with different flavors, sweet, fragrant, savory, lotus and meaty. There were more than 20 of them. There were only 8 platters for the Guifei. The extra half was given to her by the emperor, and the other half was given to her by the imperial kitchen. There were many servants in the palace. The news that noble consort Xue was beaten in Shiwu Palace had spread throughout Yeding. From the top to the bottom, everyone rushed to curry favor. The people in the imperial concubine's palace had been stifled for the past few years. Recently, they could finally hold their heads high. Lu Tan sat on a stool on the other side of the long table, motionlessly looking at his mother, who was personally peeling oranges for him. The wine glass in front of him had been replaced with tea. Before coming over, he had deliberately changed his robe that smelled of alcohol to prevent her from breathing in. It was a rare festival, so Emperor Zhaoqing allowed the princes who had left the palace to build their manors to reunite with their mothers, except for the 4th prince and the 11th prince who had been kicked out of the capital. Lu Tan had left the capital at a young age, and returned once every 3 years. The number of times he had seen noble consort Xue in the past 10 years could be counted on one's fingers. However, this didn't change the fact that he admired noble consort Xue. There was almost no topic of idle conversation between this pair of mother and son. Noble consort Xue did not complain to him about the secrets of the inner palace, and Lu Tan did not tell her much about the matters of the previous court. However, it was almost time for the entrance to the inner palace. Tao Momo, who was watching the hourglass, reminded him. Only then did Lu Tan mention to noble consort Xue that he intended to ask Yushu to tell her fortune and seek her approval. Noble consort Xue's eyes, which had been as gentle as water all night, wavered slightly. Looking at her son who had unknowingly lost his immaturity, she asked, "Who gave you this idea?" Lu Tan replied, "It was your son who was worried about Mu Fei." Noble consort Xue instantly smiled like a flower. "Then let's do it this way. Bureau Kuanling has my order card, but without your imperial father's verbal orders, I don't think they would dare to act on their own. It just so happens that in a few days, I will summon you new to the palace. At that time, I will tell her in person, and there will be no need to alarm the emperor." Before palace maids entered the palace, the celestial commissioner would check their birth 8 characters and annotate an order card. All of it would be copied into 2 copies. One copy would be locked in the Bureau of Shanggong, and the other sealed with the celestial commissioner. For someone of noble consort Xue's rank, her order card wasn't something that anyone could casually read. Noble consort Xue herself knew what was written on it, but she didn't save herself the trouble and directly told Lu Tan to pass on the message. Lu Tan didn't think much of it. He just assumed that his mother was worried about Yushu and wanted to tell her in person. Seeing that it was getting late, he didn't linger and stood to bid farewell. The chief palace maid of Zhongsui Palace, Song Lan, led him out. On the doorway, he met a palace maid who hurriedly ran in. She crouched down and bowed to him, then quickly left at Song Lan's signal. Lu Tan turned his head and saw her run into the pavilion where noble consort Xue stayed. What had happened? He couldn't stop thinking about it until he walked out of the back palace, which was filled with many corners and corridors. As for noble consort Xue, because she had just heard a piece of news, she changed her clothes and went to sleep. The 7th prince, who was under house arrest in Ningguang Fu, somehow managed to obtain Emperor Zhaoqing's permission to enter the palace without a word. He didn't participate in the banquet before the court, but stayed in Yongla Palace for half an hour. On the 2nd day after the mid-autumn banquet, Emperor Zhaoqing reiterated his decision to send troops to conquer the Dongying last night. He had the civil and military officials nominate a leader. When the court was about to end, he found an excuse and lifted Ningguang's house arrest. The headless case of the imperial envoy in Pei County caused the 11th prince, Lu Yi, to fall from his horse. Lu Hao, who had set up the trap, also didn't benefit. Because he was involved in the case, he was grounded by Emperor Zhaoqing for 3 months. In less than 2 months he was released. The officials in the court were not at all surprised. After all, it was common knowledge that Emperor Zhaoqing favored the 7th prince. Thus that afternoon, the gates of Ningguang Fu, which had been closed to all visitors, resumed its traffic. It was as if the desolation of the past few days had never passed. Yushu had heard the news from Shui Rui. She hadn't been able to speak in time in the palace last night. In the morning, Shui Rui had sent someone to the Celestial Commissioner to send a message, and arranged for the two of them to find a nearby restaurant to spend their lunch. He got off easy. Yushu frowned and took a sip of wine. That time in Pei County, Lu Hao had almost plotted against Shui Rui and her, and killed an imperial envoy. Just like that, Lu Yi had been made a scapegoat and had been imprisoned for a few days. Autumn was cold. Shui Rui moved away the cold dish in front of her, and replaced it with cooked meat. He didn't want her to feel uncomfortable at night with nothing to pat her stomach after drinking cold wine. It was agreed that he would be imprisoned for 3 months, but he was released early. Doesn't the imperial censor have anything to say? Shui Rui shook his head. Right now, everyone is focused on the conquest of the Dongying. With the affairs of the country at hand, no one has anything to do to make Ningguang uncomfortable. Then he really came at a good time. Yushu didn't want to mention Ningguang, the scheming person. She turned and told Shui Rui that she was going to encounter with Jing Chen to investigate the princess tomb. When Shui Rui heard this, he objected. No, I don't agree with you going. Yushu didn't understand. Why? This is a rare opportunity. Maybe we can really capture Yin Hua? Shui Rui sneered. If Jing Chen can think of it, do you think that the emperor and the great emperor can't think of it? If Yin Hua can be captured so easily, he would have been captured alive long ago. Would he wait for you to think of it? If you go this time, not only will you not be able to see Yin Hua, it is very likely that someone will take the opportunity to kill you. Don't forget that Ningguang is eyeing you and wants you dead. Yushu also had her reasons. I have thought about what you said, but it is different this time. Isn't there Jing Chen? Jing Chen's return to the capital caused such a big commotion. If Yin Hua is still alive, it is impossible that he doesn't know. The princess has been dead for 20 years, and only this son is left in the world. Would he not want to see him? In the capital it is heavily guarded. He might not dare to show his face. When he goes to an isolated place like in county, he might reunite with Jing Chen. It was rare for Shui Rui to disagree with her. This is what you think. Didn't you say that Yin Hua is very likely to be your senior brother? He already has a wife in his hometown, but he abandoned his wife and son to go to the capital. He also tried to get close to Princess Luyue, because of the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 wrens. Do you think such a fickle person would take the risk just to see his son? After she finished listening to his analysis, Yushu instantly became gloomy. Even though what Shui Rui said was the truth that had been deliberated upon, it was still difficult for her to imagine that the eldest senior brother who was praised so highly by Taoist Qingzheng, the Yinhua Ez who was revered by the people of the world for 20 years, would be a heartless person who was afraid of death. I think he is not the person you said he is. Yushu looked at Shui Rui's expression. She had an illusion that he, who had always been calm, seemed to have a prejudice against Yin Hua, but she could not tell where this prejudice came from. Yushu knew Shui Rui for a long time, but she rarely saw him make such a subjective evaluation of a person. There was no smile on Shui Rui's face at this moment. His gentle gaze suddenly became aggressive. So you're saying that you must go? Yushu hesitated for a moment and braced herself to say yes. Chapter 649. Lu Tan and Xia Jiangmin's grand wedding was also in the 8th month. It was right after the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the day before Yushu was to leave for the princess tomb. It really was an eventful time. The Xia Jiang family's roots were in the south. On the day of the wedding, there weren't many guests from the bride's family, but it wasn't that there weren't any. There were a few old officials in Jing who had served in the south in the early years. For the sake of the Xiaojiang family, they either sent their eldest sons to congratulate or prepared a generous gift to send to Jing Wangfu. Even though Yu Shu had received an invitation from Lu Tan, she attended as a guest from the bride's side. She first went to Xiaojiang's guest house early in the morning to see her before Xia Jiangmin put on her wedding dress. Then she followed the bridal procession to the Wangfu. This day was extraordinarily lively. Yu Shu saw what was called 10 li of red dowry. Even though the Xiaojiang family wasn't prominent in Jing, they were one of the wealthiest families in the south. They had been a prestigious family for 100 years and had accumulated countless gold and silver treasures. They effortlessly saved 160 chests of dowry for the young miss marrying into the imperial family. Each chest was so heavy that it would take 4 young and strong men to move it. Some people thought of the scene when Ning Wangfu welcomed the bride, and couldn't help but compare. Ning Wangfei was the pearl in the palm of the great scholar Cui Zheng of the Hall of Heroic Martial, a typical scholarly family. But the Xiaojiang family had a son who had been married to a princess. They were a first-class family in the eyes of the world's merchants. Their descendants more or less had a thread of blood from the imperial family. In terms of birth, the two Wang Fei each had their wins and losses. These 2 marriages had been personally chosen by Emperor Zhaoqing. It was hard for people to judge whether he favored Lu Ten more or valued Lu Hao more. After the wedding ceremony, the banquet started. Lu Tan sent Xia Jiangmin to the bridal chamber, and then hurried back to the front to entertain the guests. After being persuaded to drink a few cups of wine, his face was flushed. Anyone with eyes could see that he was very satisfied with this marriage. The new Wang Fei stayed in the bridal room. The female guests said auspicious words and left one by one. In the end, only Yu Shu was left to accompany her. "Ashu, are you still here?" Xia Jiangmin wore a bright red wedding dress and sat on the edge of the bed. She had to wait for the groom to come and take off the dragon and phoenix veil. She had to wait for the groom to come and take it off. "Yes, I haven't left." Yu Shu was standing in front of the window, observing the pair of gold-painted red candles. When she turned around, she saw Xia Jiangmin sitting there with her head covered. Her small white hands were clutching her knees. With one glance, anyone could see that she was uneasy. Yu Shu walked over and said to the 2 maids guarding the bed, "Go get some hot water for your Wang Fei to wipe her hands and feet and get rid of the sweat." The 2 of them looked at me, I looked at them, and stood motionless. One of them was petite and had very beautiful eyebrows. She raised her head and replied, "His Highness ordered us to guard the new Wang Fei. We didn't dare to move." When Yu Shu saw that these 2 people were not from Xiaojiang's dowry, she couldn't order them around for a moment. "If I tell you to go, then go. Why are you being so long-winded? His Highness told you to watch over me, not to watch over a criminal." Xia Jiangmin was displeased. "I wouldn't dare." The 2 of them anxiously excused themselves and quickly walked out. They passed the screen but didn't forget to close the door. They ordered the maids outside to leave, and only dared to whisper to each other when they were far away. "What? You've just entered the mansion and you're already putting on airs as a princess. Shu Pinger, don't talk nonsense." "I didn't. I know you feel wronged. We were also sent by the palace to serve Wang Yi. The best outcome would be to make Wang Ye's bed and fold blankets. In front of Wang Fei, you have to be docile and not be an eyesore. You've been in the palace for so many years. How come you don't even have this bit of cunning?" While the 2 of them were whispering to each other, Xia Jiangmin, who was anxiously waiting for her wedding night, had no idea that one of the 2 maids who had just gone out would become her nightmare in the future. There were no other people in the bridal chamber, and Xia Jiangmin couldn't see Yu Shu. She wanted to lift the wedding veil on her head, but was quickly stopped by Yu Shu. "Don't move. Wait for the bridegroom to come back, and then lift it. It's a good sign." As she spoke, Yu Shu sat on the embroidered stool beside the bed and held Xia Jiangmin's sweaty hand. She jokingly said, "I see that your hands and feet are cold. Are you nervous or anxious?" Xia Jiangmin held her dry and slender hand back. Her heart couldn't help but calm down. She stared at Yu Shu's straight boots through the gap under the wedding veil and stubbornly said, "There will be a day when you get married." Yu Shu joked with her for a bit and then said seriously, I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I have to leave the capital for 2 days. I have to leave in a bit, so I won't be able to attend your wedding. On your wedding day, I will be happy for you. There are some things that I shouldn't say. Just treat it as me talking too much. What can't the two of us say? Xia Jiangmin hurriedly said. Yushu smiled slightly, even though she didn't want to see her. From now on, you are the mistress of Ning Wangfu. I see that Ning Wang is full of ambition, and will not be satisfied with being an idle marquis. No one can predict what will happen in the future. I can only remind you, as husband and wife with Ning Wang, it's best not to do anything rebellious, not to fight because of anger, and not to have a competitive heart. After Xia Jiangmin heard Yushu's 3, it's best not to, her uneasy heart rose another level. Before she got married, her father had a heart-to-heart talk with her. He had repeatedly told her to be respectful and submissive to Ning Wang, and not to throw a tantrum. He had vaguely told her that Ning Wang would have great accomplishments in the future, but it wasn't as deep as what Yushu had said. Yushu didn't see her respond and assumed that she was frightened by her. She wanted to say a few words to comfort her, but was worried that she wouldn't listen to her advice and would suffer in the future. Regarding Ning Wang, Yushu had seen it for herself and heard it from Shui Rui. He definitely wasn't a person blinded by lust. It wasn't realistic to hope that he would be a good man who doted on his wife. Lu Tan was young and mature, tolerant and astute. Emperor Zhao Qing had forced him to Longhu Mountain for 10 years, but it hadn't been able to wear away his ambition. It could be seen that in the near future, he would grow into a ruthless character comparable to Ning Wang. The schemes that Xia Jiangmin had cultivated were completely at the level of elementary school. How could she be qualified for the position of Ning Wangfei? Yushu didn't have the experience of marriage and didn't understand men very well, but she looked at Wang Fei as a position. Xia Jiangmin was like an intern with education but no experience. Ning Wang wasn't her business partner, but a boss who had absolute power. The entire matter would be easy to handle. The advice she gave was also the employee code that she had concluded when she was working for someone in the investment bank. Don't try to go against your boss. He can be impulsive, but you can't. Of course, she sincerely hoped that Xia Jiangmin and Lu Tan would grow in love over time, and that they would be in harmony, and that they wouldn't treat each other with respect. Ashu, Xia Jiangmin, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke. I will be a good Wang Fei. You don't have to worry about me. Even if it was for her Si Jia who had been killed, she would be a good wife to Ning Wang. She wouldn't let the people who schemed against the Xia Jiang family get what they wanted. Yushu raised her hand and hesitated. In the end, she patted her shoulder twice through the heavy daughter-in-law. Ming, I'm leaving you rest. Xia Jiangmin listened to the sound of Yushu's footsteps leaving and silently counted. When she reached the door, she couldn't resist lifting a corner of the wedding veil. When she raised her head, she could see the slender figure of Ming. She was wearing the robes of Shi, which made her backline look straight. The red candles in front of the window were dazzling and made her remember that frightening night. On the merchant ship that had narrowly escaped death, the youth that had saved her kept calling in her ears while she was unconscious. Ming, wake up. The tears that hadn't fallen the moment she stepped out of the house in the morning actually flowed out now. She quietly said to the back of the figure that had already closed the door and left. Ashu, I don't want to be a Wang Fei. I would rather just be Xia Ming. She really hoped that this was a dream, and that someone would wake her up again. This trip to the princess tomb would take at least a day's journey. Because Yushu had to send Xia Jiangmin off for her wedding, she had arranged to leave in the afternoon with Jingchen beforehand. Shui Rui also could not miss Ning Wangfu's wedding. The two of them drank the wedding wine in front of them while the other instructed her best friend, and left the Wangfu one after the other. When they rode at the same time to the west of the city, Jingchen was already waiting there. There was only one carriage accompanying him, traveling lightly. Yushu was very shocked. She had thought that the emperor and the great Tiandao would at least send a troop of imperial guards to protect Jingchen. Who would have thought that Jingchen would only bring a coachman to drive the horse? Was there an expert lying in ambush? Jingchen was very surprised. He hadn't thought that Shui Rui would follow. Shui Rui was the calmest. He nodded his head as a greeting to Jing Chen. He didn't say anything, as though his appearance here was a normal thing. As the middleman, Yushu appeared to be in a slightly awkward situation. Speaking of these two men, one could be considered as her ex-boyfriend, and the other could be considered as her current boyfriend. She was sandwiched between her ex-boyfriend and her current boyfriend. Why didn't she consider this problem before? She was fooled by Shui Rui into agreeing to let him travel with them. Ahem. She cleared her throat and took the initiative to explain to Jing Chen. One more person means one more helper. As the saying goes, 3 heads are better than Zhuge Hou. Even if that person has the wisdom of Kong Ming, the 3 of us are much smarter than ordinary people. Jing Chen was good at martial arts, and he was a super expert. It was not a problem for him to fight against 10 people alone. Shui Rui was extremely smart. As for Lin Mingya, she shamelessly boasted that she was both smart and brave. If the 3 of them worked together, as long as Yunhua dared to show up, he would not be afraid of running away. The more Yushu thought about it, the more she felt that it was reasonable. She couldn't wait any longer. She looked at the sun in the west of the city and said to the 2 of them, "Let's get out of the city quickly. I don't think we can make it before dark. If we want to spend the night tonight, it's best if we go to a nearby village. Don't sleep in the open." Jing Chen was not an indecisive man. Since Shui Rui was here, even if he felt that this trip had nothing to do with Shui Rui, he would not chase him away and put Yushu in a difficult position. Shui Rui was also not a person who liked to cause trouble. He did not show off in front of Jing Chen. The 2 men looked at each other in silence and followed after Yushu. Chapter 650. The year 2010 was just the beginning. Guozi wrote New Tang Dynasty Lost Jade. And now, all things are easy. Step by step, it went from immature to mature, and gradually gained many readers. It was you who made Guozi grow. I'm grateful. Today's interview was very lively. No matter if they knew or didn't know each other, Guozi had to say a word of thanks here. Because I'm slow, ahem, I didn't post the closing words of the interview at the last minute, so I'll just add them here. Thank you to all the readers who read and follow my articles. Guozi will continue to work hard to write good articles, and live up to everyone's expectations and love. I'm very honored to have the opportunity to be a guest in a famous interview and communicate with everyone directly. Time is short, so I can't answer each and every one of your questions or greetings. I hope everyone can forgive me. If there's anything that's not considerate, please forgive me. Chapter 651. In the future, the number of daily updates might decrease, or even stop updating. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 652. Wei Guoforan had entered Jing in the 7th month. Zhao Qing Emperor had used the Empress name to summon the mother and daughter pair from the northeast. His wariness of Dong Jingwang could be seen. Wei Guoforan had entered Jing not just to eliminate Zhao Qing Emperor's suspicions of her son, but to choose a legal Wang Fei for Dong Jingwang, who was over 30 and still single. In less than a month, the Empress had summoned Jiang Shi and her daughter to the palace a few times. In front of them, she had mentioned a few daughters of noble families. There were those from scholarly families, those from prestigious families, and those from the nobility of Jing City. All of them were talented, beautiful, and virtuous. It was clear that she wanted Wei Guoforan to choose from among them. Once she made up her mind, she would ask the emperor to decree the marriage. Wei Guoforan heard all of them were good, but didn't have any intentions of making a decision. When she returned to the Fu and Jiang Mia asked, the old foreign smiled coldly and said, "Luckily I came. Otherwise, the emperor might have found some kind of embroidered pillow for your eldest brother." Wei Guoforan hadn't been back to Jing for more than a decade, but that didn't mean she was deaf. She didn't like any of the noble daughters that Empress Rui had mentioned. Her eldest son was accomplished in both literature and martial arts. He was one of the best men in the world. He should have a good woman that was worthy of him. Then what kind of wife does mother want to find for eldest brother? Jiang Mia massaged her mother's shoulders as she asked curiously. Madame Wei closed her eyes and leaned back. Her temperament can't be soft. As the daughter-in-law of our Jiang family, she must first be strong. Otherwise, if a delicate girl starts crying every time the wind and rain hits her, your big brother will definitely get sick of it. This talent can't just have a face and a reputation for talent. The most important thing is to be able to help your eldest brother. This requires her to have broad vision and shrewdness. Her family background can't be too good either. Otherwise, the daughter raised will have her eyes at the top. How can she marry far away to live in our Ningdong city? She will think about her paternal family in Jing City every few days. Sooner or later, she will side with outsiders. She heard that the emperor had the intention of marrying the young princess of Xiong Prince residence to her son, but Lady Wei politely declined. The Jiang family did not need a daughter of the royal family to flatter them. The emperor's niece may be good in the eyes of outsiders, but in her eyes she was just a troublemaker. She was marrying a wife for her son, not inviting a Buddha to come home and worship her. Luckily, for some reason, the emperor had given up on this rotten idea. Rui Empress didn't even mention the name of that Xiwen Junju in front of her. Standing behind her mother, Jiang Mia's eyes darted around and she suddenly burst out laughing. Madame Wei's train of thought was interrupted, and she asked in a bad mood, "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Mia moved closer to her ear and said, "Mother, I do know of a person who has to abide by these rules and regulations." Madame Wei opened her eyes with a whoosh. In the palace, at dusk, Emperor Zhaoqing and the Great Tidian sat on the balcony of the imperial garden, admiring the red maple leaves. The attendants were all waiting downstairs. No one dared to disturb them. "Have Jing Chun and the others left the capital?" The Great Tidian answered. Looking at the time, they have already reached the outskirts. The maple tree beside the building was very tall, its branches and leaves extending to the balcony. Emperor Zhaoqing could touch it with his hand. He casually plucked a leaf and muttered to himself, "Zhen has sent those death warriors to protect them in secret. Jing Chen's skills are high. I'm not afraid they won't be able to deal with any danger." Originally, he shouldn't have been in a hurry. He had found the calamity of Great Inn and the Life Destroyer. With these two people in his hands, he could use a more reliable method to ferret out the traitors one by one. But something had just happened in the palace and he couldn't wait any longer. He had to quickly take care of those people who were in the way, so he could focus on planning what he wanted to do. The Great Tidian didn't seem to notice that Emperor Zhaoqing's mind was wandering. He lowered his head to drink his tea, savoring the taste in each sip. The three of them left the city in the afternoon. After 2 hours of travel, the sky darkened. The coachman driving the carriage was mute, but he knew the way very well. Seeing that the sky was about to turn dark, he gestured to Jing Chun and pointed out a small path to the nearest village. They hurried along slowly and settled down before the sky turned dark. The population of the small town was less than 2,000. There was only one inn in the town and there were few guests. Behind the guest rooms on the second floor was a cowshed. The smell wasn't very good, but they weren't picky and it was better than sleeping on the side of the road. The 3 guest rooms were next to each other. Yushu slept in the middle room. If something happened in the middle of the night, Jing Chun and Shui Rui would be able to respond immediately. It was worth mentioning that Jing Chun somehow convinced Emperor Zhaoqing to send several pairs of eyes to follow Yushu and Anling, and didn't follow them out of the city. Before going to bed, Yushu checked the doors and windows again. She was worried and placed a few teacups in the middle of the window crack. If someone wanted to sneak in through the window, she would wake up if the cup fell to the ground. She didn't want to be like the unlucky imperial envoy who was killed in her dream. In the middle of the night, Jing Chun was sleeping with his clothes on. Hearing the knock on the door, he turned over and sat up. He opened the door without saying a word. Seeing the person standing at the door, he didn't ask why he came. He turned sideways to let him in, and then closed the door. Shui Rui placed the candle in his hand on the table and sat down. When Jing Chun closed the door and stood opposite him, Shui Rui then raised his head to scrutinize Jing Chun's expression. The first sentence that came out of his mouth was a question, and it was also very certain. "You're planning to use Shu as bait?" Jing Chun's calm eyes had a slight fluctuation, and his long breath paused for a moment. Shui Rui's question made him recall that a few days ago, The great Tidian came to find him at Taishi Tower for a secret talk. He said that they had found the accomplices of the traitors in Taisher Library. He said that they couldn't act rashly, and could only force them to walk into the trap. He said that if they couldn't catch this group of traitors as soon as possible, sooner or later, they would attack Yushu. Therefore, they made arrangements for him to find an excuse to bring Yushu out of the heavily guarded capital to lure the traitors out of their hole. I will protect her and won't let anything happen to her. Listening to Jing Chen's half-admitted answer, Shui Rui was so angry that he laughed. So you lied to her and said that you wanted to find the princess tomb to look for Yin Hua? When he heard about this from Yushu, he guessed the truth. He advised her not to go, but she didn't listen, so he could only follow her. I didn't lie to her. Jing Chen's voice became low. I did come to look for my father. He wouldn't listen to De Tiao's words. They all thought that he was a puppet who would only listen to others. He would believe whatever they said, and he wouldn't doubt what they didn't say. Then he would let them think that he didn't think that there was something strange about the death of his parents 20 years ago. He would let them think that he didn't know that his father was still alive. He would let them think that he didn't realize that the serial murders in Taisher Library might be related to his father who was still alive. He didn't think about using Yushu as bait to lure those traitors out. He just wanted to find his father, Yin Hua, and ask him why he was the one who had no control over his life. He wanted to ask him what was fake and what was real. Then he would give her an explanation. Shui Rui said coldly. Then you used her as a cover so that the emperor could rest assured and let you leave the capital. The emperor knew best whether Yin Hua was dead or not, and De Tiao should also know about it. That was why they dared to use such a big bait and push Jing Chen and Yushu out. They were not afraid that Yin Hua wouldn't take the bait. Jing Chen was not stupid at all. When Yushu told him that Yin Hua was not dead, he didn't show it. But he dared to take Yushu and risk going to the princess tomb to seek confirmation. Because without Yushu he couldn't leave Anling City alone. Without Yushu, Yin Hua might not show up. Don't you feel a little guilty for using her like this? Shui Rui could see Jing Chen's steps clearly, but he couldn't understand his actions. You can think whatever you want. Jing Chen didn't refute his words. He turned his head to look next door and said slowly, You can go and tell her the truth now. I won't stop you. Shui Rui shook his head and said, Tell her, she will go with you. I know Shu better than you. She might be afraid of death, but at the same time, she was also brave. She could take the risk to see Yin Hua once. Even if she knew that she was being used by Jing Chen, she would not retreat. So whether he told her or not, the result would be the same. Jing Chen turned his head and looked at him. Shui Rui stood up and said, I won't talk too much. You're on your own. After Shui Rui left, Jing Chen was not sleepy at all. He blew out the white candle left by him, and sat on the bed to meditate until the rooster crowed. At dawn, the three of them had a simple breakfast in the small shop and immediately set off. Nothing special happened along the way. When they arrived at the Yin County, they happened to be in time for lunch. When they arrived at the Yin County, they were close to the princess tomb. If they left the city and walked north, it would take them at most an hour. It would be faster if they rode a horse. Shui Rui chose a restaurant not far from the city gate to stay. He stored the horses, and went to the backyard to check out the rooms. After that, they went to the front of the restaurant to order food. The restaurant was facing the street. The Yin County was a small county with a concentrated population. The area around the city gate was especially lively. People came and went in broad daylight. There were endless hawkers. There were also beggars in ragged clothes on the street. Some of them squatted in front of the restaurant and stretched their necks to smell the aroma of the food and wine from the restaurant. They were so hungry that their eyeballs almost fell out. Before Yushu and the others went out, they had prepared a change of clothes. But they were coarse clothes and cloth towels. The three of them sat in this bright restaurant, and it was very eye-catching. There were really no such beautiful people in this small place. They were obviously not locals. They didn't eat well last night. Yushu ordered a table of dishes without wine. She listened to the waiter and ordered 2 soups, 1 sweet and 1 salty. When the dishes were served, Yushu smiled and pointed them to Shui Rui. She said, This restaurant really knows how to fool people. The corn soup is called golden dew, and the egg soup is called phoenix ball soup. They dared to ask for 1 tael of silver each. They made me think that I haven't tasted the good food before. When I get back, I will change the menu of our Wangji building and come up with a few more dishes that can scare people. Shui Rui hadn't even opened his mouth when someone at the neighboring table snickered and answered. Young brother, you're obviously a guest from outside the city with a single glance. You don't know that this inn is a famous and scrupulous inn in the vicinity of 5 kilometers. Since they've encountered fat sheep like you, they'll definitely rip them off. Yushu heard the voice and looked at the person who interrupted. Her eyes suddenly lit up. It was a young man in a grasshopper's green short clothes. He was about the same age as her. He had a ponytail. When he spoke, the corners of his mouth and eyes would curl up. He was full of vitality. Chapter 653. The restaurant was open for business, but it was called an unscrupulous restaurant in public, which damaged its business. The restaurant would definitely not accept it. The waiter who was serving must have asked for an explanation in front of the meeting. Sir, how can you say that? Our humble restaurant has always been honest and fair in our business. We don't force anyone to buy or sell. Why is it a scam in your mouth? The young man raised the corner of his eyes and pointed at the 2 bowls of soup on Yushu's table next door. He said, how much is an egg? How much is a corn cob? How much is this soup that's cooked with such little ingredients? You actually have the nerve to charge people 2 taels for it? Don't think that we don't know that there are a lot of dishes in this restaurant that are scamming people. You purposely pick out dishes from outsiders. When the dishes are served and people fall for it, do you not want to charge them? As he spoke, he cupped his fists towards Yushu and the other 2, acting as if he was defending the injustice. Brothers, I Zhao Xiaozhu was being a busybody today. This table of food and wine is on me. Seeing that Yushu and the others were treating them for free, the surrounding guests looked at the dishes and wine on the table and began to discuss. However, the young man named Zhao Xiaozhu had something else to say. He immediately asked the waiter to return the 2 bowls of soup that were selling dog meat and sheep's head. If you don't return these 2 dishes, don't even think about getting any money for your meal today. Humph. With that, the waiter looked at Zhao Xiaozhu, as well as Yushu and the other 2, as if he was looking at a group of people who were eating and dashing. He immediately ran downstairs to look for the innkeeper to stand up for them. The customers upstairs stopped eating. They put down their chopsticks and waited quietly to watch the show. Taking advantage of this, Zhao Xiaozhu took the initiative to sit down and called out to Yushu and the others as if they were close friends. Eat your food. Don't be afraid. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. Yushu watched him singing a one-man show alone for a long time. Jingchen and Shui Rui had no intention of continuing. Fearing that he would be left out, she kindly said, Young Master Zhao, thank you for your kindness just now. However, we can still afford this meal. After all, it's better to avoid trouble when we're outside. I won't trouble you. Everyone could hear the reluctance in her words, but Zhao Xiaozhu acted as if she was missing a cord. She smiled at Yushu and waved her hand, saying, Don't worry. It doesn't matter. I don't find it troublesome. When the shopkeeper comes later, I'll explain it to him. As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter who went to the shop just now came back with the shopkeeper. Behind him were a few tall and burly men, all of them with fierce expressions. Which ones want to eat for free? The shopkeeper did not stand on ceremony. As he sized up Zhao Xiaozhu, Yushu, and the others who were dressed in coarse clothes, he said, Why don't you ask around and find out what this place is? Zhao Xiaozhu replied loudly, It's me. What can I do? The shopkeeper laughed angrily. Our little shop is open for business. Those who come are customers, and those who pay are the bosses. You're poor and have no money to spend, yet you come looking for trouble. Don't blame me for not treating you well. Ahu and Xiong, invite these customers to the back and talk to them. With that, the men who were obviously hired thugs responded and rolled up their sleeves, ready to take them away. Jingchen put down his bowl and chopsticks. He was about to stand up when Yushu held his arm. In that split second, Zhao Xiaozhu, who was sitting at the same table as him, had already stood up and kicked one of the men in the waist, sending him tumbling. Ouch! How dare you hit me? Beat him up! The innkeeper shouted, and the remaining waiters rushed forward. Punches and kicks had no eyes, so these people assumed that Yu Shu and Zhao Xiaozhu were in cahoots with each other. Without any explanation, they threw punches at them. Shui Rui pulled Yu Shu away from the table and took a few steps back. In the next moment, Zhao Xiaozhu flipped the table, and the soup splashed out, causing the surrounding customers to scream. A fight broke out. Yu Shu hid behind Shui Rui, while Jingchen stood in front. If anyone dared to approach, he would sweep them away with a palm. No one could get close. Zhao Xiaozhu's punches and kicks were not weak. Fighting 1 against 5, he managed to defeat all of them in a short while. Even the arrogant shopkeeper, who ran away with his head in his hands, was not spared. He was lying on the ground howling. The restaurant was in a mess. More than half of the customers had run away. Only Yu Shu and the other 2 were left. After fighting, Zhao Xiaozhu jumped down from a table and called out to them while panting. "Pack your things and come with me. We can't stay here anymore. The shopkeeper of this restaurant is the brother-in-law of the 3rd concubine of the magistrate. We'll be at a disadvantage if we bring him to the yamen. Let's go, let's go." Jingchen frowned slightly. Yu Shu turned to Shui Rui and said, "Big brother, second brother and I will go to the back to get our luggage." After he finished speaking, he dragged Jingchen and ran towards the backyard, leaving Shui Rui to deal with that young man who saw injustice on the road. The 2 of them walked to the back stairs. Jingchen slowed down and called out to Yu Shu, who was running away excitedly. "Are we really going with him?" Just now, based on Yu Shu's reaction, he was certain that there was something wrong with the young man named Zhao. He was probably after them. Otherwise, with her temper, she would not let others stand up for her when she was being blackmailed. In the end, she would have to run away in a panic. Moreover, when he was fighting just now, he observed the surroundings. Other than them, there were 2 other tables of customers who were tricked and ordered the egg soup and corn soup. Why did the young man choose their table to act chivalrously? Of course we have to go with him. Yu Shu turned her head and revealed a sly expression. Who knows, we might be able to see the person you want to see in a while. Jing Chen's expression froze. He could not help but grab her sleeve and said hoarsely, "You mean this person is me?" "Shu." Yu Shu raised her finger to her lips and gestured. She could not hide the excitement in her eyes. Jing Chen heard her lowering her voice and said, "You and Brother Shui both practice inner martial arts. Not to mention my brother, if there was anyone following behind our carriage and stalking us, they would definitely be discovered by you. You might not have noticed, but we waited for a long time for the dishes we ordered to be served. At that time, the hot dishes on Zhao Xiaozhu's table were already cold. This means that he arrived here before us. There was no stalking, but he could wait one step ahead in the restaurant." What did this mean? Yu Shu's heart was burning. She could almost foresee that there was a person who could predict the future behind Zhao Xiaozhu. Along the way, she had been thinking about several possibilities of finding Yunhua's whereabouts, but she almost forgot that they had left the heavily guarded Anling city. Yunhua might take the initiative to approach them. He was a living and breathing EZ. Who could predict things better than him? Yu Shu did not finish her sentence, but she understood when she saw Jing Chen's eyes light up. She urged him to go back to his room to get his luggage. She slung the 2 bags on her shoulders and led the horses to meet up with them. She left the mute coachman behind. "Brother Shui, Brother Yu, go this way. Do you see that small river in front? My house will be across the river. I have a lot of empty rooms, enough for each of you to stay in." On the small road in the suburbs, Zhao Xiaozhu led the way. Yu Shu, Shui Rui, and Jing Chen followed closely behind. Half an hour ago, they ran away from the restaurant in Ning County and followed Zhao Xiaozhu out of the city. Shui Rui struck up a conversation with Zhao Xiaozhu, and he easily found out about Zhao Xiaozhu's background. This 15-year-old young man claimed to be an orphan. When he was 5 years old, he encountered a famine. His parents brought him along to flee to the capital region, but they were beaten to death by villains. Fortunately, his foster father passed by and saved his life when he was on the verge of death, and he raised him until he grew up. Yu Shu interrupted. So your adoptive father is a hero? I just don't know his name. I might have heard of him before. Zhao Xiaozhu's face relaxed when he mentioned the sad past. He laughed and replied, You guessed wrong. My adoptive father doesn't know martial arts. He can't even carry a bucket of water. Yu Shu had already subconsciously substituted Zhao Xiaozhu, her adoptive father, with Yanhua himself. When she heard his teasing, she could not help but imagine a frail middle-aged scholar with fluttering sleeves. I'm confused. If he doesn't know martial arts, how could he save you from the hands of the evil people? Zhao Xiaozhu grinned at her. I still have a brother. Yu Shu was puzzled. She was about to ask again when they reached the river. Zhao Xiaozhu dismounted and wrapped the reins around his hand. He shouted at them, We're going to cross the river. Follow me closely. Don't take the wrong path. Be careful not to fall down and not be able to climb back up. Yu Shu looked up. There was a river in front of her. It flowed east-west, and was no more than 30 feet wide. The water was clear, and there were rocks floating on the surface for people to cross. It did not look deep. Even if there were ditches at the bottom, it would not cause people to drown. Zhao Xiaozhu's words sounded more like a bluff. She lifted her foot to follow. Shui Rui pulled her gently and said, I'll walk in front. Chapter 654. Since Zhao Xiaozhu had said so, even if Yu Shu did not take it seriously, she did not intend to take the risk. She walked behind Shui Rui obediently, and Jing Chen was at the back. The three of them led their horses and moved from one floating rock to another until their feet stepped on the grass on the other side of the river. After walking past a small patch of rocky beach, a large forest blocked their view. Yu Shu looked up and saw no signs of human habitation. Forget about the many empty farmhouses that Zhao Xiaozhu had mentioned. She did not even see a thatched hut. Why don't I see where your house is? Yu Shu asked. Zhao Xiaozhu bent down and plucked a blade of wild grass. He put it in his mouth and pointed at the dense forest in front of them. My house is in this Wangxi forest. Let's ride on the horse and we'll see it in a while. When we reach my house, I'll personally cook a few dishes to go with the wine. Hey, you're in luck. I just caught a wild rabbit yesterday. He spoke in a cheerful tone as he led the way into the forest while talking to himself. He did not notice that the people behind him did not immediately follow him. Instead, they stopped in their tracks. Jing Chen turned his head and looked at the river that they had just passed by. He looked like he was deep in thought. Shui Rui led the horse closer to Yu Shu. The two of them communicated with their eyes. Should we continue walking? They had followed to find out what was going on. If they continued walking into the forest, no one could tell who would be waiting for them. Perhaps it would be Yanhua, or perhaps it was the culprit behind the 3 murders in Taisher Library. Yu Shu touched Little Red, who had its head lowered as it chewed on the grass. She thought about it and nodded at him. Before they set off, she had used the 6 recombinant lines and the time of calamity to predict the good and bad luck of this trip. In case she accidentally fell into a trap, she would not have to worry about her life just based on the divination. As long as she did not die, there was nothing to be afraid of. She turned her head and wanted to call out to Jing Chen, but she found that he had already walked in front of her without hesitation and followed Zhao Xiaozhu. This forest was much larger than Yu Shu had imagined. The deeper she went, the taller and thicker the trees became. They stood upright in the wilderness, their roots scattered all over the place, blocking the sky and the sun. It was difficult to tell the direction, as if she had fallen into a maze. What Zhao Xiaozhu meant by almost there was that they had ridden through the forest until sunset before they heard him shout in front of them. Godfather, I've brought a friend back. Surrounded by layers of giant trees, there was a courtyard surrounded by a yellow fence and a door made of rattan. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a row of square stone houses. The trapezoidal roof was covered with unknown vines. At first glance, it looked like a green dragon was coiled on the roof. There was probably a flower garden in the east corner of the fence. A few gorgeous white chrysanthemums climbed over the top of the wall and stretched their waists to their heart's content. Bathing in the light of the setting sun, a desolate figure stood behind the flowers. His long mottled hair was draped over his body. He held a flower spoon in his hand and sprinkled it on his chrysanthemum cheeks. His casual posture revealed a sense of concentration. Yushu and the other two's gazes immediately focused on that person. They stared at him without blinking until he turned his head. They subconsciously held their breaths. It was a man who looked a little slovenly. His grayish-blue robe was loose and loose. He was very tall, and his skin was very white. However, he had a pair of thick, black eyebrows that cut into his white sideburns. Under these handsome eyebrows, he had a pair of the most romantic peach blossom eyes. When you looked at him, you couldn't help but have some wild and fanciful thoughts, as if you were in his heart. If this is Yinhua, Yushu thought. She somewhat understood why Princess Liyue, who was doted on by many, wanted nothing more than a man. There was a type of man who could make her lose her virginity with just one look. The middle-aged man in front of them was very likely to be Yinhua. The three's emotions fluctuated as they stood outside the fence in a daze. The one who was the most excited was none other than Jingchen. Yushu was walking beside him. When she turned her head, she could see that his widened eyes were filled with anticipation. This was the first time she saw such an eager expression on his face. On the other hand, Shuirue appeared to be much calmer than the other two because Yinhua did not have much of a relationship with him. When Zhao Xiaozhu introduced them, he cupped his fists and greeted the middle-aged man who was sizing them up. "Sorry to disturb you." The man smiled faintly, and the lines of time spread out from the corners of his eyes. He shook his head and shifted his gaze away from them. He gestured at Zhao Xiaozhu with his hand, then turned around and returned to the stone house in the middle with the bucket used to sprinkle water and fertilize. Shuirue was stunned. Then he heard Zhao Xiaozhu explain to them in a cheerful voice, "My foster father can't speak. He asked you not to be offended. Please come in." As he spoke, he threw away the reins and patted the horses but lightly. The horse obediently entered the courtyard. "He is a mute?" The three of them were stunned. Shuirue was the first to react. He patted Jingchen, who had all his thoughts on his face, and said nonchalantly, "The courtyard isn't big. There isn't much room in the yard. We can tie the horse outside." Even though Jingchen had thousands of questions to ask, he was still rational. He knew that he could not rashly go forward to identify the man. So he followed him in silence to find a place to tie the horse. Yushu saw that Shuirue was giving her a look. She passed her little red horse to him, and followed behind Zhao Xiaozhu. She wanted to get close to the man first. "Xiaozhu." Yushu no longer called him young Master Zhao. She looked around the fenced house and asked Zhao Xiaozhu in a low voice, "Xiaozhu, what's your foster father's surname? What is your adoptive father's surname? How should we address him?" Zhao Xiaozhu was squatting by the water tank, scooping up water to wash his face. He told her in a muffled voice, "My foster father's surname is Feng. His nickname is Mr. Yinya. You can call him whatever you want. He's very friendly." If his surname is Feng, shouldn't his surname be Yin? Yushu remembered that Yin Huazi's real name when he participated in the Dayin examination was Yin Mufeng. She followed suit and bent down to wash her hands. She continued to ask, "I see that your place is so secluded, and your foster father loves gardening. Could it be that he's a master who hides himself from the world?" Hearing this, Zhao Xiaozhu wiped his face, raised his head, and squinted at her. Yushu was stared at by him for a while. She thought to herself, "This Mr. Yinya looks like he doesn't want to reveal his identity. Then we shouldn't rush forward to identify him. What if he's not? What if he refuses to admit it?" Whether he is or not, Yushu's heart was like a cat's paw. The truth was right in front of her, just one step away. It made her heart itch unbearably. Shuirue sent Jingchen to a faraway place by the fence. He instructed, "Don't be anxious. Even though we've seen him, we can't be sure if he's who we think he is. Don't be impatient. Let's see what he's up to before we make our next move." Jingchen looked in the direction of the stone house. After a while, he reluctantly nodded his head. Shuirue looked at his restrained expression and laughed at himself. He said, "At least you know that your father is still alive." Jingchen blinked his eyes and looked back at him with a puzzled expression. He probably felt that his sudden emotion was a little strange. Shuirue did not explain. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Chapter 655. Yushu and her group settled down at the Gui residence. Zhao Xiaozhu's sworn brother was away from home, so there were 3 empty stone houses, enough for each of them. Mr. Yinye, who was suspected to be Yinhua, was a mute. Yushu was scratching her heart to find out if he was the other disciple of Taoist Qingzheng. She could not say it out loud, but she did not give up trying to get closer to him. Shui Rui called Jing Chen to help Zhao Xiaozhu chop firewood, fetch water, pluck chicken feathers and prepare dinner. Yushu strolled around the fence and came to the door of Mr. Yinye's room. She glanced inside and pretended to knock on the wide-open wooden door. The stone house was not big, and the walls were slightly uneven. The light green bricks with polished edges were all the same size, as if someone had cut them out like tofu. There were no calligraphy or paintings on the walls, but there were a few tapestries made of animal fur, decorated with brightly colored bird feathers, which gave the house a rustic feel. There was a wooden couch in the middle of the room, and a stone table and a stone bench under the bright window. Mr. Yinye was sitting on the low stone bench, his hands rubbing something. When he heard the sound, he turned his head and saw Yushu outside the door. He smiled and waved at her with a kind expression, asking her to come in. Yushu was stunned by his smile. This kind of handsome middle-aged man was really lethal. He could practically kill anyone from 80 to 8 years old. Mr. Yinye did not know how to speak, but there was no harm in him communicating with Yushu. There was a pen and paper on the stone table. He invited Yushu to sit on the other stone bench, put the things in his hands into a box, and picked up the pen and paper to write for her. Yushu stared at his handwriting, but she could not find any clues. She had seen one of the exam papers that Yinhua had participated in 20 years ago, but for someone like her, who had only held a brush for a year, to be able to distinguish different handwriting was not reliable at all. Fortunately, what he wrote was in plain language. Why did you come to Ancien from the capital? Yushu glanced at the paper and asked in surprise. How did you know that we are from the capital? As soon as Zhao Xiaozhu returned, he went into the kitchen and did not have the chance to introduce them to his godfather. Mr. Yano unhurriedly continued to write. I can hear your accents. Yushu laughed dryly. She thought to herself. Keep pretending. She purposely said. It's the day of my brother Jing's mother's death. We're here to accompany him in paying our respects. In fact, tomorrow was the wedding day of Princess Lu Yu and Yinhua Yi. It was also the day when a woman would lose her lifelong love. Mr. Yanyi did not expect that she would be so blabbermouth. A layer of mist appeared in his deep eyes. Yushu observed his expression. It was clear that he did not hide it, but she could not decipher whether it was sadness or pain. You are all good children. He looked down and slowly wrote on the paper. This made Yushu, who was waiting for him to give himself away, feel a little embarrassed. She inexplicably felt that she was gauging the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. She touched the tip of her nose and pointed to the wooden box on the table, changing the topic. What were you doing just now? The wooden box was wide and shallow. The color of the edges was worn off. The lid was half open, but Yushu could still recognize that there were a few clay figurines inside. They should be human figures. Unfortunately, the lid just happened to block the upper half, so she could not see whose face it was. Is this a clay figurine? She looked up at him. Mr. Yanyi had already recovered from his momentary loss of composure. He did not cover the wooden box and picked up the brush. The thin joints on the back of his hand could be seen. It's my family. Yushu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She could not grasp the clue, so she stared at the words on the paper in a daze. When she recovered from her stupor, she found that he was looking at her. That kind of penetrating and probing gaze almost made her mistakenly think that he knew everything about her. How could it be? Zhao Xiaozhu's shout of dinner is ready came from outside the door. Yushu could not find out anything from Zhenren Yanyi, but her intuition was telling her that this was Yinhua. Dinner was a feast of wild mushrooms. Zhao Xiaozhu cooked a good dish. Unfortunately, everyone at the table had their own worries and did not have much appetite. He was the only one who ate happily. At night, the forest quickly became cold. Zhao Xiaozhu chopped firewood to boil a large vat of hot water and sent a bucket of hot water to each of their rooms. The 3 of them were travel-worn, especially Yushu. It was inconvenient for her to go out, so this was really considerate. Yushu closed the door and windows and simply washed her head and feet with warm water. Just as she changed into clean clothes, someone called from outside. "Shu, when you're done packing, come next door. We have something to discuss." It was Shuerue. "Okay, I'm coming." Yushu quickly responded. She tidied up her underwear and put it into her luggage. She tied up her hair again before she pushed the door open and went out. Next door, Shuerue and Jingchen were both there. Zhao Xiaozhu was there as well. "Big brother, what's the matter?" "It's like this," Zhao Xiaozhu interrupted. "Brother Xiaoyu, I heard from Brother Jing and Brother Shui that you'll be heading to the area near the Princess Tomb tomorrow to pay your respects. But that place is close to a valley, the terrain is remote, and there are many beasts in autumn. You don't go there often, so I'm afraid you'll get lost. I'd like to go with you. Won't it be too much trouble for you?" Yushu looked at Shuerue and Jingchen, seeking their opinion. Jingchen did not say anything, but Shuerue patted Zhao Xiaozhu's shoulder and said, "Xiaozhu has good intentions. It's indeed difficult to find the way in the deep forest. I've discussed it with Jingchen, and we've decided to ask him to be our guide. Xiaozhu's archery skills are excellent, so if we encounter beasts, we'll be safer." Seeing that Jingchen did not object, Yushu nodded in agreement after some thought. She thought that Zhao Xiaozhu's actions might be Mr. Yinya's idea. It was fine for him to follow them, but she did not understand what they were trying to do. They couldn't just say it directly, but had to beat around the bush to make others suspicious. The four of them agreed to set off at dawn the next day. Zhao Xiaozhu returned to her room, leaving Yushu and the other two to look at each other. Yushu glanced outside the door. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Jingchen understood and walked a few steps to the door. He leaned against the doorframe, and when he heard Zhao Xiaozhu's light footsteps walking away, he signaled to the other two. Shuerue sat down and said, "Shu, how likely do you think this Mr. Yinya is Yunhua Yi's son?" Jingchen also looked at her without blinking. Yushu glanced at him and said hesitantly, "Before we ate, I chatted with him for a while. Based on his bearing and appearance, if Yunhua Yi's son is still alive, it might not be impossible. Also what?" Jingchen's voice was a little nervous. "I mentioned your mother in front of him, and I saw that he seemed to be very sad. He did not look like he was indifferent," Yushu said truthfully. Jingchen's crossed arms clenched tightly. He turned around and said in a low voice, "I'll go ask him." "What do you want to ask?" Shuerue said coldly behind his back. "Ask him if he is your father who should have died 20 years ago." Jingchen froze. Shuerue continued mercilessly. "Do you think he will admit it, and then happily reunite with you as father and son? Do you know why Yunhua faked his death, and why he hid for 20 years for no reason? Do you think he refused to reunite with you because he has a heart of steel, or because he has his own difficulties?" It was rare for Jingchen to be impulsive. After being ridiculed, he calmed down and returned to the house with a gloomy look. Yushu saw that the two of them were a little awkward, and she did not know what to say. She could only look at Shuerue. Seeing him shake his head at her, she thought about it and understood that he did not want to say it in front of Jingchen, so she said, "Are we going to the Princess Tomb tomorrow?" The purpose of their trip was to find the whereabouts of Yunhua. Now that the person suspected to be Yunhua had appeared, was there still a need to go to the Princess Tomb? It was just that Zhao Xiaozhu would follow them, and Mr. Yinya would not go with them. "Whether he is or not, I have to pay my respects to my mother," Jingchen said, then turned around and left. Yushu felt that she had said the wrong thing just now, and she looked embarrassed. How could she forget that Jingchen was different from them? His mother was buried in the Princess Tomb, and he had to pay his respects. What should I do? She looked at Shuerue gloomily. Shuerue looked at the empty space outside the door. He slowed down his voice and said to her, "Have you forgotten that someone wants your life?" Yushu did not know what to say. When she arrived here, she was only concerned with excitement, and did not think about her family's life for a moment. Shuerue's words reminded her. If Sir Yinya was Yunhua, then not only was he Jingchen's father, he was also most likely the mastermind behind the murders in Taisher Library. Once he found out that she was the one who had lost her life, wouldn't her little life be in danger? Zhao Xiaozhu may seem to be straightforward, but he is not stupid. When we were preparing dinner, I asked him about what he said, but there is no way to know if they have figured out your background. So you have to be careful when you bring him with you tomorrow, in case he attacks you. When Shui Rui spoke like this, he'd obviously guessed the worst, and he'd taken Zhao Xiaozhu's willingness to travel with them as an opportunity to kill her. No. Yushu moved to sit next to Shui Rui and directly denied his guess. She moved closer to his ear and secretly told him, even if he is Yunhua's son and has no mistakes, he does not have the ability to predict that I am the killer. Shui Rui gave her a questioning look. Yushu smiled and extended her left hand in front of him. I have this. Shui Rui's gaze moved towards her hand, and he saw that her fingers were well-proportioned and slender, and there was an inconspicuous wide silver ring on the end of her index finger. He knew that there was a black-colored ring beneath the ring, and it was something passed down by that expert master of hers that he'd only heard of but never met. However, she didn't know exactly what use this ring had earlier. I forgot to tell you. She whispered to him mysteriously. This ring is the same as the treasure in Fifth Uncle Xian's hand, Zhugetong. It can be used to deceive and block people's sight and hearing. If you wear it close to your body, no one can predict it. Hearing the details, Shui Rui was quite surprised. But after listening to Yushu's detailed explanation of the ring's function, it was the same as the legendary treasure worn by the emperor. So you can rest assured. Zhao Xiaozhu following us to the princess tomb should not be to target me. Shui Rui believed that Yushu would not joke around with her life, so he was relieved. As for what Mr. Yinya's intention was, they could only take one step at a time. After the exchange, Yushu went back to rest. She still had to ride the horse early in the morning. She was also tired. She sat on the edge of the wooden bed and was about to turn off the light to sleep when she found a piece of white paper under the oil lamp at the bedside. She had seen Mr. Yinya right before dinner, so she recognized that the ink color was the same as the handwriting. She hurriedly pulled it out and saw that there were only 4 lines written on it. Chapter 656. Yushu tossed and turned all night, unable to fall asleep. When she finally managed to fall asleep, it was already dawn. Zhao Xiaozhu was the first to wake up. He knocked on every door to wake them up. Even the horses tied outside were fed with fodder by him. This kind of attentiveness was rarely seen. Yushu went to the courtyard to get some water to wash her face. She saw that Mr. Yinya's door was closed, and he was right in front of her. When the cold water splashed on her face, she shuddered and instantly woke up. She had been hesitating all night, but now she made up her mind. She took the risk to follow Jingchen out of the capital for the sake of Yinhua Ez. Seeing that she was only one step away from the truth, if she continued to be overcautious, she might miss this opportunity. She wiped her face and saw Shui Rui and Zhao Xiaozhu walk to the door with their horses. She turned her head to look at the stone puddle beside the water jar. She took a deep breath and stomped on it. She then cried out in pain and sat on the ground while hugging her numb calf. Aya! Shui Rui heard the cry and quickly ran in. Zhao Xiaozhu followed behind him and saw her fall on the slippery stone floor. Shu, where did you fall? Shui Rui crouched down and supported her. Jingchen, who was tidying up the incense and candles, also ran out when he heard the noise. Yushu frowned and pretended to be in pain. She covered her ankle and said, "The floor is too slippery. I sprained my ankle. Ouch, it hurts." Shui Rui saw this and didn't suspect anything. He carried her into the house. Jingchen put down his hand that was raised and silently followed. Yushu sprained her ankle and couldn't walk. Naturally, she couldn't ride a horse. Although Shui Rui was worried about leaving her behind, he had no other choice. The mountain road was dangerous. A horse carrying 2 people couldn't go far. Shui Rui has always been suspicious of Mr. Yinya. In the current situation, he has the intention to persuade Jingchen to postpone the worship, but before he could open his mouth, he was blocked by Yushu's words. "It's all my fault. I've come all the way here, but I can't accompany you to burn incense for Auntie. Big brother, please apologize to Auntie's grave for me." "Jingchen, I'm sorry." Jing Chen shook his head. There was only worry in his eyes but no complaint. At this point, Shui Rui didn't know what to say. He thought about the ring on her finger, looked at Yu Shu's face, and smoothed her hair. You stay here. We'll be back as soon as possible. Zhao Xiaozhu interrupted. Don't worry, there's food at home. Brother Xiaoyu, when my master wakes up, tell him that we won't be back by noon. You can heat up the food and make do with it. I'll cook something delicious for you at night. Yu Shu watched them leave one by one. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She finally followed Mr. Yinya's instructions and stayed behind. It wasn't that she was so honest that she would sew her mouth shut if he didn't allow her to say it. It was just that based on her understanding of Shui Rui, if he really showed her the message Mr. Yinya left for her last night, he wouldn't let her stay alone no matter what. They traveled together with Jing Chen, but they each had their own goals. She didn't know what was most important to Jing Chen, but she believed that to Shui Rui, her safety was number one. As for her, the most important thing was to unravel the mystery of the Book of Fantasy Maiden. After Shui Rui and the others left, Yu Shu sat on the bed alone. She reckoned that they had already gone far away, and the courtyard was very quiet. She waited for about 10 minutes, but there was still no movement outside. She could not sit still any longer, so she got off the bed, put on her shoes, and went to look for them. When she arrived at Mr. Yinya's door, it was actually open. The morning light shone brightly. He was still sitting under the window. His hair was loose and he was wearing a coat. He was holding a clay sculpture in his hand. He was motionless, as if he had been sitting there for the whole night. The way he sat there made people not want to disturb him, but Yu Shu didn't have the patience to wait any longer. Sir. Yu Shu strode up to him and handed him the piece of paper that she had placed on her bed last night. She questioned him. This is Sir's handwriting. May I ask why you made me stay here so sneakily? His body moved, as if he had woken up from a dream. He put the clay sculpture back in his hand and closed the box. His white hand picked up the ink and walked around the dried inkstone. He picked up the brush and wrote. Can you answer a question of mine first? Ask away. Yu Shu sat opposite him. She took a look at the paper and his expression. She was already mentally prepared. It wouldn't be so easy to get an answer. When he moved the brush and a question appeared on the paper, it made Yu Shu, who was prepared to be troubled by him, confused. Who are you? He didn't ask Jing Chen, didn't ask Shui Rui, didn't ask why they came, but asked who she was. Yu Shu raised her head and met his gaze. She found that he was using the same gaze to look at her. It was the same yesterday. He looked at her as if he had already guessed her background. So this question was just to verify it. Under his bewitching gaze, Yu Shu forced herself to calm down. She put her hands on her knees and answered. My surname is Yu, and my name is Shu. I am from Yiyang. In the 13th year of Zhaoqing, I came to the capital to take the imperial examination. I am a Dian female diviner and a 4th-class Yisher. Now I am working in the Celestial Commissioner. Her confession didn't contain a single lie. It was very detailed. However, she didn't see the word satisfied on Mr. Yinya's face. On the contrary, he sighed silently and picked up the brush again. I have never seen a face like yours in my life. It seems right, but it's not. It doesn't matter if it's a blessing or a curse. Let me make a wild guess. You should have no parents, no siblings, no time of birth, and no time of death. These deductions were very damaging and too unreliable. This made Yu Shu, who had been waiting seriously, suddenly laugh. Just as she was about to shake her head to deny it, she suddenly froze. A thought suddenly popped up in her mind. Her mother was still alive, and she also had a younger brother. But strictly speaking, they weren't her real relatives. They were the blood relatives of the unlucky girl who died in the Ji family's ancestral hall. If she were to calculate her background, her father, mother, and younger brother were indeed not in this world. Also, her birth date and 8 characters were not used. Wasn't this called not knowing the time of birth? In her previous life, she died an unnatural death. After being reborn as a human, she also fulfilled the saying, not knowing the time of death. Yu Shu suddenly felt a little out of breath. She had hidden her deepest secret. Not even Shui Rui had told her about it, but at this moment, It was as if she was completely naked and exposed in front of Sir Yenya, causing her to have nowhere to hide. But why? She clearly had the black ring given by Taoist Qingzheng, but the other party was able to calculate her background. Yushu was momentarily shocked. It was hard for her face to not show some expression. When Mr. Yenya saw it, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't care how frightened she was, but he wrote a sentence on the paper and pushed it over. I'm done asking. If you have any doubts, just say it. Yushu's mind was in a mess. She couldn't calm herself down after taking a few breaths. She could only pinch her thigh and silently remind herself that she was just imagining things. That was why she didn't say anything stupid. To tell you the truth, we came to Ancien to look for a person. May I ask if you know this person? Maybe you know his whereabouts. Who are you looking for? Yinhua Izi, who passed away 20 years ago. Yushu said word by word. Then, she saw the person in front of her calmly write 3 words on the paper. I am him. At this moment, Yushu simply didn't know how to describe her feelings. Even if she intuitively felt that Mr. Yenya was Yinhua when she saw him, the impact of his own admission still made her lose her composure. She stood up abruptly and almost knocked over the wooden box on the side of the stone table. Mr. Yenya, no, she should call him Yinhua now. He reached out his hand and pressed the wooden box. He pushed it further into the table. He raised his head and smiled at her. A few fine wrinkles appeared at the corner of his eyes. This smile strangely made the incomparably excited Yushu relax. Her train of thought returned to her mind. This person really was Yinhua. That's great. Yushu had 100 questions in her heart. Now that things had come to this, she didn't know where to start. She glanced at the wooden box in his left hand and had a flash of inspiration. She blurted out, Sir, can I have a look at this box? Yinhua hesitated for a moment, then pushed the box towards her. He nodded and let go of her hand. Yushu hurriedly took it and opened the lid. She saw a few clay figurines inside. They were of different heights and sizes. Each of them was made to look lifelike. She counted them. From left to right, there were a total of 4 figurines. Looking closely, 2 of the figurines had the shape of a woman. The other 2 small figurines had the shape of a child. She observed for a while before speaking again. Sir, you told me yesterday that the figurines inside are your family members. Is this the princess? She pointed at one of the 2 female figurines. The one who wore a long dress and had a pleasant smile. Yinhua nodded. What about this one? Is she your sister? She pointed at the other woman with a slender figure. She had a vague guess in her heart. Yinhua shook his head and wrote, They are all my wives. Then this one must be the pitiful first wife that she heard from the storyteller in the tea house. Yushu silently mourned for these 2 women who had wrongly given their lives. Are these 2 children Sir's sons? Yinhua nodded. Jing Chen was the child of him and the princess. The other one was Jing Chen's brother, whom he had no chance to meet. Since you are not dead, why did you hide here for 20 years? Why did you not meet your family? Why did you think of them when you saw these things? Since you led us here, you must have recognized that Jing Chen is the son of you and Princess Luyue. You met your father and son, but you did not recognize him. Why? Yushu had a good first impression of Yinhua, but when she thought that he was a man who would do anything to achieve his goals, even to the point of abandoning his wife and son, she calmed down and interrogated him aggressively. Yinhua lowered his head and wrote, Someone wants my life. Yushu raised her eyebrows and said, Sir, are you hiding because you are afraid of death? Her tone was contemptuous, but Yinhua was not angered. He still had a straight face and wrote, I am a person who deserves to die. My death is not to be regretted, but my last wish has not been fulfilled, and I am not resigned to my fate. Yushu's eyelids twitched. She finally got to the main topic. She did not want to directly ask about the Book of Mystic Fairy, so she waited for Yinhua to speak. His last wish was most likely because he could not fulfill the old man Qingzheng's order to destroy the Book of Mystic Fairy. What is your last wish? Yinhua did not raise his head and wrote on the paper. It was a large piece of white paper. Most of it was filled with words, leaving only a few empty lines at the bottom. His words were smaller, and his calligraphy was more sloppy than before. Yushu could only see it clearly when she got closer. Chapter 657. Shui Rui and his companions left the labyrinthine forest. Once they crossed the river, they were watched. Jing Chun sensed that there were people following them, but he did not make a sound. While Zhao Xiaozhu was not paying attention, he hinted at Shui Rui. Emperor Zhao Qing had promised not to send anyone to escort them, but there were still people following them in secret. Although this group of people was far away, they could not hide from Jing Chen's sensitive senses. As soon as they entered in Xian, he had discovered their tracks. He knew that their mission was not only to protect him, but more importantly, to capture the traitors with ill intentions. Originally, Jing Chen did not care about this group of people, but after seeing Mr. Yenye, he had another layer of worry. He hoped that the man was his father, but he was also afraid that it was. Ever since Yushu told him that Yunhua was not dead, he had thought of many reasons. Why did his father fake his death to hide it from the world? Who knew that his father was not dead? Uncle the Emperor, the great teacher, and the seniors of Dragon Tiger Mountain, did they all know? Everyone knew that Princess Luyue died of illness, Yunhua died for love, and both husband and wife passed away, but what was the truth? He had many suspicions, but he was afraid that his father had some connection with the traitors. If that was the case, once his father's whereabouts were exposed, would the emperor let him go? Would his father be in danger? Jing Chen. Shui Rui called out in a low voice, interrupting Jing Chen's worries. Did you not sleep well last night? You don't look well. I'm fine. Shui Rui glanced at Zhao Xiaozhu who had run ahead to open up the path. He tugged at the reins and approached Jing Chen. He walked alongside him and spoke in a casual tone. He said in a casual tone, I think that the river behind us is a bit strange. If there is no one to lead the way, it doesn't seem easy to cross it. You know formations, did you see any clues? Hearing this, Jing Chen thought for a moment and turned to look at Shui Rui. He said, I didn't pay attention, but I think it's not that simple. Mr. Yenyi lived in such a remote place, so he must have some means to protect himself. That river and forest must have some kind of concealment technique, making it difficult for ordinary people to find him. With this reminder, Jing Chen's solemn expression eased. Upon seeing this, Shui Rui let out a calm smile and did not speak further. Hey, you. Zhao Xiaozhu turned around and shouted at them, ride faster. At this speed, I'm afraid we won't be able to find the place by nightfall. The two of them looked at each other, then urged their horses to catch up and quicken their pace. On the other side, on the river that was the only way back to the forest, several masked men who were trying to cross the river lost their footing and fell into the water. They had obviously crossed the river by stepping on floating rocks, but after walking for a few feet, they missed their footing and fell into the river. What was even more unexpected was that at the bottom of the clear and clean river, there were actually many green-skinned, flower-coated long worms. They were densely circling at the bottom of the floating rocks, and just one look at them was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Without exception, the people who fell into the water were bitten by the snakes. The snake's venom spread extremely quickly, and with just a slight movement, it made people feel pain all over their body, and they could not help but sink to the bottom of the river. Therefore, these unlucky people who stayed behind were almost completely annihilated because of this strange river. Just as Jing Chun and the others rushed to the princess tomb without stopping, Yushu sat in front of Yunhua and listened to his story. It was a story about Yunhua's son, a story that few people knew about. Speaking of which, you and I have some fate. Before I changed my name to Changzhou Yunmufeng, I was from the hinterland of Jiangnan Yang City. When I was ignorant, my family met with an accident, and I was adopted by my master since I was a child. He taught me to become a human, and after my studies were successful, I obeyed my master's orders and married a girl who was my childhood sweetheart. She was my first wife, Madame Han. When she heard this, Yushu was already 200% sure that Yunhua was her senior brother, the first disciple that Taoist Qingzheng had accepted. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world that they both met in Yang City? My master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain, and he is like a second parent. After I got married, he ordered me to go to Anling to do something for him. So I left my new wife behind and went to the capital to take the examination. Who knew that this trip would be the last time I saw him? Yushu did not need to ask around to guess what Qingzheng had entrusted to him. Unless it was related to the book of fantasy Maiden's 6 Wrens. How could it have led to a fatal disaster? When Yunhua recalled these past events, he was not as calm as he appeared to be. Even though 20 years had passed, he had been regretting it day and night, and he had long numbed himself. He was talented, and his master had taught him meticulously for 20 years, allowing him to look down on everyone at a young age. Once he entered Anling, he was like a fish in water. While others were preparing for the examination, he had already made a name for himself in the capital. He gained royal power and wealth, and he even had a female confidant. Before the grand examination, I lived in the fragrant residence by the Jade Lion Lake. Every day, people came to visit me, and some even came to provoke me. One day, a young girl dressed as a man came and wanted to discuss with me. I talked about yin and yang with her in front of the door for 3 consecutive days, and before I was satisfied, I invited her to be my guest. Later on, I found out that she was the beloved daughter of the late emperor, Princess Luyue. Those who studied Yi were naturally free and unrestrained, and Yunhua was even more outstanding. He did not reveal Princess Luyue's identity. If she did not speak, he would just pretend that he did not know and befriend her. To think that I was so conceited, and I was the easy back then, but I did not foresee this. After I won first place in the grand examination, my name spread throughout the world, and what followed was an imperial edict to betroth me and Luyue to me. Overnight, I became the emperor's son-in-law. He was the easy of the grand examination, and he became the leader of all the easy in the world. He did not need the title of emperor's son-in-law to make it better. He only wanted to become the celestial commissioner, so that he could fulfill his master's wish. If he became the emperor's son-in-law, he would not be able to enter the court, so how could he be willing? Moreover, he already had a good wife, so how could he marry another? At that time, I was appointed by the celestial commissioner to go to the palace to meet the emperor, but I refused the emperor's favor. The emperor was furious, and accused me of despising the emperor's favor, so he sent me to the heavenly prison. There was also a villain who accused me of cheating in the grand examination, causing me to be in trouble. He was tortured in the prison and almost lost his life. When his life was hanging by a thread, Luyue came to visit. She felt guilty and knew that she could not force him, but in order to save his life, he agreed to betroth her to him. Everyone fears death, and so do I. Yunhua said this indifferently. Yushu felt the same way, and she also felt emotional. So what if he was the easy? Under the imperial power, he was still at the mercy of the emperor. The world is unpredictable. After I married Luyue, the former emperor probably wanted to make it up to me, so he allowed me to enter the celestial commissioner to discuss official business. This was exactly what I wanted. I wanted to complete my master's request, so I had to find an item in the celestial commissioner. Therefore, the title of Easy Yunhua became his weapon to deceive others. It allowed him to enter and leave the celestial commissioner freely. The title of emperor's son-in-law also gave him special privileges that others did not have. He had to admit that if it was not for Luyue, he would have searched for another 8 to 10 years and still not had the chance to see this item. Did you find it in the end? Yushu finally could not help but interrupt. She had been in the celestial commissioner for a few months, but she did not even catch a shadow of the book of mystery Maiden Lu Run. If she could find out its whereabouts from Yunhua, it would be the biggest reward of this trip. Yunhua looked up at her, his left hand gently stroking the box of clay figurines. There was a self-deprecating look in his eyes, and he smiled faintly. Chapter 658. On the way out of the capital, Yushu had imagined countless scenarios. After she found Yunhua, she had to find out the secret of him while hiding the fact that she was the lifebreaker. If Yunhua refused to tell her, she would have to use the relationship between them to impress him. Who knew that before she could even play her trump card, Yunhua had already blasted her face full of blood with a golden flower. It was actually in his hands. As expected, He was the eldest disciple taught by that old monster, Qingzheng. Compared to the ferocity of this eldest disciple, she was really weak, okay? Watching Yunhua casually turn over the page of his narrow escape after stealing the treasure, Yushu could not imagine the thrill at that time, but she was sure that he had lost too many things because of it. The identity that was admired by thousands of people, the woman who was infatuated with him, his flesh and blood, and even his voice, were probably destroyed in that accident. Yushu suddenly felt pity for him. She should have paid more attention to the thing in his hands, but when she opened her mouth, she asked an irrelevant question. You regret it, don't you? Yunhua sighed, changed another piece of paper, picked up the pen and wrote. My family was separated, my family was ruined, and I implicated the innocent. How can I not regret it? Yushu thought that the innocent he was referring to must be Princess Liyue, his wife Han, and his eldest son whose whereabouts were unknown. As for Jing Chun, after so many years, you did not dare to recognize Jing Chun. Did you not try to find Han and her son? With your ability, have you not divined their whereabouts? Yunhua felt pain in his eyes. He shook his head gently and wrote, At that time, I left Yang for the capital. I did not know that my wife was pregnant. I changed my name to Changzhou's Yun Mufeng and entered the capital for a few months. Only after Dian released the results, I quietly asked someone to send a letter to my hometown, and then I staggered into prison. When I married Liyue, I received a reply from my hometown. In the letter, it was written that my wife, Han, was pregnant and asked me when I would return. I felt very guilty, but I could not tell her the truth, so I could only entrust my distant best friend to take care of my wife and child. What happened next? I entered the Celestial Commissioner's office to discuss matters. On one hand, I began to inquire about what my master had ordered me to find. On the other hand, I also participated in the battle for the throne. He knew that this was dangerous and that he would be killed. That's why I don't even write letters to my hometown, so I have no way of knowing when Madame is about to give birth, or when my child will be born. After all, he was immortal. Even if he could foresee the future, he was still immortal. How could he predict the affairs of the world? It was laughable that he was so smart and conceited that the people of the world admired him. His name, Ez, was recorded in the historical records, yet he could not even protect his own flesh and blood. The 12th year, the 8th month, I divined that I already had a son, and only then did I know that Madame had given birth to a son for me. However, Madame's fate was very dangerous, and I was very worried. At that time, the late emperor was old and sick in the palace. When it was time to appoint the crown prince, after my marriage with Liyue, I naturally supported her brother, the emperor and the prince of Xiang. As a Ez, he was known as the world's Ez. He was also granted special privileges by the late emperor, becoming the unprecedented Celestial Commissioner's prince consort. At that time, there were rumors that the late emperor intended for him to take over the position of the Celestial Commissioner, so several princes eyed him covetously. Since they could not win him over, they deliberately tried to frame him. I was afraid that someone would find out about my wife and child in my hometown, and use it to threaten me. However, the battle for the crown prince was at a critical juncture, and there were countless spies outside the prince consort's mansion, so I did not dare to act rashly. At that time, I had a treasure called Zhugetong, which had a strange ability to confuse and deceive people. I sent my confidant to secretly send a letter to a friend's mansion, and entrusted him to find someone to send this item to my wife in my hometown, and then send the mother and child elsewhere to settle down. Who would have thought that I was one step too late? At the beginning of the 13th year, I divined for Madame's safety as usual, but unexpectedly, I knew that she had already died. The ink spread on the paper, and Yunhua's hand that was holding the brush trembled slightly. Yushu could see his deep regret from his reddened eyes, and she could not bear to see him continue writing. Yunhua's writing brought her a lot of information, and the rights and wrongs that happened 20 years ago were emerging step by step. She combined the relevant people and events, and already had a speculation. Zhugetong was now clearly in the hands of Xian Lishan. The discord between Xianya and Xian Lishan, father and son, was most likely because of Yunhua's entrustment. Based on her dealings with Xian Lishan these days, She could tell that he was not a treacherous villain, but Xianye might not be the same. Then, it was most likely that Yinhua had sent someone to deliver the treasure to the Xian mansion, but in the end, Xianye intercepted it. Xian Lishan only found out afterwards, so in a rage he had a falling out with his father, and was kicked out of the house. He refused to return for more than 10 years. While she was distracted, a few more paragraphs appeared on the paper in front of her. Madam has passed away, and the fate of my child is unknown. I am disheartened, and have already begun to think of retreating. It's funny that on the night of the Shangyuan festival, I had to force a smile and rush to the palace banquet. After I got drunk, I returned to the Celestial Commissioner, and accidentally entered the Taishi Tower of the Great Tipping Point. From there, I accidentally peeped into the sky above the inner courtyard, and there was a natural phenomenon. I knew that there must be a treasure hidden here. He suspected that the thing that his master wanted him to find was hidden there, so he stayed at the Celestial Commissioner for days and nights, using the name of official business to deceive others, and forgot to eat and sleep to calculate the location. Finally, he locked onto a treasure in the Kunling Bureau of the Celestial Commissioner. Then he made a thorough plan and found a good day to hide in the dark. Taking advantage of the night, he burned down the treasure. As he expected, not long after the Kunling Bureau caught on fire, the Great Tipping Point, who was staying at the Taishi Tower at that time, was alerted. He hurried over and brought people to put out the fire. When the fire was extinguished, and smoke still lingered in the air, the Great Tipping Point could not wait to go in alone to check, and he took advantage of the chaos to follow behind. His throat was damaged because he hid in the sea of fire for too long. When he found the place where the treasure was hidden and took it out, I took action. I poisoned him and knocked him out, and stole the thing that he had on him. It was exactly what I wanted. After Yu Shu understood what happened, her cruelty towards Yinhua reached a new high. She thought to herself, so that's how it is. Previously, when she predicted Yinhua's life and death, she predicted that he encountered a fire in the second month of the 13th year of Baotai. It turned out that the fire was set by himself. Then how did you get away after that? The Kunling Bureau caught on fire inexplicably, and it was impossible for no one to notice after that. The Celestial Commissioner and the Supreme Court were not just decorations. Without Zhu Gatong to protect himself, Yinhua could only leave at that time, because he would definitely die if he stayed. On the second day after the incident, the palace ordered the city gates to be sealed, and the people were not allowed to enter or leave. Then, the mansions of dozens of officials under the Celestial Commissioner were put under martial law by the Imperial Guards, and even the mansion of the Emperor's son-in-law was not spared. Who did not return to the mansion on the night of the fire will be found out after a check. But at that time, I had already hidden in the ditch near the city gate. When it rained the next day, I followed the sewage drainage in the city and escaped from the city through the underground. This made sense. Xianye secretly gave her Yinhua's birth date and 8 characters, saying that he was still alive at the beginning of the 13th year of Baotai. She only heard the news of his death 4 months later. In fact, Yinhua set fire to the Kunling Bureau in February, and since then he disappeared. As the Emperor's son-in-law set fire to the Celestial Commissioner, and this scandal was suppressed. Later, Princess Luyue gave birth to Jing Chen in April, and then she passed away. In order to cover up the truth, it was announced that Princess Luyue had died first, and Yinhua committed suicide by taking poison for her, creating a sad and beautiful story that was passed down to this day. Who knew the truth behind the whole incident? It was simply a tragedy. Yu Shu, out of self-awareness as a woman, could not help but question him. You just left like that. Have you ever thought about how Princess Luyue and the child in her womb will live in the future? There were waves in Yinhua's eyes. Luyue. He really did not know whether to love or hate her. As early as when they first met, he knew her feelings, and told her that there was already a good wife in his hometown, but she still insisted on asking the late emperor to appoint a marriage. He only mentioned the matter of his wife in his hometown to Luyue. After that, he did not believe that what happened to Madame Han and her son had nothing to do with her. However, this woman died violently after giving birth to his child, burying a lifetime of glory and wealth. Yushu saw that he was silent, and it was not good for her to continue being aggressive. After all, it was not her turn to fight for justice. After listening to the story, the atmosphere was a bit off, and she had to cough to break the silence. Since you have told me so much, I will tell you the truth. In fact, Big Brother and I accompanied Jing Chen to Ancien not only to visit the princess grave, but also to find your whereabouts. Yesterday when we met Zhao Xiaozhu in the Ancien restaurant, we suspected that it was Mr.'s doing, so we beat him at his own game. I think only Mr. has the ability to foresee the future. I wonder how much Mr. knows about our purpose in coming here? Yinhua had already confessed his identity, so he did not speak in riddles with her anymore. He wrote, I know Jing Chen's birth date and 8 characters. After I settled down, I would do divination for him from time to time. A few days ago, I observed the stars and saw that Ziwei was fighting and the ghost constellation was bright. I knew that a debt of sin was approaching. I divined that there was a man and a woman by his side, so I asked Xiaozhu to wait in Ancien County. If he saw the 3 of them together, I would lead him here. Yushu was puzzled. There are many groups of 3 in the restaurant. Why is Zhao Xiaozhu sure that it is us? Could it be that he has seen Jing Chen before? Hearing this, Yinhua got up and went to the stone cabinet at the side. He took out a scroll painting and handed it to her. Yushu opened it and saw that there was a half-body portrait painted on it. The facial features were vivid, and there was no doubt that it was Jing Chen. The scroll itself turned out to be an imperial notice. When she saw the imperial notice, she frowned. She remembered that half a year ago, after Jing Chen regained his memory, he left without saying goodbye. In order to find him, the emperor posted the notice on the streets of Anling City. It caused an uproar for a while. Unfortunately, she was tied up by the Celestial Commissioner for interrogation, and one of her little fingers was broken. Just as her thoughts wandered, she turned around and saw that there were 2 more sentences on the paper. You are looking for me for 2 things, to save your life and to seek answers. Yushu looked at the last 4 words and compared them. She was surprised. This seeking answers was referring to Jing Chen. Could it be that saving my life was referring to herself? The feeling that she could not hide surged up again. She could not help but wonder if Yinhua knew about her background. Was that why he was so generous in telling her so many secrets? P.S. Chapter 659. Second chapter. Look carefully, there is still a chapter ahead. Yushu raised her head and met Yinhua's gaze. She always felt that his kind gaze at this time was more like a hint. Child, I know who you are. I just don't want to expose you. What should she say? Now she was the one asking for help. She was also the one who needed Yinhua to save her life. If she did not confess, did she want Yinhua to guess her thoughts? Yushu was tongue-tied. When she thought about it, she broke into a cold sweat. Her decision to stay here today was practically digging a hole for herself. As long as Yinhua threw the bait in his hand into the hole, she would not need to do anything else, and she would willingly jump into the hole. Seeing that she lowered her head and pondered, Yinhua put down his pen. Yushu did not think for long. Why would Yinhua tell her everything he knew? He had already shown enough sincerity. Now it was her turn to be honest with him. She had 2 choices. One was to confess her identity as the Lifebreaker. The other was to mention Taoist Qingzheng. This was originally a very easy choice. Compared to the identity of a junior in the same faction, the Lifebreaker was obviously much more important. However, she was not sure which point Yinhua had guessed. Yushu quickly went through the conversation between the 2 of them in her mind. She already had a plan in her heart. She took a deep breath and said, Mister, you have great foresight. Yes, I came here to save my life. Yinhua raised his hand and motioned for her to continue. Mister, aren't you curious how we know that you are still alive? Yinhua smiled and wrote, Although I live here in seclusion, I am not completely ignorant of the capital. I have heard that the goddess of Dian can tell the difference between life and death. Yushu thought, as expected, Yinhua is not ignorant of the outside world, especially the people around Jingchen. It is impossible for him to be indifferent. Mister, Have you heard that there have been several murders in Taisha Shuyuan in the past 6 months? The 2 female students who were killed are all related to Jing Chen. Yinhua nodded. Yu Shu observed his expression and found that he was frank, without the slightest hint of guilt. She did not know if he was pretending or if it really had nothing to do with him. I've known Jing Chen for a long time. Both of us saved each other's lives. I won't tell you the details of his life, but I know most of it. I believe that Mr. also knows what I know. At this point, Yu Shu changed the topic. In this year's Dian examination, astrology will be tested. It was the same question from 20 years ago. I coincidentally obtained Mr. Yin Hua's examination paper. Do you still remember what was written at that time? Yin Hua looked dazed for a moment. Yu Shu didn't wait for his reply. Instead, she recited the sentence to herself. There will be a son in his year. Great fortune will bring misfortune. Sir probably didn't calculate it at the time. This troublemaker will be the child of Yu and Princess Liyue. A bitter expression finally appeared on Yin Hua's face. Yu Shu sighed in her heart. Fate made fools of people. Yin Hua came to the capital for the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens, but in the end his biological son became a key figure in this. Jing Chen finished his apprenticeship at Mount Longhu last year, and happened to meet me. Later he was plotted against and exiled on the river to save me. Because I had to attend the examination, I brought him to the capital with me. Yu Shu didn't care how much Yin Hua knew about Jing Chen's experience. She only objectively told him what she had experienced together. Finally, she returned to the murder case at Taisha Shuyuan. 2 people died at Taisha Shuyuan. They were both female students taught by Jing Chen. We suspect that the murderer and the one who plotted against Jing Chen in Jiangnan are the same group of people. Those people know that Jing Chen is the troublemaker. Because they couldn't do anything after he entered the capital, they targeted another key figure, which is the life breaker, recorded in an ancient book. Yin Hua suddenly looked up at her. Yu Shu didn't hide. I don't know how that group of people judged, but they targeted the women who were close to Jing Chen. 2 people were murdered one after another. However, the murderer is elusive and is still at large. As you can see, I have a deep friendship with Jing Chen. I'm afraid that those people have already targeted me and are waiting for the opportunity to attack me. I don't want to die, so I came to see you, sir, and ask you to give me some guidance. May I ask if you know where the saying troublemaker came from? Did you fake your death and escape from the capital have anything to do with this? Did your master ask you to find an ancient book called the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens? After going around in a big circle, she finally got down to business. Yin Hua looked at her for a while with an inexplicable expression. He lowered his head and wrote, "Who told you about the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens?" Yu Shu's expression was natural. She was afraid that he would see through her. The great teacher told Jing Chen like this. It was recorded in the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens that there will be a troublemaker in the Dan dynasty every 100 years. The fate is related to the survival of the world. It must be broken by the life-breaker. If it is a man, he must be killed. If it is a woman, she must marry and have children. Otherwise, the world will be in chaos and the prosperity will be destroyed. Isn't that so? There was a hint of mockery in Yin Hua's eyes again. He nodded and then shook his head. What do you mean? Yu Shu didn't understand. He then wrote on the paper, yes and no. Seeing that he stopped writing, Yu Shu quickly asked, then what is true and what is false? If Yin Hua didn't lie and he really had the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens, then he should have read the book too many times in the past 20 years. Compared to what Jing Chen found out from the great teacher, Yu Shu didn't know why she was more willing to believe that what Yin Hua said was the truth. Yin Hua didn't intend to keep her in suspense. He quickly wrote on the paper, the saying of the troublemaker in the Dan dynasty is true. The saying of the life-breaker is false. If the life-breaker is a man, he should indeed be killed. Killing him will solve all problems. If the life-breaker is a woman, then, his pen stopped here. Yu Shu saw that he suddenly stopped writing at the crucial part. She suddenly became anxious. She stretched her neck and urged, then what? Please write quickly. Don't be anxious, okay? Amidst Yu Shu's silent shouts, the tip of Yin Hua's brush fell down again, But this time, another line appeared. Since you are not a person who destroyed your life, knowing too much will not benefit you. Young people, it is better not to be overly curious. Yushu wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could he tease her like this? It was better not to say anything halfway. Yinhua saw all kinds of subtle reactions from her. He felt sad and didn't want to argue with her anymore, lest he made things worse. So he picked up his pen again. He wrote 2 lines and handed them to her. My child is stubborn. Think about it carefully. If I wanted to harm your life, why would I be so long-winded with you? Yushu was stunned. Yinhua smiled silently. He put down his pen, put the dozen or so pieces of paper he had written on together, and put them in a small basin under the stone table. He lit it and ignited it. After a while, ashes floated in the air. It wasn't until the papers in the basin were burned to ashes that Yushu came back to her senses. She stared at Yinhua with a complicated expression. At this point, if she still didn't know that she had exposed herself, she would really be a pig. It turned out that Yinhua had already seen through her that she was the life-breaker. The reason why he patiently accompanied her in such a big circle was to let her let down her guard and admit it herself. Yushu was very depressed, but she was also convinced. No wonder Yinhua had the ability to find the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Rens and escape. With this kind of scheming, even if there were 10 of her, she wouldn't be able to catch up. There was only one thing that puzzled her. She wore the treasure of the 7 Stars ruler with her. How could Yinhua predict her? If she wanted to know the answer, she had to confess to Qingzheng, who gave her the black ring. Yushu couldn't make up her mind. Yinhua's family was broken up because of the old man. Would he bear a grudge and vent his anger on her? Your master. Yushu carefully looked at his face and said, he asked you to do such a dangerous thing, and caused you to fall into such a situation. Don't you blame him? As you said, he taught you all your skills, so he should be more capable. You left your hometown for him, but he couldn't protect your wife and child. Yinhua's face darkened. He wrote, I chose to go to the capital on my own that day. The master didn't force me. Yushu pondered over his 2 sentences and found that he only answered half of it. He didn't explain why the old man Qingzheng didn't save his wife and child in time. Obviously, he was deliberately avoiding this point. She felt that there was something strange about it. Before she figured it out, it was better not to recognize this senior apprentice brother for the time being. Since the truth had been revealed, there was only a layer of paper left. It was meaningless to hide it. Yushu simply admitted it. Sir, you have confirmed that I am the person who broke my life. I have nothing to hide anymore, but I have a request. Please promise me, sir. Yushu looked at Yinhua sincerely. If he didn't promise, she would kneel down and beg him. Yinhua nodded while grinding the ink and changing the paper. Sir, please lend me the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Rens. Yinhua seemed to be waiting for her to say this. Without waiting for her to finish speaking, he wrote on the paper. As the saying goes, it's a fair deal. I can lend you the book, but you have to do one thing for me. Yushu cursed in her heart. Indeed, Qingzheng's disciple loved to give tasks to others. She didn't agree in a hurry, so that she wouldn't be tricked again. She asked cautiously, what is it? As I said before, my eldest son's whereabouts have been unknown for many years. Not long ago, I just got some clues. Please look for him on my behalf and bring him to me. At that time, I will definitely keep my promise. Yushu frowned. She thought to herself, what can I do about an unlucky child that you haven't found for more than 10 years? Sir, you are making things difficult for me, she said. I heard from Zhao Xiaozhu that you have an adopted son who is highly skilled in martial arts. Why don't you let them look for him? I am now in the capital, and there is no lack of spies around me. If I am not careful, I will be targeted, and it will be very inconvenient for me to move around. They have other things to do. Right now, I can only trust you. Moreover, I will not let you work for nothing. If you are willing to look for him for me, in addition to promising to let you read the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Rens after this, I will tell you a big secret in exchange. Are you willing? Yushu rolled her eyes. When she saw that he was still trying to bargain, she subconsciously wanted to fight for more benefits. She saw Yinhua squinting at her and smiling. His expression seemed to be saying, "You're right. Think about it. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get it again." She thought that this person was not someone she could fool. When she came back to her senses, she had already nodded in agreement. Yinhua looked at her with satisfaction. He wrote down the big secret he had told her, turned around, and pushed it in front of her. Yushu quickly looked down. After reading it, a big word appeared in her mind. Worth it. Emperor Anwu left behind a posthumous edict and ancestral teachings. All the emperors of Da'an were chosen from the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Rens. P.S. Chapter 660. With Zhao Xiaozhu as a guide, Jing Chun and the rest avoided many traps set by the hunters after entering the mountains. They did not waste much time on the road. Perhaps it was because Yushu, the big bait, did not follow them, or because there was a group of death warriors trailing behind them, but no thieves appeared along the way. If we go any further, we will reach the boundary of the princess tomb. The entrance is guarded by the mausoleum guards. We can't go through. Brother Jing, where is your mother buried? Do you know the way? Zhao Xiaozhu reined in his horse at the intersection. Jing Chen looked up at the two precipices and answered, "Let's go forward." Zhao Xiaozhu raised his eyebrows and looked at Shui Rui. The latter smiled at him and followed first. An hour later, Jing Chen held the token bestowed by the emperor and successfully passed through 2 shifts of guards. He left his horse outside and walked into the princess tomb. After Zhao Xiaozhu recovered from his initial shock, he pestered Shui Rui and asked in a low voice, "Brother Shui, where did you come from?" Shui Rui asked in return, "What do you think? They were already here. What was the point of pretending?" Zhao Xiaozhu scratched his ears and cheeks and said, "I really don't know. Tell me, didn't Brother Jing want to pay his respects to his mother? But this is the princess tomb. Could it be that the princess buried here is his mother?" Shui Rui glanced at him and continued forward. Zhao Xiaozhu did not know that his acting skills were too weak in Shui Rui's eyes. The princess tomb was not big. From the outside, it looked like a small mausoleum. The lower chamber of the tomb was sealed, while the upper chamber was covered with a roof. The tombstone was erected on top. They brought incense, candles, and paper money with them. Jing Chun knelt under the tombstone and burned incense to pay his respects. This was the first time he came to the princess tomb since he came to the capital. It was the first time he was visiting his mother. If he looked into it, it was all because of that lie. If he did not find the person who destroyed his life, he could not love, hate, sorrow, or joy. If he did not calm his heart and forbearance, he would incur natural disasters. He had known about his parentage since he was a child. Later on, he practiced Taoism and martial arts, and read the books of the sages. Of all virtues, how could he not know that filial piety is the most important? But because of his sect leader Shifu's words, he didn't even dare to secretly think about his parents whom he had never met. Jing Chun faced the direction of the tomb and kowtowed 3 times. He said quietly, "Mother, I've been waiting for you. This child is unfilial, and has only come to see you now." That was all there was to it. After he stood up, Shui Rui also stepped forward. He bowed and offered 3 incense sticks. Although he was an elder, he was not a relative, so there was no need for him to bow. Zhao Xiaozhu, on the other hand, came over when he saw that they had bowed. He asked for incense and candles. Jing Chen gave them to him without asking anything. Zhao Xiaozhu knelt down solemnly, muttered a few words to Princess Liyue's tombstone, and kowtowed 3 times. He turned around and saw Jing Chun and Shui Rui staring at him. He pretended to be confused and said, "It's rare to enter the princess tomb. Can't I kowtow and pray for peace?" The 3 of them did not stay in the princess tomb for long. Shui Rui and Jing Chun were worried about leaving Yushu in the return residence. After a short rest, they set off. On the way back, Shui Rui secretly reminded Jing Chun to be careful of Zhao Xiaozhu. If he was discovered to be moving, he should be captured immediately. This was also a precaution. If Mr. Yinye really had any ill intentions towards Yushu, they would have Zhao Xiaozhu as a hostage and would not be too passive. But he had underestimated Zhao Xiaozhu's craftiness. Or rather, he had underestimated his familiarity with the terrain of this area. Just as they crossed the mountain ridge and reached the foot of the mountain, Zhao Xiaozhu, who was walking in front, suddenly cried out in fear. He had stepped into a trap. Jing Chen saw him and his horse fall into a pit. He quickly abandoned his horse and used his qinggong to catch up. But he was too late. By the time Shui Rui caught up, there was no trace of Zhao Xiaozhu in the deep pit that was covered with fallen leaves and withered wood. Shui Rui's eyes darkened. Jing Chen was about to jump down when he suddenly heard Zhao Xiaozhu's laughter coming from the bottomless pit. I'll send you off, but we have to part ways. I advise you not to chase after me. Go back and find your companions. Hearing this, Jing Chen was the first to change his expression. Shui Rui could not hold him back, and he jumped down in the blink of an eye. But he found that there was another world at the bottom of the pit. There were 2 tunnels that extended east and west, leading to an unknown place. Jing Chen listened to the direction that Zhao Xiaozhu escaped in, but he could hear the sound of galloping horses in both directions. It was hard to tell. Shui Rui called out to Jing Chen from above to ask about the situation at the bottom of the pit. He pulled a few vines down and used them to pull Jing Chen up. In a short while, the group of death warriors behind them heard the commotion and chased after them. Shui Rui and Jing Chen weren't surprised when a group of masked fellows in gray clothes suddenly appeared in the mountain forest. The leader of that group of people walked forward and showed his official seal to Jing Chen. Then he glanced at Shui Rui vigilantly and said in a low voice, I'm Qing Quebec. I'm following His Majesty's decree to secretly escort Daozi and listen to Daozi's orders. Jing Chen took the token and looked at Shui Rui. Leave half of you to chase after him. The rest will follow us back. Shui Rui made a prompt decision. The death warriors had gone through the strictest training. They were obedient and not afraid of death. After Jing Chen gave the order, the leader called Qin Ke quickly divided his men and jumped down the tunnel to chase after Zhao Xiaozhu. The others followed them back on horseback. Before the sun set, they returned to the riverside outside the dense forest where the return residence was located. They were trapped. Qin Ke called out to her companions who were hiding nearby. Seeing that they had suffered heavy casualties, she stopped Jing Chen, who was trying to cross the river, and explained the danger to him. A large number of venomous snakes lived under the floating rocks on the river surface. Even if one stepped on solid ground and startled these little snakes, they would immediately jump up from the bottom of the river and bite you. Once bitten, you would definitely die within an hour. It was like a top-notch hidden weapon that could not be guarded against. Shui Rui and Jing Chen were shocked when they saw the green corpses bitten by the poisonous snakes. Recalling Zhao Xiaozhu's warning when they crossed the river yesterday, they realized that it was not a joke. Looking at the corpses, they were even more worried about Yushu's safety. The river was about 3 feet wide. Even an expert with excellent lightness skill could not guarantee that they could cross it without any leverage. If they took a detour, it would be dark by the time they entered the forest. Just as they were at their wits' end, Jing Chen noticed Shui Rui looking for something along the river bank. Not long later, Jing Chen called him over. Pointing to a light purple flower by the river, he said, "We entered from here yesterday." Jing Chen's eyes brightened. "You remember the way?" Shui Rui observed the floating rocks on the river and nodded. "I was following behind Zhao Xiaozhu. I remember clearly that the floating rocks in the water look about the same size. There are actually some differences." Jing Chen immediately said, "All right, show me the way." Shui Rui turned back and looked at him. "I am not completely confident. Are you sure you want to take the risk?" Jing Chen self-deprecatingly said, "I was the one who brought her out. If I hurt her again, I will not regret my death." Shui Rui did not try to persuade him. In fact, it was not that his lightness skill was not as good as Jing Chen's, but that he was afraid of delaying the time. He would be the first to cross the river, and would not make an unnecessary move to provoke Jing Chen. "Taoist, why don't I give it a try?" Qin Ke overheard and did not agree with Jing Chen taking the risk. He stepped forward and blocked his way. Within the range of their orders, Jing Chen's safety was their top priority. Jing Chen did not waste time with him. With Shui Rui pointing the way, he brushed away the death warriors in front of him. He stepped on the first floating rock, then the second, and the third. Shuirui walked behind him. Qingke hesitated for a while, and followed with a few death warriors. They were lucky and crossed the river without any mishaps. Jingchen flew to the opposite bank halfway, and dived into the forest without looking back. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jingchen! Shuirui shouted. He frowned and leaped over the last few floating rocks. The death warriors behind him passed him and chased after him. He shook his head helplessly. He did not care about his fatigue and ran into the forest. The sky gradually darkened. When Jingchen rushed back to the Gue residence, Mr. Yinya was long gone. He found Yushu lying motionless on the bed in his room. He broke out in cold sweat. When he checked her breath, he found out that she was unconscious. Shuirui didn't run as fast as Jingchen, but he remembered the way, so he rushed over very quickly. That group of death warriors, on the other hand, was shaken off by Jingchen and didn't follow Shuirui. Until now, not a single one of them had appeared. They were probably still wandering around in the forest. It's okay. She just fainted. Shuirui breathed a sigh of relief. He panted heavily and went forward to check. Jingchen moved away from the bed, got up, and walked around the room. Finally, he found a handful of paper ashes in the brazier under the stone table. He rubbed it up and smelled it. There was a strange fragrance, which seemed to be some kind of sleeping smoke. Half of the things in the house were empty. There were only a few winter and summer clothes left in the wardrobe. The rest of the books and ink were all gone. Furthermore, the old horse that was tied to the back of the fenced courtyard was gone. Mr. Yinya left leisurely. After putting down Yushu, he still had the time to pack his luggage. After Jingchen checked the surroundings, he returned to the stone house. Yushu was still unconscious. Shuirui confirmed that she wasn't injured anywhere else, so he calmed down and thought about it carefully. He then realized that something was wrong. For example, why did Yushu sprain her ankle before they left and stayed behind? They left. Jingchen did not say to chase after them. It was obvious that they could not catch up. Shuirui said, "Wake Shu up first. She must know something." Jingchen nodded. He went forward and poked a few acupuncture points on Yushu's shoulder. After a while, she woke up with a groan. He opened his eyes and looked at the two sweaty men standing by the bed in confusion. Big brother Jingchen? Shuirui smiled at her and asked her gently, "Shu, does your foot still hurt?" Yushu was choked by his dazzling smile. She instantly woke up. She got up from the bed and looked around. Where was Yinhua? She was shocked and blurted out, "Where is Yinhua? Did he run away?" After saying that, she felt that something was wrong. She turned around and saw the dark faces of Shuirui and Jingchen. Her scalp went numb. She forced a smile at them and shrank into the bed. She stuttered. This I can explain." "Huh?" Shuirui winked at Jingchen. The latter understood and retreated to the door, in case those men of sacrifice came over and heard something they should not hear. Shuirui found a teapot in the room. He poured a cup of water and put it in Yushu's hand. He said kindly, "I ask and you answer. Make it short, okay?" You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.